A 19-year-old girl was found dead in the freezer. The hotel is affiliated with the police department. The hotel bio research place is affiliated. The crematory place is affiliated. Everything that about that hotel is affiliated with that police department in Rosemont. They have the same address. 2 live videos that was posted by those 2 people that's affiliated in gangs, posted live videos in details about what happened to Kenneka, what was going to happen to Kenneka. All that's facts to the case. Everything else is the images, is made up, said, and everything. Y'all people have to understand. Y'all got to figure out what's true and what's fake. And even the fake shit, I keep telling y'all over and over, the fake stuff also is telling us the real deal.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and Let's Talk Live. Kenneka Jenkins. I am an eagle. All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I'm here. I am live. And I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, Kenneka Jenkins. I am an eagle. You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. Peoples, I am here and I am back. And I am here to talk about some things, peoples. I said I'm here and I am back and I'm here to talk about some things, peoples. And what I want to talk about, peoples, I just want to get some clarity out of confusion. That's all I want to do, peoples. All I want to do is just get clarity out of confusion, peoples. That's all that I want to do. And so, peoples, I'm not on my computer, I'm on my phone, and I just needed to get some clarity out of confusion. And so there are some things I want to talk about, peoples. But there is this one thing I do want to speak about. And it says, I am an eagle. And it simply goes like this, peoples. The only bird that dares to attack an eagle is a crow. But the eagle never fights back. Here's the reason why. The crow is the only bird bold enough to sit on the eagle's back and peck at its neck relentlessly and annoying. But the eagle stays calm. The eagle doesn't flap. The eagle doesn't fight back. The eagle doesn't even waste its energy. It only does one thing. The eagle rises to the occasion. The eagle soars. The thinner the air becomes, the crow, it can't handle the altitude. The higher the eagle soars, the thinner the air becomes. Eventually, the eagle gasps, loses strength, and falls off. Not because the eagle has been attacked, but because the eagle has ascended. Let the crows talk. Let the crows peck. I don't have to respond. All I need to do is just keep soaring higher. Because see, the thing is, peoples, the eagle can't follow me forever. My growth will suffocate their noise. So it's no need for me to engage. All I need to do is elevate and celebrate. For I, Edward Joseph, am an eagle. I'm an eagle, peoples. And so by me being an eagle, I don't have to go tit for tat, this for that, and listen to nonsense. All I have to do is just rise. And you know that song, Again I'll Rise to the Mountain Top. Again I'll rise to the mountain top. Again I'll rise to the mountain top, where there can never follow me. Again I'll rise, peoples, to the mountaintop. And it's just like that song that has been sung when a person has ascended from earth to heaven. It says, some glad morning when this life is over, I'll fly away in the morning when I die. Hallelujah, by and by, I'll fly away. And then it goes, oh, I'll fly away, oh glory. I'll fly away in the morning when I die. Hallelujah, by and by, I'll fly away. And I'll fly away in the morning when I die. Hallelujah, by and by, I'll fly away. And so people's Kenneka Jenkins has taken her wings. And Kenneka Jenkins had flew away from all of this mess, madness, and confusion. Now, see, peoples, it really doesn't matter what narrative that you may spin. It really doesn't matter whatever you think that might try to get you in. The bottom line is that you got to have wings of an eagle. And you have to be able to rise above the occasion, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? Well, what I'm saying, peoples, is simply this. I have literally been talking about the Kenneka Jenkins case forever and a day. Rightfully so. And I have always stated to the people that you don't have to believe in anything that I say. I said that this is my narrative. This is my thoughts. This is my views. This is my mantra. This is what I had ascertained from the information given to me and the information that I have researched. And at the end of the day, peoples, I mean, it is just simply put, you don't have to believe what Edward Joseph had said, period. In the story. That's it. No conflict, no confusion, and no illusion, peoples. It is just my narrative. That's all that it is. It's just my narrative. It's my thoughts, it's my views, it's my opinion based upon that of what my findings is. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? And so I don't understand wholeheartedly why people get so upset when you give your narrative. It is not a figmentation of my imagination. No, peoples, it is that of what I perceived. Because see, the thing is, everybody knows that the video footage has been edited. Everybody knows that. Everybody understands that. Everybody sees that. So that's a given, people. It is a given. Everybody knows that it is a given in this particular case. Everybody knows that. So that's nor here nor there, peoples. Everybody knows that the video footage has been edited. But then you got to ask yourself the question, and it's simply this, peoples. Why was the video footage edited? Why? Why was it edited? Well, the video footage has been edited for one reason and one reason only, and that is to camouflage that of what really happened to Kenneka Jenkins. Do you understand what I'm saying? That is the only reason why that the video footage has been edited, because they did not want you to get a greater understanding as to what had transpired with Kenneka. But not only with Kenneka, but with the other people who was at the establishment as well. Now, you may not ever believe that other people played Kenneka. You may not never believe that, but see, the thing is, peoples, you never can debunk that. See, that's the thing. You may not believe it, but you can't debunk it. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, the thing is, only Edward Joseph was the one who had pointed out that there were several girls who played Kenneka. See, in your mind, you only can go by what you perceive. Do you understand what I'm saying? But in my mind, I went further than what I perceived. I told you what I believed. And it's a big difference between your perception and my beliefs. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? See, the thing is simply this, peoples. I have already proven my stance many times over, and there's nothing else that I need to say other than what I have already stated, peoples. And so whether you believe it or not, it really doesn't make me no difference, because at the end of the day, you can't debunk it. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? See, the thing is that I just don't look and I just don't take a piece of the puzzle and then try to put it together to try to affix something that is not true or real. I mean, everything that I have pointed out, you can clearly see with your own eyes, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so whether they had took bits and pieces of video and then they put it together to try to give a wholesome timeline, well, peoples, let me just say this one important fact right here. And this is a fact. This is a fact. You can go back and do your own research, but this is a fact. Fact number one. I didn't say it, but they said it. Fact number one is, when the news reported about the missing of Kenneka Jenkins, they never mentioned the morning of the night. They never mentioned the morning of the night. That's fact number one. You could go back and play back any video, and you can go back and play back Chicago news. They never stated that Kenneka Jenkins ever was missing on September the 9th. They never did. I said they never did, peoples. That's a fact. Okay. Fact number two, no other statement was ever given other than the family statement that was written by the attorneys that TM had in the beginning. That is fact number two, peoples. Fact number three, the case files only consist of narratives, not statements. Narratives is not admissible in a court of law, but statements is. That is fact number three, peoples. Fact number four, when they did the investigation of the Kenneka Jenkins case, well, then the lieutenant and the lieutenant from the Chicago Police Department helped the Rosemont Public Safety Department do an investigation. And he could have called at any given point in time backup to help support their investigation. But he chose not to. Why? Because he was on payroll. All he had to do is to make a phone call. And the Chicago Police Department would have assisted. And this whole case would have taken a different turn. Because, see, the thing is, no matter how corrupt the Chicago Police Department is, you know, there was still some honest people on the force. And those honest people that was on the force would have been compelled to come and do the investigation and do a very good and wholesome and thorough job. Do you understand what I'm saying? So in essence, peoples, there wouldn't have been no way, shape, form, or another could this case could have just been shut down in the manner to which it was, opened back up again to only be shut down again, with no validity to the stupidity that had transpired out of it. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so this is one of the reasons why we continue to keep talking about the Kenneka Jenkins case. Now, I'm not up for conspiracy theories, peoples. I never was. I'm just only explaining to you what my findings is. Now, you may not find my findings to be credible or truthful, but that is okay, because see, the thing is, peoples, I never asked you to believe me in the first place. So whether you find my narrative credible or not, it doesn't matter to me, because this is my thoughts, this is my views, this is my opinion, this is my theory, this is my mantra, this is my narrative. This is what Edward Joseph say based upon what was given. Now, if you don't believe that there was other girls play Kenneka, well then prove it. No need to get upset behind it. Prove it. That's all you got to do. Just prove it. You know, I don't understand why everybody is getting up in arms because of what I'm saying or what others is saying. I've always challenged the people. I say, prove your stance. That's it. That's all. That's it. That's all. Prove your stance. Prove whatever you can prove, if you can prove it. But if you can't prove it, well then, shh. Shh. You know, because when you don't get in trouble, and nobody talks about you, nobody makes lives about you, nobody does anything to you. When you shh. But when you open up your mouth and you go ahead and put your foot in your mouth, well then, hey, everybody's got something to say about you, to you. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? See, many of you literally put your foot in your mouth because you don't know when to let it go. Do you understand what I'm saying? You don't know when to let it go. And when you can't let it go, well then you really don't know. So it's people like me that will continue to keep saying what I'm saying, keep doing what I'm doing regardless, because I mean, you know, at the end of the day, you ain't proving nothing. You ain't saying nothing. You haven't done anything. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so you can get mad as much as you please, you know, but all of that getting mad and, you know, speaking out and talking this and that and the other and stuff, it doesn't make me no hill of beans, peoples, because at the end of the day, Edward Joseph is always going to stand 10 toes down with that of what he says. Now, one thing that I have learned, peoples, is that the Kenneka Jenkins case had literally brought people to tears and brought people to becoming enemies. Why that is, I don't know, but it is. It is what it is. People becomes enemies, and I never understood that. I never understood why people get so upset and bent out of shape, all because everybody believes that their narrative is actual, factual, and true. And if the people don't literally endorse that of what they say, well, then they get bent out of shape. They get, you know, they totally get bent out of shape, and they start talking to this and that and the other, the yin yang and the this and the that, and I'm kind of like, oh my god, wow, really? Okay. Go and account for a lot of the stuff that the people say that is not true, but they think what they're saying is true, you know. But when you go and you look at the case files, you go and look at the pictures, and you go and look at the videos. None of that they are pointing out can ever show any actual factual evidence of anything other than, again, that's just their narrative. But even when I point that out, that your narrative doesn't hold no weight, well, then that's where the issue comes in. That's where the big issue comes in is and stuff. Because see, the thing is that instead of you telling me and you proving to me your stance, you get mad at me because I'm pointing all of these things out about the things that you say. I'm pointing out about all of the things that you believe. And I'm letting you know that madness that you believe, it ain't factual, and it ain't actual, and it ain't true. And because I point it out, you get mad. Do you understand what I'm saying? You get mad. And then now, instead of focusing up on the case, now you focus upon all of this personal madness. And then you have a personal vendetta up against a person, all because they're not sharing your narrative. They're not sharing that of what you believe. And, then it just goes from there. And I'm kind of like, oh my God, wow. It's really crazy, people. It's really crazy because instead of coming together and really understanding or even accepting the differences that the people have, well, everybody all the time wants to come up with personal attacks. You did this, you said this, oh, you like this, and so on and so forth. And it's like, why do you even want to or have to try to even take it to any level like that? When all I just asked you was about the Kenneka Jenkins case, but yet you take it to a whole new different level than what I'm on, and then you want to come personally. All your mama, your daddy, your sister, your brother, you, and then everything else, and all like that and stuff, which ain't got nothing to do with the case. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so many of you literally think that you own the case. You guys get so bent out of shape and so butt hurt and all that everybody else is wrong, And you're the only one out of this whole community believes that you are right, all because you feel that you put together the best timeline and that things had to happen in a manner to which you see it. But yet, when we really take a full and wholesome view of the whole thing, to be honest with you, it didn't happen in the manner to which you thought that it did. Things didn't play out in the manner to which you did. But you only focus upon one part of the case. You focus upon one part of what the people were supposed to have said and did. And then you call that as law. And then you expect everybody else in the community to embrace that of what you're saying. And then when they don't, now you all bent out of shape. Oh yeah, you know, this and that and the other, and so on and so forth. And I have dealt with all of you who is like that. Many of you who is like that. And it's really sad to see. It's really sad to hear. And it's really sad to know that you can't politic with crows. Crows think that they knows everything. And crows will never advance. Crows will always peck at you. Crows will always be up on your back. Crows will always have something negative to say. And see, that's what it is in this community, peoples. We have a community of crows. Crows. People who think that they know so much, but in reality, they don't know much at all. They know just very little. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so they get butt hurt. They get butt hurt because Edward Joseph don't endorse the narrative that they speak. I don't, peoples. I don't. I literally, absolutely, unequivocally, and undeniably do not endorse the narrative. I don't, peoples. I don't. And the reason why I don't is because of all of the things that is playing out in this particular case. It doesn't make no sense. See, you only want to take what you want to take, and you only want to focus upon what you focus upon, but you don't look at the entire thing as a whole. It's a reason why Crown Plaza did what they did. And if it wasn't nothing hilarious or nefarious, well, then, we wouldn't be talking about it. Do you understand what I'm saying? I said, if the Crown Plaza was on the up and up, like they proclaimed to be, well, then it wouldn't have been no reason for us to talk about the Kenneka Jenkins case. But obviously, peoples, it ain't what they state it was. And not only was it not what they state it was, the kids, the kids were hilarious and nefarious as well. Everybody played a part. Everybody, from the kids on down to the establishment, everybody played their part. And so what I have discovered, people, was simply this. I was going back and I was looking at some old lives and things. And I had came across a live in which Bree was at was at the grave. And Bree Bree had made an admission. She said, this was your favorite lip gloss. And the lip gloss that she had held up was a color of lip gloss, was the same kind that was in the freezer. But it wasn't the kind that was sitting by Kenneka when she was lying in state in the freezer. It was the kind that was sitting over in the corner on the opposite side of Kenneka in the freezer. Do you understand what I'm saying? It was the light brown or the tan color lip gloss. Do you understand what I'm saying? It wasn't the red, the cherry blossom red or whatever type of lip gloss, but it was the light tan looking color lip gloss that sat on the opposite side of Kenneka while she was lying there in the freezer. Do you understand what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, peoples, is that we heard from Bree Bree herself, from her own lips. She gave us a clue. She said out of her own lips, she said, this type of lip gloss was your favorite lip gloss. That's what Bree Bree said. I said, peoples, that was what Bree Bree had said. We did not know that until Bree Bree had said that. Now, all of you can sit here and say, yeah, oh, I knew that and stuff because it wouldn't have been in the freezer. Nah, you didn't know shit. So no need to sit here and clout and stuff because none of us knew that. And the only one who could have known that was the person who was closest to Kenneka, and that was Bree Bree. And Bree Bree had literally told us that this was Kenneka's favorite lip gloss. That's what Bree Bree said. And so now, since Bree Bree said that, now we know unequivocally and undeniably for ourselves that, hey, that was Kenneka's favorite lip gloss. Why? Only because of the simple fact that Bree Bree said it. So now, when we look at the freezer, we see the lip gloss that Kenneka Jenkins had embraced. Do you understand what I'm saying? We see the lip gloss. And this was Kenneka's favorite lip gloss. Why? Because again, Bree Bree said it. Bree Bree said it. I didn't say it. Bree Bree said it. So Bree Bree said that this was Kenneka's favorite lip gloss. And so since Bree Bree said it, well, that's all we have to go by. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I can't change that fact because that is a fact. That's what Bree Bree said. We don't have anything else to say anything different. So because of that, well then, what am I to left? I mean, what am I to say? What am I left with? Other than the simple fact that, hey, that's what Bree Bree said. And so since Bree Bree said that, well then, hey, it is what it is. That's what it is. Do you understand what I'm saying? So Bree Bree said that was Kenneka's favorite lip gloss. The lip gloss was in the freezer, adjacent from Kenneka. Bree Bree said that was her favorite lip gloss, so that's all I have to go by. So that's what it is. And so I'm not going to contest that because if anybody knows, well, she knows. And she told us. And that's what she said. Well, that's what it is. Okay, so now let's look at this, peoples. Let's look at this for a moment. So now Bree said that that was Kenneka's favorite lip gloss. The lip gloss was on the other side of the freezer. And there was another type of lip gloss that was in the freezer that was different for what Kenneka's favorite lip gloss is. So now the question is, if the tan colored lip gloss is Kenneka's favorite, one thing would a person would ask is, why is it way on the other side of the freezer? You know, why? Why is that lip gloss on the way on the other side of the freezer? You know, nobody can answer that. And then two, why is it that the lip gloss that was closest by Kenneka, the different type of lip gloss that never, ever has been mentioned, and we've never seen any of that in any photos that Kenneka has ever taken, any videos that Kenneka Jenkins has ever taken. Why was that lip gloss there? And nobody, not even Kenneka, has made mention that this is the type of lip gloss that she uses. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if nobody has ever said it, and Kenneka has never said it herself, well, then what are we to assume? That it wasn't Kenneka's, right? Because see, the thing is, how many of you take two different types of lip gloss? You know, how many of you would literally carry two different types of lip gloss? I mean, really, let's think about that for a moment. How many of you would do that? Some, but not all. But then the question would be, and Kenneka is not you. Question would be, why would Kenneka do it? Y'all hold on for a moment. Okay, people, so I'm back. I'm sitting up here trying to clean up my house and stuff while I'm on live and things, you know. So while I got the opportunity to do what I need to do, might as well just take advantage of it and stuff. So that's what I'm doing. Getting this house in order, washing the dishes and cleaning up everything and stuff while I got the opportunity. I already washed my clothes and stuff, so just got to wash all of this other stuff. So now, peoples, the question is simply this: why would the other lip gloss be by Kenneka if it has never been made mention that she carries two types of lip gloss? And then two, why would one be by her foot and one would be on the other side of the kitchen? I mean, the freezer. Why? That doesn't make no sense. You know, many people say that Kenneka, that Prince Conway and these men had locked Kenneka into a freezer. Okay, so let's talk about that for one moment. If that had been the case, peoples, if Prince Conway and his friend had locked Kenneka into a freezer, well then, how did it happen? How did it happen? How did it happen? If Kenneka had just walked back there into a freezer like they had stated on the video footage, and you guys say that, yeah, that's Kenneka, and she walked herself back there and she walked herself in the freezer, and they went right back behind her and locked her in the freezer. Well, then help me to make this make sense, peoples. Help me to make this make sense. What basically what you are saying is that you endorse the narrative of what the establishment had given. What you're basically saying to us, the people, is that you agree with the narrative of what the establishment said when they said that Kenneka walked herself back into the kitchen and walked herself into a freezer. That's what you're saying. That is exactly what you're saying. And so when you want to say, well, this was a tragic accident, well, help me to make that make sense. How could it be a tragic accident? And then you turn around and say, well, this was murder. This was murder. You can't have it both ways, people. It cannot be an accident, and then you turn around and say that it is murder. And just because we don't see who had murdered this girl doesn't mean anything. Because the simple fact is, you know, unequivocally and undeniably that ain't no girl, drunk or not, would go and walk themselves in a freezer, just straight trajectory, walk herself back there into a freezer. Now, that is so damn stupid if you believe that. Because, see, the thing is, peoples, that is exactly what they want you to believe. That is exactly what they want you to believe. They want you to believe that Kenneka Jenkins walked herself into a freezer and then got locked in there and lay down and died. Now, that's what they want you to believe. And then by listening to some of you truly believe that. Which is stupid to me. Which is stupid to me, because see, and I'm going to tell you why I believe that is so stupid. And for anybody to believe that narrative is so stupid. Okay, no. Number one, let's break it down, people. Number one, let's break it down. Kenneka, if it was her walking all around in that establishment and stuff, let's think about this for a moment. One hand, you say Kenneka was carried. The other hand, you say Kenneka was followed. One hand, you say that she was locked into the freezer. And then on the other hand, you say that no, she wasn't locked into the freezer. So what is it that you believe? Either she walked herself into the freezer, either they placed her in the freezer, and even if they locked her in the freezer, What did Kenneka do while she was in the freezer? Did she go crazy? Did she scream? Did she holler? Did she take off all of her clothes? What did she do? How did she get the abrasions on her foot? How did the how did the how did the plastic that is on her finger be there? Because see, somebody burnt some plastic, peoples. That wasn't no plastic bag of her being in a plastic bag and transported all over the establishment and then subsequently into a freezer. How did she get the plastic bag around her nail? Because that's what it was. It was a plastic bag. I mean, it was plastic that was burnt, that had burnt, and literally it had flew up and it had gravitated on her nail. Now, I had did a live and I had did an in-depth live. And if you go back and watch my live, you'll see what I said. You'll see what I'm talking about. And you'll clearly see for yourself that, yes, it is burnt plastic. It is not because she was trying to pierce her way out of being in a bag. Because if that would have been the case, peoples, then what you would say to me is that Kenneka was in a bag alive. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because some people believe that Kenneka was being transported in a kitchen in a bag. Well, it ain't no way, peoples, that she could have been transported in a kitchen in a bag. It is no way for that to happen, peoples. No way. Because one, if you are in a plastic bag and it covers your head, well, then you will suffocate quickly. Why? Because one, your body heat. The bag would have tamed your body heat, and your body heat would have prevented you from getting oxygen. And it would have been so hot in the bag. People, you do at times do gardening, right? And you put cut grass in a big gigantic plastic bag, right? You do that, right? And so with cut grass in the bag, you know that after a while the bag gets heavy and the grass starts to sweat and it starts to stink. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so at some point in time, that bag gets really hot, and it gets really hot on the inside of the bag, peoples. You do know that, right? And so whatever's in that bag, it gets hot, it stinks, it gets sweaty in there, all because it's in a plastic bag. And so the grass retains heat, right? You do know that, right? The grass retains heat. And so by the grass retaining heat, and the bag is plastic, and it's taking up on the temperature of whatever it's sitting in, because normally you cut your grass in the summer, right? And in the summer, it's hot. And because it's hot, and because the bag is black, well, then it's going to generate a lot of heat, right? And if it generates a lot of heat, well, then guess what? It's going to be hot, right? And so it's not to say that Kenneka was transported during the summer. It's to say that plastic bags retain heat. And so if you put a girl that has been walking around in an establishment for any great length of time guess what's going to happen, peoples? She is going to be emitting a lot of heat. Do you understand what I'm saying? She's going to be hot. She's going to be sweaty. And so if you go and you put a young lady who has been walking the halls of that establishment for any length of time, and you put her in a plastic bag, just the body heat itself that is emitting from her body is going to make it so unbearable and so uncomfortable that there would be no way in God's creation could she be in a plastic bag, enclosed, and been able to breathe. You try putting a plastic bag over your head, and then we'll see how long that you can be able to survive without trying to rip that thing apart. So all you got to do is just do a little science, peoples. You know, do a little test run, and then that'll give you an answer right there that if Kenneka was transported in a plastic bag, it's no way in God's creation could this girl could have been alive in a plastic bag, being transported in a kitchen and all over the establishment. It is no way. Okay, so that's number one, people. That's number one, and so that debunks that myth that Kenneka has been transported all around the establishment in a plastic bag. Because see, the thing is, if she was imported in a plastic bag, well, then you can't go with the notion that Kenneka had walked into the freezer. Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay, good. My son is off the computer. And he is over there and he is laying down and he is getting him some sleep. Good. So now I get to transfer from my phone onto my computer. That's a beautiful thing, people. See, you know, I did it right. I made sure that his belly was full. And since his belly is full, now he can't do nothing but just to go ahead and lay down and let all of that goodness seep into his body and make him feel wonderful and just pack on a few more pounds. You feel better now, huh? You sleepy? You might as well go in and get you some sleep. I'll turn this up some. So then you can go ahead and get your rest and I can finally get on the computer because my baby been on the computer all night long and I've been patient. And so, you know, the Bible tells us they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings of an eagle. And so, peoples, as you can see, I am an eagle. And when the crows come to peck at my feathers, when the crows come to peck at my neck, when the crows come and to try to buffet me and bother me, well, me being the eagle that I am, I soar. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, the thing is, peoples, the eagle flies high. Do you understand what I'm saying? I said the eagle flies high, peoples. And so the eagle can get rid of the pesky crow. Because that's what crows do. The crows all the time bother you. The crows all the time wants to agitate you. The crows all the time has stuff to say about you. The crows can never elevate and celebrate and never soar to the heights that you get. That's why they're crows. You know, the crows are the irritant ones. The crows all the time crowing. They all the time got their mouths open upon things that they don't know about. And all the time in somebody's business. Cackling crows. Have you ever walked down the street, peoples, and then the crow just came swooping down upon your head and just messing with you just for no apparent reason? And then you go and shoo it away, and then it comes back again, and then it comes back again, and then it comes back again. And then you say, that damn crow, I wish it go, because if it only know what I know, then it wouldn't do the things that it does. But see, those pesky crows don't learn lessons. And so that's why you have to be the eagle. You have to teach the crow and tell the crow where to go. And so instead of being bothered by the crow, you just elevate and then you celebrate. That's all you do. You rise above it all, peoples. Because see, the crow can get to the higher heights as you can. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, eagles fly high. An eagle has eagle eyes, so it can spot the crow miles away. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so when the eagle sees the crow, well, then the eagle, all it has to do is just stay elevated. And then it will be celebrated. Because see, the thing is, no matter how much the crow wants to try to pester the eagle, all the eagle has to do is just soar high and just say goodbye. Good night, crow. Good night. You put up a good fight. But now, because I soared, you will never be able to take flight. And you will never be able to bother me again. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? So all you have to do to the crow is say good night. That's it. Good night. You know? And when you soar, well, the crow can't follow. Do you understand what I'm saying? The crow can't follow. So that's what it is, peoples. You know? So all of you crows out there that all the time is crowing instead of knowing, well, then let the eagle teach you a lesson of how to fly. Spread his wings and fly away. Isn't that what R. Kelly said? He said, I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. I think about it every night and day. I spread my wings and I fly away. I believe I can soar. You see me running through that open door. I believe I can fly. I believe I can fly. I believe I can fly. And then he spreads his wings and he flew away. He said, if I can believe it, or if I can see it, I can do it. And if I believe it, there's nothing to it. And I don't really know all of the lyrics to the R. Kelly song when he goes on and said, I believe I can fly. I can believe I can touch the sky and all like that. But see, that particular song was sung at weddings. That particular song was sung at graduations. That particular song was sung at parties. That particular song was sung everywhere and stuff. And it was the number one hit for quite some time, but it still has relevance up today. You know, I believe I can fly. And so people's, you know, I just don't believe I can fly. I know I can fly. And I know I can touch the sky. And I don't have to think about it every night and day because I just execute it by the way. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? And so I had to put my own spin to the song, I Believe I Can Fly. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so people's, when you talk about the Kenneka Jenkins case, it is no need to get into your feeling. It is no need to get upset. It is no need to get confused. It is no need to worry about what other content creators say and things. All you need to do is just shoot your shot. All you need to do is just prove your point, if you can. Do you understand what I'm saying? It is no need to worry about what everybody else does. All you need to do is just do what you do. And if you got some good content, if you got a good narrative, if you got something that the people can feast upon, well, then worry about that. Do you understand what I'm saying? I mean, don't put so much time and effort into getting mad because other people are saying what they're saying in this particular case. Whether they have the proof to the truth or whether they don't. The people can decide for themselves who they want to believe. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it really doesn't matter to what I say, you say, or anybody else say. The bottom line is that if you got your narrative, prove your stance. That's all. Prove your stance. That's it. That's all. But when you're talking, make sure that you know what you're talking about. Make sure that you incorporate every iota of everything that was ever placed in this particular case. You can't just take bits and pieces and call it law and say, yeah, well, this is exactly what happened, because no, people, no. You just can't play videos and thinking that the videos is going to speak for itself. Because if the truth be told, peoples, everybody had videos. And just playing the videos doesn't represent anything. Doesn't say anything. What does the video show? What is it actually saying? Because I can play videos all day long, but if I don't give a narrative to the videos, well, then you've only subjected to that of what you perceive from the video. You never get a clear-cut, objective account as to what I believe if I never say anything and just play videos all day long. But see, the thing is, people, when I give my narrative, I explain to you in great detail. I walk it down and I tell you, and then I show you exactly what is being shown in the pictures, in the videos. And I give you my reasonable, wholesome explanation as to why I believe such. Now, that may not ever literally be satisfactory to some people, but that is okay, because I'm not here. I'm not here to try to persuade you one way or the other. I'm just only here to give my narrative as to my findings. And so if you find my narrative to be actual, factual, and true, well, then so be it. And then if you don't, well, then so be it too. Because at the end of the day, all I can say is that you can't debunk me. No matter how much, no matter how hard, no matter how loud, no matter how low you go, you can't debunk Edward Joseph. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? You can't debunk me. And so if you could, you would, but you can't. So it ain't no sense in me even trying to fight that particular battle, because, it is what it is. And so everybody has their own excuse as to why they don't want to challenge me. But that's okay, because at the end of the day, I've already know that you can't debunk me. So really doesn't make me no difference one way or the other. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, people, I look at this wholesomely, logically, and meticulously. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so the thing is, it's simply this, peoples. If your narrative was all of that in a cup of tea, you really wouldn't care what people say. You would just stand your grounds, and you would just stand 10 toes down with what you believe and go on from there, you know? But many of you can't do that because you're not even comfortable with that of what you say. And then if you really go back and listen to that, what you say and stuff, you don't even make sense yourself. Because one day and 1 minute, you say this and that and the other. And then the next day and the next minute, you're saying something totally different. Then the next day and another, you say something totally different. And then so on and so forth. See, you can go back and I'll employ you to go back to any of the lives that I ever made and stuff and see how many times I changed my narrative. To see how many times I said some things and stuff and came up with something different. See, I don't. I don't. And if you ever found something and stuff, well, then that's a rarity. And if you ever found something, well, then it was a wholesome, a good, reasonable, and wholesome explanation that I had behind it. It ain't like I had literally talked about X, Y, and Z one day, and then the next day I'm coming up with a totally different narrative. And then the next day I'm coming up with a totally different narrative. And then the next day I'm coming up with a totally different narrative. I don't do that, peoples. I mean, I know some content creators that do, but I don't do that. And so this is why I can call out the hilarious and nefarious. And this is why they get mad at me, because I call them out for the stupidity of what they're saying. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm calling them out. I'm challenging them, and they don't like that. And so then that's why they come with all of the personal attacks. They can't challenge me upon the merits of the case, but they all the time have something nasty to say. But that's okay, people. That's okay. Let them have all of the nasty things to say, because see, the thing is simply this. I got tired of all of the nastiness. And so now this round, you know, if you want to be nasty, well, then I can be nasty too. And I'll be even more nastier than you. If you want to be nasty and you call yourself trying to dox Edward Joseph and his family and all like this, well, then, you know, just get prepared, because see, this time around, I'm not taking your shit. Do you understand what I'm saying? This time around, I'm going for the jugular. This time around, I will embarrass the fuck out of you. This time around, I will go for your job. This time around. This time around, I will be relentless in my approach to make sure that you will never, ever speak upon my name in any way, shape, form, or fashion ever again. This time around. And that goes for anybody. This time around. You know, this time around. So if you want to smoke, well then understand that Edward Joseph is not no joke. And I'm going to bring it, and I'm going to bring it hard, and I'm going to bring it heavy. And it's going to be very, very nasty. This time around. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if any of you out in that community Wants to start some shit with Edward Joseph, just bring it on. Bring it on because I'm ready. And I will be on you 24/7. And I will be relentless with it. I will not stop. I will not stop. I will be on and on and on and on. And it's just like what David Banner had said. Mr. McGee, don't make me angry. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry. And then what does he do? He transforms into the Incredible Hulk. He transforms into a monster. And then all of the monster do is just destroy, tear up things, you know? So I say, peoples, don't make me angry. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry. But then instead of destroying everything around me, I'm going to destroy your life. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm going to destroy you. I am going for the jugular. And I will make sure that you will never, ever, ever speak upon anyone in this community ever again. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? So now, if you don't believe me, come on and try me. Because a lot of people have, and a lot of people have gotten dismissed too behind it. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, see, I don't bother nobody in this community. I didn't ask you to come ever to watch me, to try to politic with me, to try to get close to me or do anything for me. I never did. Do you understand what I'm saying? So let's get that straight first and foremost. I never called any of you, but since you came and then you wanted to come with all of that fuck shit, well then I got something for you. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so I hate to come this way, peoples, but now, you know, when you have been engaging in all of this madness forever and a day, and when you say that you had enough, I mean, damn it, I had enough. I had enough. I had enough of it. And so the thing is, when I come upon you, I'm coming upon everybody that you politic with too. It's called collateral damage. It's called collateral damage. Well, whether they did some or not, it's called collateral damage. So when I come upon you, I'm coming upon everybody you politic with, and let them see, know, and understand. Hey, you know, I mean business, and so it's called collateral damage. And so hopefully they can come to you, they can speak to you, they can console you, they can talk to you, you know, because if they don't want their names to be ran through the ringer and stuff, well, then you better tell the people, hey, you know, because if it's one thing that I do know, you may not have publicly said anything about Edward Joseph and stuff, but you said it behind the scenes. You politic with the person. So by me knowing the person, know how they is and stuff, and then you're sitting around politicking with them, well, then that just lets me know that there's a greater chance that you was a part of it as well. Do you understand what I'm saying? Not to say that you were, but I said it's a greater chance that you was a part of it. But even if you're not, well, let's just say I've already got things to know that you're nefarious as well, because it has been given. And so I'm not going to mention your name if I didn't have things upon you. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so if I'm mentioning your name and if I'm mentioning some things, well, then you've already know what you said. And so I'm just only repeating that was given to me. Because if it wasn't given to me, well, then I wouldn't know, right? Right. So since it was given, well, then you already know for yourself what you said or what you did or whatever and stuff. And by me speaking upon that, well, then that's already telling you that I already know something. Something from something leaves. I mean, nothing for nothing leaves nothing. You gotta have something if you want to be with me. Dun, dun. Nothing from nothing leaves nothing. You gotta have something if you want to be with me. So if you want to be with me, you gotta have something, peoples. It's just that simple. You gotta have something if you want to be with me. Because nothing from nothing leaves nothing. But I've been given something. And because I've been given something, I've been sitting on it for quite some time. Never to go and try to reveal it, peoples. I never wanted to do that because that's just not my nature. But now I'm at that point, well, F that shit, you know. No, I had enough. Because see, Negroes just don't know how to leave well enough alone. Negroes all the time in their feelings. And I'm talking about Negroes now, peoples. Talking about Negroes. See, Negroes think that they're bad. Negroes think that they have honor. Negroes think that they can just do anything and that everybody is going to be subservient to them and bow down to their every whim and need and stuff. But that's not Edward Joseph, peoples. I'm not no fly-by-nighter. I'm a fighter. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm not no fly-by-nighter. I'm a fighter, and I am a older guy. I lived, and in some cases, I am old enough to be your father. Do you understand what I'm saying? So when you young bucks thinking that you're going to come up against an OG like me, and I ain't talking about no old gangster. I'm talking about an old godly person who's been around the block, who's been on his knees in prayer, who God protects at all costs. Period. If you ever think that you're going to do things to me, well, then you better think again because, see, God gives me eagle eyes. And I can see bullshit a mile away. Now, I may not always say anything, but I can see it. And so the thing is, people, if you wasn't up for the bullshit and madness, well, then it wouldn't be nothing for Edward Joseph to speak about you about. Do you understand what I'm saying? But no, some of you suckers just don't get it, peoples. I said some of you suckers really just don't get it. And so when you want to come with your bullshit and madness, well then hey, and then you talk all of your shit. Well, see, talk your shit, present your shit, and then let's see what you got. See, because I'm protected, people, at all costs. God protects me, and then I have human protection here as well. See, I'm not a gangster, but I know gangsters. I got gangsters in my family. I got friends who are gangsters, and I got people who protect me at all costs because I just have it like that. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, I don't have to brag and boast and stuff. All I have to do is just send you a ticket and then you come take a flight. And then I'll make it right. If you all that bad and all of that and stuff, you see what I'm saying, peoples? Do you see what I'm saying? See, I'm a grandfather, I'm a father, and I'm a grandfather. And so I don't fights like that, peoples. I don't have to do that and stuff. All I have to do is just give a word. Hey, handle it. And that's it. And then there it is. There it is. So for all of you gangster style suckers out there and things that are just like lollipops, well, keep that gangster style attitude and stuff because that ain't gonna get you nowhere. All it's gonna do is just put you in prison. That's all it's going to do. Look at Dirk. Look at all of the other people in the YSL and the FBG duck case and all like this and stuff. Look at all of those suckers. They thought that they were bad and stuff. They're shooting up people. And YW Millie, look at all of these gangster style suckers who talked all of that madness, but now look, they're fighting for their lives. They're going to have the rest of their lives to think about the various things that they did. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so I'm not gangster style. I don't profess to be in things, you know. I'm not from these places where you guys are and stuff. I'm from California. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm from California. I'm not from all of these hard-written, downtrodden places and things to where many of you suckers are. Do you understand what I'm saying? So when you come and you come in all of these different manners and things and stuff, you ain't pumping no fear here, peoples. You know, you ain't pumping no fear here. I've seen it all. I've been around it all. I didn't do it all. And that's why I don't have to worry about nothing. I don't have to worry about nothing. Because all of these internet gangsters ain't shit. You understand what I'm saying, peoples? You ain't shit. You're not shit. Now, you're a true gangster and you take flights and shit, just call me up. I'll send you a one-way ticket to California. All expense paid. I'll send you a one-way ticket to California, and I want you to come see me. Come see Edward Joseph. If you just that bad, come see me. And then we'll see what you have to say then. We'll see how gangsta you is, peoples. You know? I tell you, peoples, I had enough. I had absolutely enough. And now I ain't got time to play games with people. I really don't. I don't have time to play games with people. You know, if you're really about that life and you ready to do some things, well then come on and see me. Y'all hold on, put your transition. All right, people, so I'm back. I don't have the ego up on here. I'm on my computer now. I don't have the ego up on here, but I am going to transport it here. So y'all give me a moment. I'm gonna transport it so I can put that as my thing, my banner. I don't have it on there, so wait. I uploaded it to that, so I think I can call it up from my computer because I think I uploaded. And yep, there it is right there. Okay, so I got it. Yeah, I thought that I uploaded it, but I wasn't for sure. But I got it now, so that's cool. All right, people. So there's something that I want to share with you. There's a particular little live that I wanted to share with you and stuff. Um, and I shared it with a certain person because I wanted to bless her heart. I wanted her and let her know that I love her dearly and I respect her. I respect her opinions and everything. You know, I do. Um, some people I respect, but many people I don't. You know, and we had a good old fashioned conversation, and
I was just, speaking from my heart because I told her what was going on and things because I haven't seen her around, so I wasn't for sure if she was watching the lives or anything. But I told her um, that of what I was going through and things and the unfortunate things that had transpired and whatnot. And y'all hold on. And that I was saddened behind the events that had transpired and stuff. And I never thought that it would ever get to this level and things, but it did. And I'm not going to push the envelope. I'm not going to mention names and whatnot because my thing is if you seen it, you seen it, and if you didn't, then you didn't. But my thing is clearly this, and like I told her, I understand that you may be friends with people. You may love up on some people, you may be friends with some people and things like that. But my thing is this, and it's a warning to each and every one of you, every last one of you, every last one of you who watch my channel, every last one of you who is affiliated with the people involved, and so forth and so on. You know, and this is what I told her, and no disrespect to her, no disrespect or anything, but I just said it like this and stuff, and don't comment, don't comment. That is my only warning to you. Don't comment. You know, because if I see you comment, then I'm going to include you into it, and then I'm gonna be on your shit big time. So you can be big, bad, and bold. You can be whatever you want and all like this and stuff. But I'm telling you, and I'm telling you, and then this is your warning, and this will be your only warning. If I see you comment, and this shit ain't got shit to do with you, well, you best believe I'm gonna be up on you like white on rice. I'm gonna be up on your ass big time, and I will be relentless this time around because I took 7 years of being on this internet, and close to about 5 years of that, I had to deal with you unruly, nasty ass bitches and hoes, suckers and lollipops, and I'm not going to deal with it no more. Period. And I don't care if you are, oh well, I was just trying to keep the peace. Just shut the fuck up because I don't need you to keep the peace. I don't need you to say a damn thing because it ain't got nothing to do with you. Absolutely nothing. So when you want to come in that fashion, well, just know that I'm gonna be on your ass. And if you comment, just know that I'm going to be on your ass, big time. Is that all right, peoples? And I really don't give a fuck who you are. My family, my friends, my foes, people who I politic with, people who are my enemies, or whatever. I'm gonna be on your ass, and that's just plain and simple. And I'm just keeping it real. You're seeing a whole different side of Edward Joseph. Now in this day and age, people's, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck if you like me. I don't give a fuck if you hate me. I don't give a fuck if you watch me. I don't give a fuck if you don't. I don't give a fuck if you like the channel. I don't give a fuck if you subscribe to the channel or unsubscribe. I don't give a fuck. And that's just being real. I don't give a fuck. But I'm telling you, if I see any of you commenting, I'm gonna be on your ass big time, and I'm gonna be relentless with it. Now, you want to call my bluff? Well, there, look what happened to a lot of the content creators that I had literally talked about for years, and you don't see their asses around no more. To name a few: Custom Design, T Slay, Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Mendina, Hell of a Dick. That's just to name a few. You know, there's others too, but that's just to name a few. And you see what I did to them. And I dare any one of them to come back and start barking at them off, because I'll be on their ass again, big time. So they all had to make new channels. They all are not talking about the Kenneka Jenkins case no more. You know, they all left the scene and things. And if they're doing it, you know, under their breath or on somebody else's channel and stuff. They're not coming bold and boastfully coming out and saying shit no more. And they certainly ain't saying shit about me no more. Not openly. And the people who's in the know, they know, they've been around, they seen. And so if these suckers was ever here again, I mean, they will be here, but they're not here. So if you want that unrelenting pressure upon you and being talked about every goddamn day, then just you know, be a bold motherfucker and then just come and say some shit. And then watch me in action. Period. And I meant that. I meant that. I put 54 Keys on notice. I put Boss Man the Hair Lost Man on notice. And I put John Queer Q on notice. You know? You will be collateral damage. You will be collateral damage, you know? And that's all I'm going to say about that. I'll just keep it like that. I ain't trying to ramp up shit no more. I haven't mentioned nobody's name. I haven't, you know, done anything outrageous, bodacious, or crazy and stuff. But I just put the warning out there. Let my name trend in any of you motherfuckers' mouth. And then if I hear it or see it, oh man, looky here. I'm going to be a beast up on your ass. Big time. Big time. Now see, Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Mendina, she had literally taught me, because see, those suckers was instrumental in taking down my channels and stuff, but I got them all back, every last one of them back. And I got all of my original content back. Although I kept a copy of it, but I got all my original content back. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, you know. So it just goes without saying. See, you can't destroy me. You can't destroy me. Now, you may have been instrumental in taking down my channel, but you'll never take it down again. I guarantee you that. I guarantee you that. I've learned a valuable lesson. So I know what to do and what not to do. And I know how to do. And I know when to do it. And I'm very damn good at it because I've been doing it for years. And now these suckers ain't making lives no more. So, if any of you motherfuckers out there wants to challenge Edward Joseph and thinking that you all that bad and a cup of tea, well, then bring it on. I'm ready. I stand ready. I don't bother nobody. I just talk about the Kenneka Jenkins case. I just give you my narrative. I give you what my findings is. You ain't got to believe me. You know, And I'll never understand why it has to rise to a point to where you guys all the time wants to try to do personal attacks because you don't like what I'm saying. Stop being in your goddamn feelings. Stop being hollow, and then understand the case for what it is. And I don't give a fuck if you are from a certain city. That shit don't mean nothing to me. What you want clout status? You want biscotti because you're from a certain city? Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? You don't know shit. Even from the certain city that you're from, you don't know shit. You don't know a goddamn thing. And you can be as ghetto motherfucking fabulous as you are, but you still don't know shit. You ain't brought validity to a goddamn thing in this case. And I'm talking about all of you sucker YouTubers that's from the same city, same town as Kenneka Jenkins peoples. Same area, same block. You suckers, you're lollipops. Y'all just think that just because you're from a certain area, that gives you clout status. You ain't got no clout status. You ain't got shit because you don't know shit. If you knew shit, then you would have made a difference in this case. If you knew shit, then you'll be calling TM out for the nefarious bullshit and madness that she's been doing in family. But you ain't saying shit because the streets tells you suckers get stitches. But the other way they say it is snitches get stitches. And so you ain't gonna put no more out than what the streets allow you to. Because if you start speaking up against the streets and you from the same area as the streets, well then guess what the streets is going to do to you? You're going to be just like all of those other boys who was involved in this Kenneka Jenkins caper, and you won't be here. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? I said you will not be here. And that's a fact. I gotta make a thumbnail for this. I like this, but I already told you earlier in the live. So go back to understand the significance of this photo right here: the eagle and an annoying crow. I said an annoying crow, peoples. But now let me go ahead and let me bless your heart on today, peoples. Let me go right here. Let me call this up. Let me bless your heart on today, because I don't want to have this live all in degradation and all like this and stuff. I want to encourage you peoples. I want you to be encouraged. I want you to stay encouraged. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? I want you to be encouraged and stay encouraged and stuff. And oh my God, how many times do I have to do this, boy? All right. Let me see. Into your chat history. Okay, let me see. Okay, cool. Good. They restored my messages. All right. So let me go ahead and let me share this, peoples, because I want you guys to be encouraged. Is that all right? So let me call this up. We're going to. Okay. Yep. No. Okay. Stop it. All right, peoples. Let me encourage your hearts. Let me share this. Where is it? There it is, right there. Let me bring it all the way down here. Okay. Let me share this. Let me encourage your hearts, peoples. Let's go. Let me share my screen. I got to get rid of this first. Let me get rid of this first, and let me share my screen. But I just want to encourage you up on today, people. Is that all right? Can I encourage you? I don't want you to be angry, mad, confused, with a contrite spirit and stuff, because that's not the way that I roll. I just had to speak my piece and things, because people take me as a, And so I just have to say what I say and put my foot down. I'm no child. I'm an older guy. I'm no child. I am a grandfather. I am a father. And then mostly I am a friend as well. And so when you people mistaking me for something else, well then now you got me twisted. Is that all right, peoples? I don't want you to get twisted. I want you to understand something about Edward Joseph. And so the only way that I can get you to understand peoples is, I just have to speak what I speak. Is that all right? But let me encourage you. Here it is.
Can't y'all see him? I hear him saying, Lazarus is dead. But what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to resurrect him with the word of God. Are y'all with me here? Yeah. Oh, Lord. Lord, thank you for the resurrection. And so, Lord, your word says, my God shall supply all your needs. Clear. Can't y'all see him? I hear him saying, Lazarus is dead. But what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to resurrect him with the word of God. Are y'all with me here? Yeah. Oh, Lord. Lord, thank you for the resurrection. And so, Lord, your word says, my God shall supply all your needs. Clear. Are y'all with me here? I gotta close the message here. Yeah. Help me, Holy Ghost. All you need is one word. Are y'all with me here? Yes. Lord, I need a resurrection. But they that wait upon the Lord, shall renew their strength. Clear. Are y'all with me here? Take somebody's hand. Say it's time to get up now. Oh, yeah. Yeah. If you have faith the size of a grain of a mustard seed, you can say to your mountain, be thou removed. Clear. Yeah. I feel good here now. Help me, Holy Ghost, to preach your word. Yeah. I gotta close the message here now. Do I have a witness there? I can do all things through Christ that strengthens me. Clear. Oh, y'all gonna help me close the message here? Yes, Lord. Oh, Lord. Yeah. I gotta close it now. But I'm so glad in here that God's got a resurrection. Shake somebody's hand and say, get up. Whatever's had you bound. Ow! Get up tonight. Yeah. He was wounded for my transgression. Bruised for my iniquity. The chastisement of my peace was upon him, and with his stripes, with his stripes, take somebody's hand and say, with his stripes, I am healed. Clear. Can't y'all see him? I hear him saying,
And by his stripes, and by his stripes, I am healed. Clear. It means get up. Get up. And even if they don't accept you, shake the very dust off your feet as a testament and walk on. Clear. It means no weapons formed against thee shall prosper. Clear. And they've already told you, peoples, by his stripes, I am healed. Clear. And so that's my word of encouragement today for each and every one of you, peoples. You know, let the crow crow. Let the crow crow. Be an eagle and spread your wings and fly away. Let the crow crow. Because see, where you're soaring up to, peoples, the crow cannot follow. The crow can't reach the higher heights as an eagle. Do you understand what I'm saying? And see, people's when dangers comes, toils and snares, I got eagle eyes, and I can see. I can see miles away. I can see the crow coming. And so when I see those crows coming, all I do is just soar like an eagle. I just fly away, far from the distant shores, peoples. I fly away. I fly away to a place where the crows can't roost, where the crows can't make their nest, where the crows will never be bothersome, peoples. I just fly away. Nope. That's not what I want, peoples. That's not what I want. I want it. That's not what I want either. Come on now, give me the old version. Now, give me the old version. So let me see. They're giving me all of this. They give me all of these white folks. I ain't trying to see all these white folks. Okay. Let's sing it the way that you sing it. Let me see. Okay, I don't hear anything. Okay. All right, peoples. I may not can find what I'm looking for and things. You know, they're giving me all of these. They're giving me this country madness, and then they're giving me all of these country singers and stuff, and I don't want that. I'm trying to. Let me see. Okay. Here, let me share my screen. I'm gonna let you guys see what I'm talking about here. So let me do it like this so you guys can see what I'm doing. I just want to just play just a little taste of this song here. But see, they giving me all of this white man's music, and I'm not trying to go there with the white man. And I ain't got nothing with the white man, peoples. I mean, I know some of you probably white out there and you offended and stuff. I don't care, but I ain't got a, I don't have a racist bone in my body. I'm just saying that I want to hear this song, and I want it to be a black gospel group. But let me see. See, black folks they can sing. See, white folks can sing, but black folks can sing. It's a difference. And if you don't know the difference between white and black and how we can sing, y'all can sing, but we can sing. You know how they say they sang that song. Yeah. Well, let me see what this is right here. No, no, no. I'm not trying to do it like that. Okay. All right. I guess I won't find it, people. So I won't find it the way that I want to hear it. So guess I'm not going to worry about it. I'm going to have to look for something different. Okay, let me go. I don't think I got the music. I think I got the music on my computer, but let me see. Okay, yeah, I do have it. Okay, let me go. I do have it. There it is, right there. Okay, so yeah, let's hear a little taste of this, people. Let me turn up my volume here. See, this is what I'm used to right here. So let me transform this. Let me change my screen to this right here, and let me change my screen to this. I just want to encourage you right now, people. Is that all right? Can I just do that just for one moment? Let me just take a minute to just encourage each and every one of you. So let's listen to this real quick, and then we're going to get into this live. Come on, take it away. And this is in commemoration of Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. You know, this is just to reflect upon her life, her legacy. Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. And not only Kenneka Jenkins, people, but this is to commemorate the life of our dear friend Tiffany Draper as well. You know, because she talked about the Kenneka Jenkins case as well. And so I won't forget her, Kenneka Jenkins and Tiffany Draper, peoples. And then all of your loved ones who had went on and ascended from earth to heaven. This is to commemorate the life, the love, and the legacy of our peoples. This is to commemorate my mother as well, my father, my grandmother, and my grandfather, my brother, my great grandmother, and all of my family and all of my friends. You know, earth has no sorrow that heaven cannot heal peoples. And so this is to commemorate all of our loved ones who had passed away from recent until back then, peoples. Thank you, Jesus. You know, God is good, peoples. You're still here, you're still breathing, you're still walking, you're still talking, you still have the activity of your limbs. So thank God that you're still here. All right, peoples, that was the song that I wanted to play to encourage your hearts upon today. I want to go back to here, peoples. Let me go to my channel, and I want to play this little video or short that I had did in commemoration of our dear friend and thing who has passed away. And her name was Tiffany Monique Draper, peoples. And I got 2.3 thousand views of this little short that I had did. And it says, in loving memory of Tiffany Monique Draper. Let's look, peoples. Let's go.
Like, I look like a little girl. That would make him a. Oh. But you guys, I'm doing well today. I'm not going to drink. Now y'all really got me looking like feeling like the brat. But I don't want to be the brat. The brat came out.
And so, people's, whenever I play that song and things, and it's coming to the it's coming to the time to when we're going to be paying homage, paying respect, and remembering the life and legacy of Kenneka Jenkins. September is coming, and so whatever day that you think that Kenneka had died, well, I'm going to be here, and I'm going to be here from the 6th until the 9th, peoples. I'm going to be live every single night from the 6th until the 9th. And I'm going to be commemorating the life, the love, the legacy of Kenneka Jenkins. And so it is my expectation for every last moderator to come on one of those lives. Come on to the panel on one of those lives, and we'll have a powwow chat on about Kenneka Jenkins. Now, I'm saying this in advance, and I'm saying it to every single moderator that I have. Now, I'm sure that you're going to watch my live. You're going to watch this live at some point in time, and you will be informed. Every last one. Now, that's the mandate. Now, if you don't come for any one of those nights and come up to the panel, well, then it ain't no bother in coming back to the channel, period. I don't ask for much, but this is one time I'm asking every last one of my moderators to come to the panel and to come and to talk about the Kenneka Jenkins case with me. You don't come on any one of those nights, don't bother coming back. That's the mandate. That's it. I'm not requiring you to come to the panel any other time and stuff. That's my responsibility. But during that time, because this is what I built this channel upon, Kenneka Jenkins. I built this channel upon Kenneka Jenkins, and it will only do great respect if I had all of my moderators in solidarity. Now, I'm not asking everybody to be on the panel on the same night or whatever, but doing from the 6th up until the 9th, from the 6th up until the 9th, you got the 6th, the 7th, the 8th, the 9th. You got 4 days. And out of those 4 days, I'm expecting each and every last one of my moderators that is part of my channel to be on the panel on live one of those nights. And I'm putting it out there right now. You guys got a little bit of time. Time is coming. But this is in commemoration of Kenneka Jenkins. And it ain't got nothing to do with Edward Joseph. It has everything to do with the channel. I built my channel around the Kenneka Jenkins case, and it just only is befitting if the people will come and show some solidarity to the young lady who had lost her life. Is that all right, peoples? All right. So let's get into this, peoples. I don't know really what I want to go ahead and share right now. I had a lot of things planned out and whatnot, but then my son took so long up on the computer, and so it kind of like changed my focus a little bit and whatnot. And so, I pretty much talked about and talked to the things that I wanted to talk about, but what I do want to do, what I do want to do, I want to go back. I want to go back. I want to go back to a certain point in time in this case, and I want to really kind of hammer down some points. Really want to hammer down some points, so there won't be no misunderstanding, and then there will be no confusion to the things that I am talking about and stuff. Whenever I talk about the Kenneka Jenkins case, I don't want it to be no misunderstanding and no confusion, because see, that's the last thing that I want. People's last thing I want is confusion. Do you understand what I'm saying? The last thing I want is confusion, peoples. And so, okay. So y'all hold on for 1 second here. Okay, peoples. All right, so this is good, and thank you, my friend, who had sent me this. Let's take it back in time, peoples. Let's take it back in time. Let's take it back in time. We're going to just do an impromptu right now. We're going to take it back in time, people. So let me share my screen, peoples. Oh, I'm already sharing my screen, but I want to share my screen in a specific way. Let me stop sharing and let me do it like this here, peoples. Let me go back in time and let me share my screen this way. Oh, come on. Why do I keep doing this? Why do you guys keep doing this? Oh, okay. Damn, 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 damn. All right, so I'm going to have to share this. Let me share this link. Let me share this link to my my thing here. Then I'm gonna share it with you guys. And so we're going to go back, people. We're going to go back. We're going to see some things and how these people had reacted and whatnot. So here, let me share it to my group chat. Share it to my group chat, and then let me share it to. Okay, there it is, right there. Share it that. Okay, I got it right there. So now let me go back and let me call this up, people. No, this wasn't it right here. So let me see. Boy, Facebook is really. All right, so Facebook is taking a minute to load up, and I just forwarded to my Facebook. So here, let me go ahead and let me email myself, since Facebook is taking 20 years. Usually you can just text yourself and then it'll come up. Now Facebook is doing something different, and they're taking 20 years to do things. So I'm gonna paste this and I'm gonna email this to myself. So it'll come up quicker that way. So let me go to my email. Now, um, this is what this young lady had did. This is what this young lady had did. Oh, okay, okay. No, I get it. Okay, that's cool. Thank you for letting me know. I mean, I can't require you to come on and you know you got that going on. Okay, thank you for letting me know. And see, people, that's all. One of my moderators is going to be doing some serious things, and I can't require that to happen when. And if you're in the know, you're in the know. But if you don't know, well, then you just don't know. So, but it ain't for me to tell you. But I get it. I do understand. So, and see and that's just only that is just only polite to do, people's. So only polite to do and things, to get with me and to let me know some things and whatnot. Well, when you just totally ignore, then that's a different story. Okay, I'll leave that up to you. I'll leave that up to you. Uh, Let me copy this, people's. Now, okay, so let's take a look at this, people. This is what was sent to me. This is what was sent to me, and see. Let me say this, peoples. You know, see, I got people who work with me, and you ain't the only one who can find good juicy juicies. Do you understand what I'm saying? I get the juicy juicies, peoples, and we're taking this way back. So let's listen in on this particular live, peoples. Let's listen to the town hall meeting that was happening for Kenneka Jenkins. So let's listen into this.
Provide your comments. We'd like to try to keep it within a few minutes. And once your comments are done, we'll address it.
Hello, my name is Rena. I'm one of many that demonstrated the peaceful protest at the Crown Plaza Hotel in regards of the Kenneka Jenkins murder. Kenneka Jenkins, 19-year-old, found dead in the Crown Plaza Hotel and found in the freezer. So a few things I wanted to know is regarding the noise ordinance. At one point, it was at 10 p.m. Then all of a sudden, it changed at 8 p.m. How did that go about?
These are comments. It's a public comment.
So comments only, not questions. So once I give my comments, is there a way that you all will?
You can file a FOIA request.
Okay. So then also too, I just want to express the disrespect that we also was treated with the Rosemont police. The Rosemont police, they were very aggressive towards us, and all we were doing was peacefully protesting, as we have the right to do, is to protest.
Comments?
That's a comment. Thank you.
Okay. No further action. We are adjourned.
We are adjourned. Comments only, no questions. Comments only, no questions. And this is all of the, yes.
With the journal newspapers. Your last name.
I rather just Rena.
Rena, were
Just
you here
Rena.
at the protest?
Yes, I was here at the protest.
So you said that disrespect by the police and.
Yeah, the Rosemont police, they were very aggressive towards us from day one.
Mm-hmm.
And as I stated, the noise ordinance was 10 p.m. But then all of a sudden they changed it. I'm not sure if you're aware about the story, but like it's a cover up. Pretty much Rosemont, the town of Rosemont, the police department, Crown Plaza, they've been covering this murder since day one. And so it's like when they have, they've been having programs and things going on at the Rosemont Theater right across the street. It's like they want us to be quiet. They silenced us once those people were released because they don't want the people to know.
You called it a murder.
It was she was
I
murdered.
mean, I know some people are. But
Yeah, it's a murder. She was murdered.
You're a friend of hers?
No, just a concern human being.
Are there still protests going on out there? I haven't driven by every night, but I know for a while.
Well, there was we've stopped for a moment, and then there has been others who come back. And once the pictures were released, I'm not sure. Have you all seen the pictures of her body in the freezer?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that really made an uproar, and the people did come back out.
First of all, I've never seen a city or a village, a village, where they have released, the village itself has released such documentation, and their village website, they posted it with pictures of her deceased in the freezer. I mean, I've worked with lawyers and medical teams before, and I graduated from medical school in 2010 from Northwestern, and never during any of my things have I ever seen a city, a village, or something release the pictures like of somebody deceased.
And why do you think it's a murder? I mean, what evidence or just
Well, just
what
for the
you've
simple
seen?
fact, from the get-go, for the simple fact, from the beginning, when they released the videos were clearly edited. And at first, I mean, they hesitated to even release the videos, but once they did, they released the edited videos.
And the kitchen video, it's been documented by a video analysis that the kitchen scene goes to a still frame. There is no pixelation at all available. You can't find any pixelation at all in the video for almost 12 hours after she walks in. It's still picture for 12 hours before somebody else walks in. And The fact that her mother came to the hotel at 5 a.m. to look for her daughter, they did not take her seriously. They did not look at the videotapes. They would have looked at the videotapes sooner. They would have seen her walking into that kitchen, walking back to that freezer, and she might not have died of hypothermia, frozen to death. Something could have been done. It does take a while for hypothermia to set into the body. And it was 21 hours before they actually started to investigate and look for her.
So as for the murder,
Obviously, they're seeing that she walked into that freezer by herself, but it's not on video. So that's what we want to see, the video of her walking into that freezer alone. And as you see, if you see the picture of her dead body in the freezer, you could tell it was a scuffle. That girl fought for her life. Just the fact and then she has bruises on her body. Her stomach is bruised. Her lip is bruised.
Dirt looks like on her shoes.
Her clothes are filthy. She's missing a whole shoe and a sock. So there's no way.
Socks on.
And with the
She
gym
didn't have
shoes,
socks on. No, she didn't have socks on. The gym shoes in the freezer with her, but even if she was using it to pound onto the door, all you have to do is press those buttons. I don't know if you've ever been in a freezer. All you have to do is press that button and the door pops back open. I believe she was locked into that freezer. And the fact that it took that long for the Crown Plaza Hotel to analyze their video, their security video, to go and look for her.
What's your name?
Jen.
Jen?
Jen.
E. Last name?
LaRue, L-A, capital R-U-E.
R-U-E. In
Yes.
Chicago?
I'm sorry?
You live in Chicago?
Yes.
Okay. And I know you said you didn't want your last name used, just to make sure we have your first name.
just Rina, R-I-N-A.
R-I-N-A.
Yes. And can we have your all name?
Chris Place with the Daily Herald.
Daily Herald.
Northwest suburbs.
Okay.
And also Chicago resident?
Aurora.
Aurora. Okay.
Yes.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Okay. Take care.
I'm going to teach you a simple trick my husband does to stay hard for over 2 hours and last more than 3 rounds.
And so, peoples, as you can see, there were people who did come to the town hall, and there were people who was still speaking out in behalf of the Kenneka Jenkins case, and she clearly said that she was on record that it was a murder. I didn't see TM there. I didn't see Lenore there. I didn't see all of the other people who was so concerned there. It was at that point in time to when you could have made your voices heard. But it was concerned people out in the community that had came and had spoken out in behalf of the death of Kenneka. Now, if ever you really want to make a difference, peoples, then you go to the town hall meetings and then you speak your piece. Not just sit around and complain up on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. You go to the town hall. You make it known to the mayor, to the city councilmen and women, and to the powers that be, that this is what your concerns is, and this is what you're saying. That's how you make a difference. And that's how you get your voices heard. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? And so for all of you people who don't believe in government and don't believe that, nothing happened and all like this and stuff, well, people did fight. People was out there, people did fight. People did do some things that they needed to do. But see, they're only just one voice. But if the mother really believed in anything and stuff and really wanted to take the fight, well, then she could have been there at the town halls instead of just sitting out there trying to protest in front of an establishment. Because see, just sitting out there and protesting an establishment, that's good aesthetics and things, that's good and whatnot. But it really didn't, make a difference, peoples. If you understand what I'm saying, it really didn't make a difference. Because if you really want to make a difference, well, then you have to speak to you have to speak to the powers that be. Now there's another video that I want to play, peoples, and I love this channel. And I'm glad that they had put me up on this channel and things, because this person has a lot of good juicies and whatnot. And so we're going to go back and we're going to explore some more juicies up on this channel. And I know the content creators want me to go ahead and express too much and show too much and stuff, but I mean, hey, it is what it is. And they got a lot of juicies up on here. Whole lot of juicies. And this black girl, she really, did her job. I mean, she literally did her job. And this is some good content. This is a whole lot of content that you guys never even seen. And so what I'm getting ready to do is, peoples, I'm going to shit. What I'm going to do, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to share some of this good juicies that this woman had put together. Because there's some lot of good juicies in the Kenneka Jenkins case that they put together and things. And we're going to get a different perspective as to what the people had said. Is that all right, people? So I'm going to start off with this one. This is their perspective, peoples. It's not my perspective, it's their perspective. But instead of doing it that way, I'm going to do it this way. So y'all hold on for a second. I'm fit to share something. So shout out to the people who have put this thing together, boy. I mean, my God, this is some good stuff right here. But it's always good to get a different perspective, and that's all I want to do is just get a different perspective as to what the people had thought and stuff. Not only my perspective, but for what other people had said about this particular case and things. But they did an excellent job in chronicling a lot of things. So y'all give me a moment. I'm downloading this right now, and then we're going to take a look at this. You know me, people. I'm always seeking, and I'm always trying to find out what I can possibly give you, so you can be able to get a greater understanding from my perspective, from other people's perspective as well and stuff. And then, we'll go from there. And then, if you're bold enough, come on to the live and let's get your perspective. But this is what it is. It's what it is. So they will be the ones who reveal themselves. I'm just finishing up. Okay, so Just waiting for it to convert. Man, I tell you, I love I love this new software that I got because it's making a difference. Not only that, but I love the speed of my internet service because it is really making a big difference. You know? Well, a lot of you don't get involved into your local politics. And this is one of the reasons why nothing never happens because you all the time want to leave it for somebody else, but then you should be down there doing it yourself. And getting involved with your local government will make a difference. That's where you can effectuate a change in your community. But if you just let everybody and just go and do what they want to do, but then whatever they do is going to affect you, then if you don't participate in your local government, well, all that is done and you just have to say tough titty because you didn't get involved. We got a lot of people out there that talk so much madness, but yeah, they're not involved in the things that will affect their daily lives. And that's a crying shame. So when I hear people say, well, I don't vote because of X, Y, and Z, well, that's stupid to me because at the end of the day, you're only just throwing away your right. Well, government is going to do what they're going to do anyway. Okay, well, if that be the case, then whatever they do and it affects your ass, then don't you say shit. You know, it's just that simple. You know, or when the people take your money, take your house, take your cars, take your job, take your security and stuff, well, then don't you say shit because you didn't try to do anything to mitigate that situation. And that's just the way that I look at it, people. So I don't care. You can get mad at me all you want to. That shit ain't gonna bother me. But it is what it is. You know. So it's got 3 minutes left. So it's doing it fast, but it's just counting down in seconds. You know. So I got three more minutes. You know. So let me share my screen so you guys can pretty much see what I'm doing. See, people always like to be transparent with things and stuff. You know, I don't like to. If I can share some things, I will. You know, and it ain't all about secrecy and stuff because you know, I always like to share what I get, and if I can help somebody in whatever way that I can, then that's what I'll do. Because we're all in this together. But I want to share with the people what my findings is and stuff. And like I say, it ain't all about Edward Joseph and ain't all about what I say. I always like to get a different perspective. And so if you guys don't come up and give it, well, then I'll give it to you a different way. You know? And so we're going to see what the people will have to say. But I do want you to understand it's a lot of people that have fought in behalf of the Kenneka Jenkins case. But in order to be effective, the one who was supposed to have been the mother of the deceased should have taken charge, and if it was really what she said that it was and stuff, then you should have spearheaded this and you could have effectuated change, but that wasn't the case. You were a part of the cover-up. And this is one of the reasons why nothing has happened. Because from what I have found out today, it wasn't the establishment that closed the case. It was TM. TM did not want nobody nosing in on the court filings. So she only, and her attorneys, was the one who had asked that the case be blocked. And why is that? Why is that? She and she only. This is what I found out. So why do TM want the case blocked? So none of you probing team people can figure out and find out what happened. Oh, it's deep, peoples, and we're gonna get into it. But I want you guys to take a look at this. So let's sit back, let's relax, and let's watch this particular live, peoples. Let me see, where is it? I just called it up. I thought it was going to highlight. So let me see what. Yeah, here it is. It highlighted it. So let me go back to it. Okay, there it is right there. All right, people, let's sit back and let's watch this. So I'm going to turn up the sound and I'm going to blot out all of the extra stuff that's behind. And let me see. Since it's there. So let me do it a different way. Let me call it up. Put it on the Let me call it up. Let me put it on your desktop. So I can find it easily. Then let me call it from there. And I'm gonna see if I can put it and play it in this. So I'm gonna go to my video file. I'm gonna go to my desktop. And then let me call up that video. Okay. All right, I'll play it through there. Now let me see if it got sound.
You're not across the article.
Okay, there we go.
So right, we're back. Thank you everybody for tuning in. I know you missed one in segment 2. This is segment 3 because we have stumbled across some intriguing things I'll give everybody time to come back into the room who's tuning back in. Hey, Darnell. I think you can just jump in with the link. Oh, never mind. I'll put it up.
No power brain in there. All the way around you.
Crystal said starting early. Okay, do you all sleep?
All right, people. So, before I go ahead and get deeper into this, I want to give a shout out to everybody in the chat. So I'm not going to do individual shout outs to everybody and stuff because, like I said, when I give a narrative and things, I don't like to be disturbed. So I was on the path of just saying what I'm saying, but I've seen all of my peoples come in. So shout out to everybody. At some point in time later on in this live, Dan, I am individually give a shout out to you, but as time is of the essence, I want to try to get in as much as I can get in and stuff. So that you all are loved. I greatly appreciate you all for coming in, all of my moderators, and to the new people who had came in and things. I'll give a shout out to you guys individually. Okay, blessings to you all.
I do, but when it's so hard to sleep when you stumble across stuff that you ain't got no business stumbling across. Yeah, so I looked at all of it. Oh, I just closed all of them.
Oh my God.
Wait. It was in here somewhere.
You got somebody's time card.
Mm-hmm.
Jazz, you there?
You got the people's time card.
Jesus. Okay.
Hey, did you see the chat?
What was it?
Alicia, she has some. She says she has information.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back.
Let me see. And I have some information. Alicia, do you want to send it to me or do you want to come on and join us? Okay, guys, so we'll give it another 30 minutes and then we off this thing and hopefully I don't stumble across anything else. I'm trying to find the pictures I just had. I just lost them that quick. It's all right. I got them on my live. Hi, live. Hi, live. Yeah, so I don't know, you guys. I don't know what to say about. I just don't even know what to say about what I just stumbled across. But I did while you guys were talking. I made a phone call to confirm if down in Chicago they had heard about Kenneka being raped, and they sound like they weren't surprised. They said come to find out the spot that was on her stomach was semen. Yeah.
I got a question.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so you remember when this first broke, you remember the text messages that came out? And I don't remember none of their names or nothing like that. I'm trying to find out the way they put that story together then, was any of that correct?
Which story?
Yeah, say it again.
Okay, there were some text messages that came out. And they was talking about we raped her, but we didn't mean to kill her. Sounding like Steele from Juice. You remember what I'm talking about? I'm sorry. That's what I had in my head. I'm sorry. But remember when he said that?
At this point, I'm starting to believe that it is somewhat true because let's just be honest. Everything that we have went through, all the videos that we have dissected on social media and YouTube have been right on point. I don't know if you were in here earlier when I read the files where they did the forensics on the live video, and they did the words. Oh yeah, they broke down the words, and from what we saw, all the words were correct. The guy came in and said, "I'm about to murder her." So here goes this is just a statement that Teresa and them from what her attorney sent to the police department.
Wow.
It says serious questions remaining regarding what happened to Kenneka Jenkins at the Crown Plaza Hotel on September 9, 2017. Kenneka was found dead in a freezer at the Crown Plaza Hotel more than 36 hours after her family reported her missing and told hotel staff she was somewhere on their premises. Despite requests for all evidence, we have only been provided snippets of videos, none of which show Kenneka Jenkins walking into a freezer. The family has not been provided any video or other evidence of Kenneka Jenkins walking into the freezer. Serious questions remain as to how she ended up in a Crown Plaza Hotel freezer and why it took a day and a half for the hotel to find Kenneka. Her death requires a thorough, complete, and independent investigation. The family thanks the public for their prayers, concerns, and for bringing attention to the tragedy. She has.
They not gonna give them a 2-hour episode.
Okay, so peoples, I wanted to point out something. Why did it take the establishment a day and a half to find Kenneka? You heard what she just read, right? See, these are the little intricate details that I tried to point out to the people. And then you have someone else who's sitting here and who is talking about the case, and they're bringing out the same details that I brought out. Why did it take a day and a half for them to find Kenneka? So a whole day and a half is what? 36 hours, right? A day and a half. And that's the amount of time to when they said that Kenneka was missing, right? A day and a half. Do you understand what I'm saying? So when the people wants to sit up here and say, oh, well, Kenneka was found on the 9th and stuff. Well, no, people, you got to listen to what the people had said. And you got to listen to what was written. And you got to listen to what was admitted into evidence. And a day and a half is more than 24 hours. A day and a half is 36 hours. And if she was missing 36 hours, excuse me. It says that she was missing more than 36 hours. That's the family statement, more than 36 hours. It didn't say that she was missing 36 hours. It was said that it was missing more than 36 hours. So you got to understand and listen to you got to understand and listen to what is being said. That's the family statement. That is the only statement that was ever admitted in the Kenneka Jenkins case. Because everything else was narratives. Oh God. I gotta get me some water, y'all. This barbecue went down the wrong pipe. So they said that Kenneka was missing more than 36 hours. Right? That's what they said. And so people, you got to listen to what they said, because I didn't say it. They did. They said it. And so because they said it, well, then you got to give that some credence as to what they said. And they said Kenneka was missing more than 36 hours. More than, meaning it was over 36 hours that she was missing, which is what I've been telling you guys forever and a day. I told you Kenneka was down at the establishment on the 6th. She died on the 7th. Now, Again, you don't have to believe me. I've already proven my stance, and I've already proven it many times over, you know. But at the end of the day, whether you believe me or whether you don't believe me, the bottom line is simply this. Even all of the people who was given the narratives never said that Kenneka was there at the establishment on the night and walking the halls of that establishment. Not even the news reporter. Because if you ever listen to the news reporter, they said that she was missing on the 8th and not the 9th. And so whether you believe my narrative or whether you believe the news reporter narrative, the bottom line is Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment on the 9th. Period. Period. And that's my point. And in the family statement, it says that Kenneka Jenkins was missing more than 36 hours. More than, meaning it was more than a day and a half. Peoples. Let's go.
I'm telling you. Now I'm over here trying to find the damn pictures I lost. It's all right. We saw them.
Hey, Jazz, can I say, can you please put together your presentation how you had it? Because you just started your live stream over. Put together your presentation because you have so much information. And I believe that you can like narrow it down and show everybody. And I believe, and I'm sorry if you guys disagree, I believe we need to like, share, subscribe, and get the word out because you are the one breaking this and you have the information. Give yourself the credit. For real.
Who's ringing?
I don't know. I have somebody calling
Phyllis.
in.
That's Phyllis.
Oh.
Oh, she's gonna need to go and click the link in the room in order to get back in here. I'll repost the link.
Okay, Black Conscious Fraud is calling, but that was the lady that was on with us earlier, right?
Is there? I don't know how to add them with them calling.
It looks like it's giving the option just to answer.
It doesn't give me that.
Oh, you don't forget about
she's
Alicia. You said Alicia, right? Don't forget about her. See what she got.
Yeah, don't forget about Alicia.
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Alicia, do you want to come on, or is this something that you want to send? Darnell, I'm trying to bring it back up. I'm just trying to see.
Who was all these people?
Who do you see?
Okay, so when I believe Alicia was trying to call and Phyllis was trying to call, it said like 14 people. But that's not what I'm showing on my screen. It's just 4. P. Rico trying to call back in.
Okay, bring him in.
Okay, you're already on another call because it says if I answer it, it'll exit me from the call I'm in.
Well, I don't. Okay, let me try to figure this thing out. This. I feel like the fans is watching.
I'm trying not to laugh.
Did he just ask someone? Okay, I don't know how this crap works either. He just sent a message talking about who called me. Somebody call you?
I don't even see any of that on my screen. All I see is you guys, so I don't know what's going on.
I'm looking at my phone and I just got a message from Joseph Alvarez talking about who called me. I didn't call him.
This is great. This is the guts. I swear. This is
that's P. Rico. He changed his name after the burial.
No, that's his government name.
That's his Fed name.
Yeah, but we didn't know until after the burial.
Oh, I knew that before.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just a viewer. My fault.
Women, you should have known too, because he makes sure he tell you every ethnicity
They can't snatch
that is
the pictures
involved in
from
his
here.
genetic makeup.
Okay, we back. So I found the wanted people.
Okay, you found
Yeah, you need to name them. Rename them.
I will. Everybody just listen. Everybody got spooked. Mama J over here talking about. I think you done hacked into something that you ain't supposed to have. I said, well, don't say. Don't say that. Then I'm listening to her say. I'm listening to all of y'all say. Don't tell nobody. I hung up with the phone. I said, you do know we on Facebook and we on YouTube Live, right?
Don't tell
Right.
nobody.
They want to go delete that other video.
Nah,
Wait,
but you got your presentation together though, Josh. Put it together. You know what you got to say and everything. Go ahead.
But wait, she over here clicking on files, you guys. Why she got all the employees at the Rosemont Police Department's time card? She got their time cards.
Hey, the police. It was in the report.
I love
So
her.
let me
I
just
just
go
love
ahead
her.
and let me do my quick welcome to the room. Hello everybody for tuning in. Welcome to the room again. Like I said a little while ago, we've had segment 1, 2, and this is the third one. We will not be on as long as we were the other ones, because if that's the case, we'll be on till 12 o'clock my time, and that's not happening.
Nope.
For everybody who just tuned in, we are going through the case files of Kenneka Jenkins. In the process of us having a really great discussion of how we are going to bring change and justice to the Kenneka Jenkins case, we stumbled across some pictures where we were able to see that Rosemont just might possibly be looking for 4 or 5 different individuals regarding the Kenneka Jenkins death. We were also notified in the chat to check media takeout that also just advised us that Rosemont Police Department closed the case, but as soon as they closed the case, new evidence has been provided stating that Kenneka Jenkins was raped. I have a beautiful panel. Everybody jump on in, get back to it. Yes.
Jasmine, I will say this. There was a statement, I think it was from Teresa's attorney. I don't know.
Okay, people. So did you hear what she said? That they have evidence that Kenneka Jenkins was raped. You heard what she said. So now for all of the people who said that, oh no, Kenneka wasn't raped and all like this, well, you just heard from her own lips. A different content creator who said that they have evidence, proof that Kenneka Jenkins was raped. Now, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. A different content creator said that. See, and this is why I love to give different opinions and things, because everybody has something a little different. Now, you heard from her own lips that she said that they have evidence that Kenneka Jenkins has been raped. That's what she said. You heard what she just said, right? Okay, so when you guys want to battle Edward Joseph, well, then it is best for you to do a little bit more research and then understand that it ain't only me who is saying things. You need to go back and you need to go and look at some other content and stuff so you can get a clear understanding for yourself. Because see, they had said themselves, they have evidence that Kenneka Jenkins has been raped. And I've already given you my evidence. Now let them give you their evidence. Let's go, peoples. Let's go.
If it was something she said or they said, but it was something about the photographs, and it was along the lines of the police weren't aware of certain things until like the day before they were going to release them.
Oh,
really?
Let me see if I can go back, because I don't want to misquote it and say the wrong thing, but it was something along the lines of there was some information or whatever they weren't aware of until like a day or two before they released it, which still didn't make any sense because I'm not a police officer. I'm looking at the photos. I could tell what happened.
Wait, I'm sorry. I was just sitting here looking at this picture and I looked at his Facebook and realized that his Facebook page said John Doe. And it just dawned on me what you guys were saying in the last segment about there is a guy that's going around in the pages named John Doe. And isn't that the person that's going around saying that he was at the hotel?
That's
And
crazy.
everybody thinks that he's lying on Facebook, so they keep blocking him.
Wow.
He was just in the room.
I don't know. I've never heard that.
And how funny is it mysteriously all of a sudden it's a Facebook page saying Jasmine and Jordy are involved in the cover up as soon as we find a picture of a man with a Facebook name John Doe.
Jerk.
Is he coming for me?
Nah, he better not be. Shucks. I'm gonna bring y'all lunch. Shucks.
Mama J said if he coming, he better come correct. Let me go ahead and see what's going on.
I think Mama J could take him.
Listen, he don't want these problems.
I'm not far from y'all.
I'm trying to think. Can I find it? Can I find it?
Somebody said John Doe. Somebody said John Doe. There was somebody in the room named John Doe that my admins blocked. Interesting. Well, I might need to go unblock him. He might want to know how wanted he is.
Girl,
y'all so scary.
First thing they say is I'm innocent, and he got to tell a story.
I'm nowhere around. I'm nowhere around you. And the funny part is that of all the pictures that we looked for, we have not seen. And that's what I mean by people need to. I'm telling you, ever since I started my YouTube page, I have been very adamant about the fact of stop being so quick to accuse these people of murder. I kept saying, where is everybody getting the pictures of the people that they are accusing of being in the room? Where did that come from? You went through Facebook, you found a man in a blue jacket that you might think be and because it says he lives in Chicago, we just snatched this man up. Everybody started hitting up their Facebook pages and threatening them. Everybody fall back and just wait until you get your information. Wait until you see, and then as you get more evidence, start to build your case. Everybody instantly jumped in with who they thought was the murderer, who did it, where they did it, how they did it, like it was a big game of Clue. And now we have the people that we have you wouldn't have these people out being seeked or sought if you didn't think that they were involved. And I'm so curious to see what it is that you guys are talking about when you say that there was a second victim.
It's somewhere in that report.
And what did it say?
Hold on, let me go back. It pretty much is a piece of paper, and it says, hold on. It says victim 001. It lists Kenneka's name, address, phone number, her statistics like date of birth, race, sex, age, all of that. Then it has victim number 2. All of their information is redacted as far as their name, address, date of birth. It just lists their race, which is black, their sex is male, the age is 36, the weight is 6'2", the height is 225, and it has Illinois listed as the state they live in. It says page 5 of 13.
I wonder, do they know each other if that's the case?
And the person is a victim?
It says, yes, Kenneka victim number 1, this person is listed as victim number 2.
We need to get that. I know you can find it, Jazz. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I need to.
It's in a report somewhere. I've been trying to dig through it, but you know how these files are set up. That's parking images.
That'd be messed up that we didn't give this girl no justice and try to fight for her. If Kenneka became the name.
Well, it almost sounds like the description. It might be a man.
It's a man. It's a man. It's a guy.
Ouch.
Did you get my picture, Jasmine? Did you get my picture?
Shucks. Y'all ain't say that. You said it.
Hey, Jasmine. Jasmine.
Did
you get my picture?
Wait a minute. Somebody said, did you know they're having another conversation in the hangout with Rico? What is happening? I hear 2 hangouts.
So did they not hang up in that last hangout?
Okay.
I don't know what they did. Hi, Nursey.
Hi, Jasmine. This is my first time doing this, so
Girl, you
forgive
just
me.
popped on in there. I'm like, who is this? What's going on?
Oh my goodness, I'm too old to be up this early or later, however the hell it is.
You got something on your mind you want to say though. That's exactly why.
Wait a minute. And I'm trying to ear hustle and hear their conversation because I can hear Pete Rico.
Can you let me see something? Where is my phone? It's right here. Okay, Nursey, what you I know you got some tea for us, so you got your
No, I actually don't have any tea. I just finally look. I'm old. I'm almost as old as your mother. Not quite there. I just figured out how to dial in. I had to do the app. So.
Girl, she sound like me. She sound like me.
No.
Okay, wait. Let me go to try and get Rico and them on here. Y'all go. You my two hosts. Y'all take over.
Y'all got to go get some little kids to help you with that phone now.
No, mine are all gone. I had to finally figure it out. I did it. I just downloaded the app and just finally dialed in.
See, at least you know how to download the app, though.
Yeah. I'm if I think about it, I can do it. I just don't get into a lot of it. But anyway.
What you think about all this information?
Doesn't surprise me, frankly. The guy that we're looking at in the cap, that the one that was in the video, he and Ty were the two people that I just got a feeling about and suspected it because it seems like they were concentrating and aiming the camera at Kenneka or Shemai or someone in that corner. But I always suspected him. As far as what happened to her, I think it's basically what Jasmine said. I think it's just something that went wrong and they panicked. I think they did try to drug her. I think somebody did drug her. And I know the effects of Topamax. I'm a pharmacist. I know the effects of Topamax. And if you mix it with alcohol, it messes you up.
And
It messes you up without alcohol.
True.
And you know what? I was sharing with my sisters and them because I'm a certified substance abuse counselor. And that medication, a lot of times when people want to use date-rape drug, if they don't want it traced, they'll use that and mix it with alcohol because the effect is the exact same.
The exact same.
Had you gone.
It will. And I was listening to you earlier. You said you were on 100 milligram dose. They normally start you on a lower dose of like 25 and then titrate you up because if you're not used to medication and you take that,
Girl.
Exactly. And so, I think that happened to her. And I think, as they say, she was off her square, seriously off her square, and someone took advantage of her. I thought immediately when I saw her in that freezer with one shoe off, and the way her pants were pulled up, what came to my mind was that someone pulled off one of her legs, raped her, took off her shoe.
All right, I guess I'm here now.
Yeah, pulled off one of her legs, raped her, and then tried to put her back together. So that's what I thought. That's why I thought one shoe was off and they were manhandling her. But if you take off one tennis shoe, because she had on straight leg jeans, they took off one leg, left the other one on, did what they had to do, and somebody put her back together. That was the first thing I saw. And then when I saw the bruises on her back, I just felt like she was really manhandled and raped. So I know she didn't. Jesus is gonna have to come back and tell me that she walked into that freezer by herself. I just don't.
Exactly. You preach it to the choir. That's what got us all involved. Like, hold on, what?
Yeah,
Jesus,
I mean, Jesus, exactly.
Abraham, Moses, the maid,
exactly,
the lamb.
exactly. I mean, I have
You know what? I don't even think, I think they intended to kill her. I'm gonna tell you what, when they put her in that freezer, I believe they put her in there thinking that she was gonna go unfound for quite a while. They didn't expect her to be found as quickly as she was found. And they knew that in that freezer is where her body would be preserved to the point where it wouldn't decompose and there would be an odor.
Right.
They wouldn't find her.
I feel like they whole plan shifted and they panicked because they never expected Mama Teresa to go up there so fast.
Where this nigga come from?
Right.
And not just that. Not just that. It's multiple pictures showing Monifa had that shoe. That's why that shoe looked like it was thrown in there like that. And if you look carefully, isn't that Monifa little nasty ponytail headband up in there?
The
No.
scallywag.
No, I think
Come
they
on
were.
now, y'all leave alone now.
I think they were both on. I think they were both on her hands.
And not just that, she was using her sleeve to open up the doors. Why you trying to hide your fingerprints for?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did see
still
that.
believe.
So you saying Monifa has something to do with it?
Oh yeah.
You know,
yes.
He saw when I was at the funeral, bro. She was laughing about this situation, man. It took me to go up there and look at her eye to eye to read her because, like I say, I have this ability of the third eye. I can read a person very well. She know what happened. That girl is terrified to tell exactly what happened because she was threatened. If she was to tell what happened, her and her family would be annihilated. Right along with Irene, you're there. You sending us messages through them glasses. We can only see so much. But guess what? It's some money involved in it because y'all paid to cover this up with that hotel.
Now, see, people's, that guy P. Rico is all over the place. And he's been blaming Monifa forever and a day with no substantiality whatsoever in things. He has no proof. And just because he's been at the funeral and just because he's been at the protest, it doesn't give him anything. All he's looking for is clout status. Yeah, I was at the protest and I was at the funeral and I've been looking at stuff. So he didn't focus upon Monifa. I mean, he didn't focus upon Shemaya. He didn't focus upon Irene. He didn't focus upon anybody other than Monifa. And just because he's been at the protest, what does that mean? There's a lot of people at the protest. So what? We're supposed to give P. Rico a biscotti just because he's at the protest and he had seen some things? Let's give the man a biscotti, a biscotti, peoples, a doggy bone, and send his ass on his way. Because I mean, what difference does it make, peoples, just because he was at the protest and just because he was at the funeral? What does that mean? He wasn't at the establishment at the time to when all of this stuff was going on. So what is he saying other than, yeah, I see Monifa and she was over here snickering and she was laughing? Okay, well, people got a funny bone. So what if Monifa was laughing? How does that implicate Monifa? And how and what does that mean? What does it mean? You think Monifa had that type of power to go ahead and change everything in this case, to do everything in this case? Everybody was going to pay millions all because Monifa was snickering? Oh man, come on, people. See, this is what I say about these people who's from that city and with clout status. Just because you're from the city, what does that mean? That don't mean shit to me. You don't know shit. There's a lot of people at the protests. But this boy happens to get a little bit of fame and things. Yeah, let's get P. Rico on and stuff because he was there at the protest. He was there at the funeral home. Okay, so what does that mean? What is it that P. Rico can really offer in this case other than his opinion? And his opinion don't mean jack shit to Edward Joseph.
How was they smart enough to know where exactly to go to the freezer. They was guided by someone who worked at that hotel.
Okay.
You believe somebody working at the hotel? You said that.
But Rico, I played a 911 call earlier, and you are aware that there was a 911 call that was made by the general manager of the Crown Plaza that stated that he was told that Kenneka left with an employee or was with an employee.
And that goes to the
It's probably
security
Irina, one of
guard
them.
who was scratching his nuts.
What about the call by Irina that said that she was disabled?
Was that Irene or was that her,
I don't
her
believe.
sister?
I don't believe that was Irene. I believe that was somebody who. I think that what happened was
sounded like her though.
It didn't. I believe what happened was they were so frustrated with trying to get the 911 dispatcher to send the police out that they felt that if they had somebody call in and say she was disabled, they would hurry up and come out.
I thought it was they said her other sister, not Lenore, but her other sister, they said also made a missing persons report. So I thought maybe it was her that called. I don't know.
Like I said, this was a friend. The friend set her up, and an employee helped cover it up. That's all I'm gonna say.
Hey,
Because
Rico,
if
let
they
me
would
ask you a
never
question.
called her,
I want to get back on that employee thing.
No,
If
Rico,
they
I
would
have a
never
question
called
for
her,
you.
Jasmine, I have a quick question for you.
Uh-huh.
After the photos, have you clicked on the images after that? Because there's actually a breakdown.
Hey, Rico, I have a question for you.
Are you talking about the break? It's a breakdown where it shows they have it in they have it color categorized.
Oh, I haven't gotten that far. I just see where they have a breakdown of, like, I guess each individual and each of their nicknames and potential aliases and.
No, that I've seen the one where they have them broken down in color category. It basically they have the times broken down as who walked through the lobby or who came through the front or back door. They have them broken down in colors. So blue is guy, pink is girl, and then it breaks down the times of who came through the door and when they came through the door.
Okay, what I was looking at is specific to the suspect.
No, I haven't seen. I ain't got there yet.
If they would never call her to go to that party in the first place, she would have went to the movies and still been alive. There's so many clues.
People had questions about the movies part. Remember, Jazz, earlier in the chat, we was talking about that.
Because of time?
Yes, the time about the movies and the time around the time that we were saying that this had happened. People were saying that it was too late to go to the movies or to the bowling alley. Like, where could you go that hour the late? Because somebody had called and found out what time it closed.
Well, I researched and pulled up all of the bowling alleys in the area, and I looked at the times, and then I pulled up the theaters and I looked at the time, and I think there was one bowling alley that stayed open maybe till 12. I mean, yeah, till 12, and then 12. Of course, like we said, they always have the late show. My concern is not even really the movie theater part and the biggest thing that bothered me when I was looking through these files was when I looked at that text message that Kenneka had texted to Monifa or Shamaya, whichever one of them is 16. Whoever is 16, she texted the 16-year-old girl and said, "I'm ready to go." And the girl responded back and said, "I'm ready to go too. I told you his dick was small." And then in the police report, the girl said,
"What?"
Yeah,
I'll bring it back.
Yeah,
I will, for everybody who's just tuning in, I'll pull it up. And again, and listen to the times for those of you guys who are just tuning in. It says, at 9/9/2017 at 6:20 a.m., which is UTC time. So you subtract 5. That would make it 1:20. At 1:20, Kenneka texted and said, "I'm ready to go." Mind you, they just got there at 1:13. So at 1:20, Kenneka was ready to go. There was something going on in that party, or somebody arrived.
And a couple people
he wasn't comfortable being around. Say it again.
A couple of people had said that she was uncomfortable.
Yeah. And then Kenneka did. And then after that, the girl responded back that she responded approximately just over 30 minutes later at 6:58, which is 1:58, and responded and said, "Me too." And I said it looked like his dick was little. So something was going on. I mean, y'all was only there for 5 minutes. What was going on that you was able to see what was little and what was big in 5 minutes?
That money, it was probably that ring that they was talking about.
Exactly.
Well,
what?
Jasmine, did you go to the email and get the picture yet?
You say
Okay, let me
that what they
Hey,
was talking about?
that prostitution ring. So if you think about it, if I send a girl to the room and then she supposed to go up there and get the money, you know what I mean? So maybe that text wasn't from a girl, or maybe I don't know. I'm just saying.
I
Just throw a scenario.
never got the email. I will post my email address back in the box.
What's up with Alicia though?
You want me to resend it again?
Man, I ain't been on you all day.
I didn't get the email.
Hey Rico, man, good looking out, man. You know, I'm starting to get a chance to get to know you a little bit, man. I'm trying to see that you're, a stand-up guy, and I see you got your heart in the right place. I had a chance to discern a little bit and see a little bit about it. I want to encourage you, continue to, press, but you got to get, help within. You gotta go to God. You can't do it by yourself.
I'm sorry for cutting you off, but they go Monique for headband. And look at how her pants is. It look like they just put it back on after they was
Exactly. Yeah.
Exactly.
When they knock it off with that, it's irritating me. And look at how dirty it is. Look how dirty her clothes is.
Exactly.
You mean to tell me she wasn't dragged or tried to fight? Look how her hands all balled up, man.
Well, look at even how the tag on her panties is out.
Y'all head up right here. This was for the mess y'all head up. Remember when the security guard was pushing that bag on a cart and it hit something?
Yeah.
You remember they said
Jazz, take it back.
And leg was injured. Look how that cart hit something that hard. And look at Mr. Mop Boy coming behind him and mopping that up.
Look at her foot.
Following him?
Look at her big toe.
But I don't know, you guys. To me, that looks more like she might have been. That looks like she was fighting. That looks like she was fighting and kicking, and somebody was dragging her.
Yeah. But I understand what P. Rico said though, as far as that bag. But what Jazz did earlier with that bag was something else, man.
Yeah, Jasmine got a picture and put Kenneka up against it.
Oh, let me take that down. Kenneka's number's on there. Sorry, guys.
You was gonna screenshot it when you compared them two pictures earlier, but you didn't do it.
Yes, I'll bring it back up. So what we did was I pulled up this picture and we compared it. So I'll do it again for you guys. Hold on.
You got to see the video of that bag, and you'll be able to see the true size of it.
No, we completely did something totally different. I'll show it to you.
Yeah.
I sent it to you, Jasmine, again. Oh, I did it wrong. I made a mistake and sent it to myself.
On her hair, they like that.
Hey, it's that lack of sleep.
People think that's a dread on her nail. That ain't no dang on dread. That's a bag, man.
P. Rico, I never considered that ponytail holder, man, until you said that, man.
Right there.
That's Monique the ponytail holder.
Yeah, I never considered that until you said that. And I'm thinking about that little ass ponytail now. I'm upset.
But you know what? Let me share some light on that ponytail holder though. Okay, because if y'all remember, and if y'all look in the bathroom when her and Monisha was taking the selfie, she had a black band on her arm.
Yeah.
Okay. One thing about it is, we as women, when we have long hair or weaves, we always have a ponytail holder.
Yeah, but
we always do. And she had a black band on her arm, and I assume that was her ponytail holder.
Kenneka had a black band.
That looks like blood.
That's dry blood.
On her butt.
Yes.
Rape. I was talking about the ponytail holder.
Look how her tag is sticking out of her panties. That's where somebody took her clothes off and then tried to put them back on her.
Yeah.
They did it quick too.
Yeah.
Because I think that
look, there's another piece of the bag right there. That's a black plastic bag. And looking. And did you guys know?
You see that bite mark?
Why was her watch on her arm?
See that
the
bite?
band? Why was the watch on her arm? The band was gray, but the watch in evidence, the band is black.
They got so much DNA on her, and I'm so upset that they ain't even.
This right here, for those of you guys who are just tuning in, this right here is what they gave.
That's
what the coroner did. This is what the coroner took a picture of, and this is what Kenneka.
Watch.
I know, right? That's what I'm saying.
What time did it say?
3:15.
And this is what was on her wrist.
That remind me of you ain't never seen a watch like this.
Right.
And,
and of course, this is her stuff because there's the. Well, I can't get to it, but it's the same belly button piercing.
Look how hand stuck. Look how.
Yeah, but Jazz, I wish you could do that picture that you did earlier.
You guys look like. Did you guys see the blood? Did you guys see the blood coming out of her ear?
No.
Where's
Go
that
back.
picture?
Look at the picture. Jasmine, get the picture of her laying up against that wall.
Yeah, they didn't close. They didn't close this case. They didn't close this case. That was a trick. They didn't close this case. That was a trick. There's no way they could have. There's no way they closed this case. I mean, there's no way they closed this case.
I asked the the white shirt, do he think this was an accidental murder? And he gonna say some I spazzed out on him. I said that's why y'all are corrupt.
Y'all see the blood?
Corrupt.
See the blood on her ear?
Gotta go closer.
Give me just a second, guys, to get my my FBI and stuff together.
I wish you would have took them screenshots of the stuff you did earlier, though.
Yeah.
Like her earring got snatched out?
Her earring, yeah.
Yeah, got snatched out of her ear or something.
Yeah, I see it.
Oh, baby. A little split.
Yeah.
I was looking for her dimple. Couldn't find it.
Her mouth was kind of open, too.
Her dimple on the right side. Couldn't find it.
Rico, when you went to the services, did she, was her lip busted? Because on the pictures I saw, it looked like her lip was busted.
That's what I just said. And yeah, her top lip was swollen, then her bottom lip. And man, I don't even want to discuss on how I felt when I saw her in that casket. All I heard was "help me," straight up. And the whole little gimmick of the act that Bree and the rest of them was doing, it was sickening to my stomach.
I bet. Hey, that picture with her face right there, I wish you could have put that next to the picture that's in the casket. And then go and put that phone picture.
I got a YouTuber who really think I was part of this case and part of the murder, that he gonna take a picture of Kenneka. Well, somebody took a picture of Kenneka in that casket and it surfaced through the internet. This dude gonna put multiple pictures of me smiling around Kenneka while she in her casket talking about some confess up. You know you had something to do with it. You Irene cousin.
The devil's always busy.
Always busy.
And there's like a lot of people are mentally ill. A lot of these people shouldn't even be on YouTube because they have mental illness for real.
It brought out every crazy areas to bring out. Seriously.
I'm Irene cousin.
Peoples, isn't that what I have been saying for the longest time? People have mental illness. It seems like they are really in tune because a lot of things that I have been saying, they're pretty much are repeating. And that's very interesting. She said that many people shouldn't be on YouTube because they have mental illness. Well, I've been telling you for the longest time that a lot of people have mental illness and that they don't need to try to politic with me because, again, I'm not up for the F stuff and that they do have mental illness, And so, I mean, it's just refreshing to see and know that other people's literally feel the same way that I do. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? So I'm so glad that people pretty much understand what I have been saying for the longest time. So hey, there you have it. Let's listen in, peoples.
So I was up in there talking about some happy birthday, you fuck up out of here. Sorry for my language. They blew me with that. That legitly blew me. Talking about some dreadhead appears. You know how many dreadheads out here in this world?
No, we saw the picture of the dreadhead. He's in the files. Mm-hmm.
And I don't look nothing like him.
No, you definitely
Y'all
don't.
not even the same color.
Thank you.
It was a light skinned dreadhead there. Somebody gonna say to me, "Dude, look like you, Rico." Man, I don't know no more. I tell dude, I say, hey, if it was me, best believe I'd be in jail.
Let me ask you something, Rico. Like, do you believe, you remember how they had the rumor about Kenneka's brother and it being gang rivalry? Do you believe?
Yeah. That's why I
I
said
do
it from
too.
the get-go. I feel like it got a lot to do with revenge. And they plotted this revenge on they had to plot. They had to legitly
What's going on?
a Crown Plaza staff on standby to pay them to get rid of the dang body. They got led to that kitchen.
Yeah.
By somebody who worked there.
Yeah.
Or they probably paid him to clean it up. We don't know.
Well, first of all, for them to have accepted a stolen credit card for 5, well, how many rooms did that girl have?
2.
She had 2, but she was charging everybody's parking to that room.
Yep.
Well, I don't know if you guys saw earlier, but I actually pulled up the Crown Plaza receipts where they charged $250 in parking to that room.
Wow, what kind of money they making?
I wonder how much
enough money to pay to cover it up.
Just like that.
Enough money to pay to cover it up because there was a lot of people in that party. And if I'm not mistaken, some dude who supposedly got it for Chicago, one of the games was that he was 35. What he doing there?
Yeah, now remember I told you that older guy?
We saw his picture.
That's the old guy with the dreads.
Exactly.
Hey, what do you know about a second victim?
Who, me?
Yes, sir.
I just know it was Kenneka. The second victim I had in mind was that Kimberly Willis girl, that girl who was there who created a fake page talking about she was scared to give her true identity away because snitches in Chicago get killed. And she not lying. So I didn't blame her. But I had Anonymous to crack through who created that page. And it's ironic that page was created around the same area that Kenneka lived in, which is Douglas Park neighborhood. So it had to be, to me, I really thought it was Monifa trying to confess up, but hide her identity. I don't know to this point. Anonymous just gave me information and I skeeted off with it. I ran off with it and I let my people know this page was created around the Douglas Park area. So who else that live in the Douglas Park area besides Kenneka? Monifa. That was my only guess. Do Irene live over there? I don't know. But still,
the second victim is a man.
It was a man.
That's why that Kimberly Wiles, it kind of, that's what I was asking earlier about them text messages. Do you think they were all real?
Yeah, I really think so because it's to come to think about it, it sounded more like a scared dude than it did a girl. That's what I was telling my little brother. But I was going off the name. So I thought it was Monifa.
You did say that. You said that though. You did say that. You said it sounded like you said on there, I remember watching your video. You said it sounded like a dude or whatever.
Right. That's what I said, man, his intimidation on how he's showing how he's scared, it make me think it's a dude because ain't no girl gonna say it all like that.
Yeah.
But I thought it was Monifa though.
But Question though, like y'all remember talking about that guy Zach TV, and
Good question.
I'm starting to believe that what he was saying about his house being broken into, and the whole thing. I'm starting to believe that to be sort of true.
Hey, look, let me tell you something. You say his house was broken into, etc. Let me tell you something. You know how many times I done sat there and I exposed them.
But you talking about Zach TV? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
no, saying. No, I ain't talking about Zach TV. Do you know how many times I sat there and I exposed and called out Monifa, Irene, and all that?
Right.
Okay, that's what you're talking about. Okay, I thought you said Zach
Monifa
before.
only showed up on my page when I said that somebody named Louis Chamberlain have the video of Kenneka getting beaten and raped on camera. That was thrown into my live.
I remember that.
She only tuned into it, and then she ran behind Lamont because Lamont around her age and he got a whole shit ton of followers. So whatever Lamont say to back her up, they gonna follow him and call me an idiot for trying to get her on live. They like, who is you to talk to her, Rico? I just wanted her to get on live to talk shit to me because, like I said, I read people. I try to set these people up for a trap because she is not finna manipulate me like how she manipulated him. She ain't gonna do that to me at all because I was once that age. I know exactly what's lies. But when I saw her at that funeral, yes, I approached her and I hugged her, but I did that just to get close enough to her to read her. And when I read her, like I said, she was full of fear, lies. She know what happened. She was part of that movement of why Kenneka ain't here today.
Hey, Rico, let me ask you a question. Do you think Maya had anything to do with it? Because we think she's the one that's young. We didn't realize she was that young. She's only like 16.
Yeah, she get in trouble. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, she saw what happened. Everybody who was at that party saw what happened, and that's why they was blasting that music so nobody wouldn't hear her screaming and calling out for help. She was killed in that room. And if you notice, dude who went on live next to that girl, everybody was focusing their attention towards that bathroom. And that fake decoy Kenneka, that wasn't even Kenneka, because why is Kenneka covering her face if that was Kenneka?
There was something shady going on. I don't know.
Even Teresa Martin said that wasn't Kenneka.
She did?
Yeah, she said that wasn't Kenneka. In that hallway. In that hallway.
When I talked to, I'm not going to say who it was that I talked to, but when I talked to the individual, she actually let me talk to her on YouTube Live.
Okay, so people, you guys hear that P. Rico said that she was killed in a room. Well, if she was killed in a room, that means that there is no way that she could be led to the freezer, right? Which is what he had said earlier in the conversation, if you listen to what he said. So this nigga is all over everywhere, and he don't even know what the F he's talking about. So if she was killed in a room, how could a dead person be walking to a freezer? And why would anybody want to go and rape a cadabra? Because if she was dead in a room and she couldn't have walked to the freezer, so she had to be what? She had to be carried to the freezer, right? And so if she was carried to the freezer, why would anybody wants to go and F a cadabra? Because she was dead. So it don't matter how you look at it. If she was dead in the room, she couldn't have walked to the freezer. If she was dead in the room, she couldn't have walked the halls of that establishment, right? And then why would anybody want to F a cadabra? See, this is why I tell you, peoples, and these people are not catching it because P. Rico, is just talking out the side of his head. He's just talking, just to be talking, trying to be relevant, and they're not catching him because they're so happy to have him on their channel. But if you listen to what he said, peoples, the shit doesn't make no sense. I had to drink me some of this water, people, so I don't start coughing again. But see, peoples, this is what I'm saying. This is how you catch these Negroes in their lies and stuff and what they don't know. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? This is how you catch these people in their lies and what they don't know. All you got to do is just listen. All you got to do is just listen. And see, again, peoples, if she was killed in a room, she couldn't have walked the halls of that establishment, and she could not have been guided to a freezer, which is what he had said earlier. So when these people are going ahead and they on clout status and stuff, well, then the clout status don't mean shit because your ass is all over the place. You don't even know what the fuck you're saying. And you're just going out, just making all of these different assertions and lies and theories and everything else. You lost track of what you were saying in the beginning. And this is where I come in, peoples, because I have a photographic memory. I don't forget. I really don't. I don't forget. And it's times like this, I go and use your own narrative up against you because you're stupid for the things that you say. This is why they get mad at me, people. It's because I all the time call them out for the hilarious and nefarious bullshit and madness that they say. Now, I say go watch all of my lives and then try to catch me into something that I said that I didn't say beforehand. Or that I said something different later on in life. No, you can't catch me, peoples, because of the simple fact that I don't twist, turn, and change my narrative. I have been saying the same thing for years on years upon years. And I've been telling you. And what I've been telling you, people, was Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment on that particular night that they said she did. Or the morning of the night, peoples. I said that for years. I never changed that. But you hear all of these people like P. Nuthead is sitting up here and giving you a different story. How many stories did he give you since he's been on her panel? I can count 3. Anybody else count differently? Anybody else catch it? You got to be attentive, people, and you got to open up your ears and you got to listen. And stop chiming at the mouth and thinking that you know every goddamn thing, because you don't. Because there's going to be people like me that's going to hear what you say and is going to call you out to the carpet for the nefarious bullshit that you're saying. Now, a dead girl cannot walk. Period. So if she was killed in the room and those boys was caught and talking about, well, they sent her soul to heaven and all like this, well, then was it the boys who killed her in the room? And if they killed her in the room, how did she walk the halls of that establishment? How did she be guided in a freezer? Or how did she be carried in a hallway? And it's things like that, people, that I just literally kill the people. Literally, I kill them because they don't know what the F they're talking about. They're lollipops. They're suckers. And suckers is all they talk. Got their mouths open on shit that they don't know what they're talking about, peoples. Is that all right, peoples? Let's listen in, peoples. Let's go.
On one of my live shows, and I asked her, does Teresa believe that all of those shots were Kenneka? And she said no, she doesn't. That there are some scenes where Kenneka is seen on footage that she does not believe is Kenneka walking through the hallways.
Okay, but Jasmine's sitting here, you guys going through all these different files. Why did they have a room at the DoubleTree Hotel the same night?
Okay, so you heard what she said. She said that she doesn't believe that Kenneka was walking those halls in some scenes. Okay, well, isn't that what Edward Joseph has been telling you, peoples? So she said even Teresa Martin said herself that she doesn't believe that it was Kenneka in all of those scenes. So now you got a different content creator who is telling you that it wasn't Kenneka that was walking the halls of that establishment. Bingo to the bingo peoples. Because she said that's what TM had said. But see, I didn't say that, peoples. I didn't say that. She said that. And so if TM said that, well then, there it is again, peoples. Bingo to the bingo. If that's what TM said. Now, I don't know if TM said it or not, because I haven't seen anything. But she said it. A different content creator. So now, are you guys going to call her out for anything nefarious or hilarious? Because you may not believe it, or you may believe it. Whichever one, peoples, Edward Joseph didn't say it. She did. So now, it is incumbent upon her to prove it, peoples. See? That's all. Let's go.
Cause they're okay too, because they have the gangs have a prostitution ring. That's why. Why do you think all those dudes are with those girls? For protection.
It's a prostitution ring, and what I heard was they were trying to get Kenneka involved in the prostitution ring, and she wouldn't want to do it.
And that's when they try to make it a revenge issue on terms of her supposedly holding them for what her brother did, is what I heard. But you know how people theory go.
Yeah.
They
Right.
make up any little thing to be heard. You see what I'm saying? Me, I go off of facts and what I see. If I'm able to look at these people and read their vibe, I can pretty much tell you who got in on it and who not in on it. You see what I'm saying? That's why that security guard, that man is mysterious, man. Don't nobody. Why was his nose bleeding?
And let me ask you something, Rico. What about Shaniqua Wright?
Okay, so you heard what P stupid ass Rico had said. He goes off of facts and what he heard. Well, what is the facts, Rico? Because I haven't heard of any facts that you have presented in here. He goes from facts and what he heard. So it's the people from what he heard from is giving facts. See that is so stupid, peoples. That is so stupid. So he goes by facts and what he heard. So what if what he heard the people was lying? That's a fact that they're lying, right? So if they're not giving real facts in this case and they're lying, well, it's a fact that they're lying. But yet he goes by what he heard and what he sees. People, I don't continually share with you for what I heard. I don't do that. Edward Joseph don't do that. I don't care what you say. I got to check it out for myself. And if I deem it to be actual, factual, and true, peoples, well, then there you have it. I said, there you have it, peoples. But if what you're saying ain't meshing up, well, then, I mean, what is it that you want me to say? I said, what is it that you want me to say, peoples? Doesn't sit well with me, peoples. Just because you said it doesn't make it law. Just because you said it doesn't make it law. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples?
The one that had the credit card that was booking them rooms. What do you
Good question.
think about
Good question.
I believe her. Do you see Monifa Facebook, she keep counting all that money, talking about cracking cards. I think those who got something going on with that, they knew what was gonna happen to Kenneka that night. I guarantee you that. Because out of all the females there, Kenneka was the chosen one.
And I think she's the ringleader too, the Shaniqua girl.
Yeah, she the ringleader because she the one who pitting Monifa on the card cracking stuff. Come on, man. Your friend, your best friend since the 3rd grade died, and what you doing is counting money, being happy y'all on Facebook. Then y'all talking about going to another hotel party on her Snapchat, another hotel party. Everybody who know Monifa said that she is known for setting people up. She look like the person that'll set you up.
Yeah, she do have a funny look.
You want to know why she look like that?
She looks because she acceptance.
Because she thinks she thinks she's a black disciple. That's why she's sitting there setting them people up for them, because they got it in her mind that she's a BD. And what BDs do is what BDs do. I'm not gonna leak out they stuff, that's on them and what they do.
Right.
But it's what they got that girl thinking what she is to help them get away with stuff, because nowadays these gangs using women to set up
to take
guys
the fall.
that they are into it with, so they can get away with what they think they did was right. That's why I say I don't want to be a leader. I don't want to be known as the man, because that's a heavy luggage to carry on my back. Then I'll be a target. Nobody knows how it is in the city of Chicago. When you're a target, the target will be extinguished. They will get you. And then once they get you, they gonna be the man. Then what happens when they be the man? Somebody else get them. It goes on and on and on. There's not a stop to it. That's why I say, because I am the voice for the voiceless. For the people who scared to voice against them people, I'm not afraid to voice against them people. Do you know my life and everything I'm putting on the line for this? And I believe that God got my back with this with this struggle. But don't get me wrong, they gonna permanently have to shut me up to get rid of me.
I don't want that to happen though.
That's what it is.
I don't want that to happen. So I want you to be careful. Be super.
Can I say something real quick? That's what anything when it comes to freedom, and what we got to do, for our freedom of speech, whatever it is that we have, that we're free. But I do want to ask you, man. It seems like you always stand up and you're outspoken for the people, and for the freedom fighters, and for this case, for Kenneka. Why isn't your I don't want to call him your superior, but I'm gonna say Jediah. Why doesn't he come out and he talk and he try to not set the record straight, but at least get people out of confusion, because there's a state of confusion out there, and he puts videos out all the time, and then sometimes you don't know, but I do know that it's bad acting, and I do know that he was once on a show, because I seen the show, and I was like, so why doesn't he come out and talk like
truth? Tell you the truth, I cannot tell you Jedediah's motive, his agenda, and the type of person he is, because I personally don't know him.
It's hard to believe, but y'all make it seem like y'all do, and that's where the television comes into play and the reality show of it.
Like he's an agent. He does seem like an agent.
All of them do. I'm not gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie.
Get me wrong.
I consider you to be one too, brother.
Don't get me. I just got into this when I heard about Kenneka, bro. I was at an event at the Crown Plaza after the day she died, and I ain't know about that, bro. Until my homie sent me the link, and when I saw Mama Teresa, I'm like, wait, what's going on? I clicked onto the article, and once they said that her daughter, I'm like, don't tell me it was the little girl I be seeing at Douglas Park when she have her events. Just so happened when I saw the picture of her, I broke down. I had to go out there. I went out there. That's when I met them. I did not know them. I was quiet at first because I was peeping the scene on what was going on. Then when I dug up my information on Rosemont, that's when I'm like, man, it's time for me to go ahead on and be outspoken so these people can hear me and they could turn it up some and wake these people up for real. That's when I came out there. People start affiliating me with the freedom fighters. I wasn't affiliated with them.
On that episode that you did, though, or should I say it was like the finale, because all of you all were on the panel, and it was on Zach TV. And you
that's when I joined them.
Hold on. But then it's like you changed your narrative and who you were. I'm gonna tell you, I watched you because Jazz put it up, and I told you that in the past. But when I seen you there at the funeral, the narrative changed to you being more against, and I feel like you were being more truthful to me. Like you started spilling the beans about the corruption, and you started spilling the beans about a lot of stuff about the case that people were saying, but you weren't saying it before until she was buried, is what I'm saying.
You said I wasn't saying it until she was buried.
Well, I'm saying your tone changed maybe at the funeral, but your tone changed from what you were saying like the day before. Put it that way.
Look, listen, the reason why you feel like that, brother, is because, like I said, when I was at that funeral, it was overwhelming. I felt a lot of negative vibe, as if people know what happened. I felt like some of the people that was there to stage they acts. It was people that acting.
Exactly.
And it was scaring me, and it was scaring me.
Okay, well, I thought you were acting too. This is what I'm saying.
What?
I said I thought you were acting too. That's what I'm saying. It did look like an act because it was bad acting.
I am not an actor. I'm too outspoken to be an actor. Most definitely not an actor. Tell you that now. Like I said, people don't know. People ain't know who I was until they heard a loudmouth Puerto Rican motherfucker out there yelling, "Wake up, Rosemont." That's when people start noticing who I was.
Put that on a t-shirt.
That's when people start sending me friend requests, following me. But let me remind you this. I had 5,000 friends before this. I was known before this. I was known. You could talk to my high school friends. I used to be in high school being political. I was been known from this. I just didn't know that it was a group out there that express and fight for justice. That's what I always saw myself
Time out.
doing.
I thought about something you said. Hold on, and I'll shut up. I promise I won't ask no more questions. But earlier
What's that, Jasmine?
in the talk on the last stream, you did say that you knew Teresa before this whole thing happened. You said you knew her when you were in high school or something?
Yeah.
What's on the screen? What's on the screen right now? The yellow ticket is basically all of what they took off of Kenneka. So it says 1 Victoria's Secret satin gloss, 2 size 6.5 gray shoe, right, 1 crystal gloss lip gloss, and 1 black hair scrunchie. So they basically this is what they took as evidence. But I wanted to go back to this really quick. I left it up while they were talking. This guy, this right here is what we were talking about earlier when I was telling you guys about the lineup. So I don't know who they had do a lineup, but it shows that they did do the lineup. This is one of the girls they did a lineup on. So I'm assuming out of the pictures, somebody identified her. I don't know why, but she was just a part of the lineup. I don't know who she is.
Now notice how the content creator ended up giving P. Rico grace and mercy because she changed the narrative. She went on and changed everything and started talking about the lineup. Just literally broke in and just cut it all down because P. Rico was being caught in a fault. He lied. Clear as daylight. He lied big time. And the guy was calling him out and stuff. I mean, majorly calling him out. And she caught that play and she changed the narrative. She changed everything that they were talking about. Now she's talking about the lineup and stuff. Now we're going to see if the guy is going to go back up on him to, vet his credibility and things. Boy, I tell you, people, when you're calling a fault, hey, it's just best to fess up. Because if I was that guy, I would be doing the same thing. Nigga, why you sitting here lying to us? But you see what they did. That was good on the moderator's part, just to digress and, not push that issue and not overtalk her. Wait until she finished with making her point and then come back to the point that you're trying to make and stuff. There's always ways to do things, people. But when the creator, the content creator is speaking, it's not good to overtalk and stuff. It's just good to just digress and, shoot your shot again at a later time. All right, let's go.
Isn't that Shaniqua?
I swear I seen her
That's not
before.
Shaniqua. That's not Shaniqua.
Okay.
No, y'all don't look like that security lady that was walking them to the room.
That's I don't know who this is, but this is the Shaniqua girl, and this is the transgender that was with her.
Yeah.
It's Kashonda.
Man, take a picture of it. Nobody want
Humping.
He was driving that car,
like
Rico.
What?
He was the one driving the car.
No, we don't know that.
Okay, I stopped. Okay, my bad.
And then this guy right here, they took his Snapchat. This is Red Hat, the one that was following Kenneka.
Oh.
Didn't he do that video in the truck with his boy? They were smoking. Is that him?
No, that's
no.
Hey,
I see that gap.
It's a picture that showed Kenneka stumbling on the wall, and that dude was walking right behind her.
Correct. So this guy is either Pucky or Winky. So one of them is
do he it look like it's some stuff going on between them two.
Right. I don't know, but this is one of them is Punky, one of them is Winky, and then there was another picture. So here's another one.
Did you see how he's biting his lips while the other dude was just
they do look like they're involved, and that sort of brings me back to that one guy victim.
I wouldn't let no guy lean on me like that, bro, and I wouldn't be biting my lips like that.
Hey,
but
that transgender, is that the guy or the one that you were talking about earlier that got arrested for the accident?
No, those situations were not related at all. After I did my investigation,
crashed that car, I knew the girl who died in that car crash.
After I did the investigation, those incidents were damn near 35 minutes apart from each other. So that has no relation at all with the Kenneka Jenkins case. I don't even know how that. I think the rumor just got started because the boy looked like Irene.
Yep.
Hey, Jasmine, can I put a spin? You know, I always got a spin.
Oh, no. Yeah, give me a spin.
How about not the friends, not necessarily a setup. How about an initiation? How about
I thought about that.
Yeah,
How
about they got her up there with her thinking, girl, shoot, we about to make this money. You know how young people talk and everything. And then when she found out what she had to do was usually, in gangs, they jump you in. And sometimes the girls got to sleep with all the guys in the gang.
Mm-hmm.
And what if she was like, oh, no, I'm not down for that. Now, y'all said that we was about to, do X, Y, and Z.
I thought about that.
And then for me to get in it, I got to sleep with these dudes? No. I'm
going to tell you, what I said earlier was I felt like what number 4. I felt like what could have happened was, I mean, don't nobody get offended with what I'm saying, because I'm not trying to say that she was out there living no. I think that they was doing some lady of the night every now and then. And it might have been a possibility that they thought they was going to get them a little money, and maybe the security guard hit them with a proposition.
Yep.
And they tried to get Kenneka to take that proposition
because he didn't already peeped her out. Plus,
correct.
The thing is too, they probably was looking at her like, oh yeah, she gonna be a good price. She gonna make us some. Look at those lips. You know how guys feel about those kind of.
And she was the cleanest. And she was the cleanest.
But I'm saying, look at.
Oh yeah, we gotta.
I think we need to come back. When they look at lips like that
hold
on.
Yeah, come back to the pause. You guys, you know what? Scratch that. I'm sorry. Don't even listen to that anymore. I forgot. I'm gonna have to scratch that, because if that's the case, why would 4 guys be involved?
Yeah.
But can I throw another spin?
You said you're gonna scratch what?
Can I say something?
No.
What did she say she had to scratch?
I'm sorry. I'm saying I got to scratch. I'm not saying that I don't think the security guard is involved, but now I got to run it through my mind. What would be the relation with the 4 guys, Monifa, Shamaya, and the security guard? There's some type of connection now. I don't
Yeah,
know.
but
Because
Was it
if you
security
guys
guard in the game?
if you guys paid attention to the last video when Kenneka walked down, when she was, and I wish I had the times because I have all the footage, but at one point in the video, I don't think people realized that when Kenneka walked down at the bottom level, when she stumbled and hit that rail, and then she walked through the double doors, about 30 minutes later, Shamaya, Abriana, the boy with the white beanie, Ty, another guy came walking by, and then about 5 minutes later, the guy with the red hat came walking by, but they walked into the kitchen at a different angle. They came down the stairs and kept going straight to go into the kitchen as if they were going to come into the kitchen behind Kenneka. Kenneka went in the other way, but it was about 30, 45 minutes difference. And then you never see them come back out. So now when you look at the pictures, we're able to verify that there is a back dock exit. And mind you, what did we learn earlier in the last segment? That when the police issued the report for Crown Plaza to release a list of them of all the cameras that didn't work, one of those cameras was the back dock camera.
But
they showed us some footage from the back dock.
That's what I was getting ready to say. There is footage, but there's about 5 hours of missing footage from like midnight to 6 the next morning.
So
y'all want to know what's funny?
But we have to understand that there's more than one exit. There's more than one dock.
No, they show two. They show two in this footage.
You want to know what's funny?
You have to understand.
Y'all remember when they took Kenneka body out the freezer?
Right.
I remember that dude who was acting suspicious as if he was hiding something.
With the green jacket?
Yeah.
The man took the
That
camera
looked at the
from
camera.
Guys, come on now. Pause.
No.
Pause. Let me just say this. Listen, I need everybody to really think realistic.
Oh my God, boy! I am so glad that you have a content creator that can really think for herself. And she said, "You guys got to think realistic because this is what happens all too often. People get so engrossed in their narrative and stuff, and then they just throw a whole lot of stuff out there without even thinking what they're saying. And this is what I say all of the time. And now we have a girl that has a panel full of people who's just throwing so much stuff out there that they don't even know what they're saying. They're just throwing it out there. Just throwing a lot of stuff out there and ain't even making sense of nothing. And now the content creators say, ho, scratch, stop, regroup, think about what you're saying before you say it. And that's what I say all of the time. I hear everybody wants to be first and everybody wants to get their narrative out there for the people to hear them and all like this, but you got to make sense of what you're saying. Because if you don't make sense of what you're saying, it ain't no sense in saying it. And that's what I say all the time, people. And so people get mad at me, but I'm like, before you go and open up your big fat mouth, you got to understand what you're saying. And you got to make sense of it. Now the content creator has saying, look, stop, hold, scratch. You got to make sense of what you're saying. Regroup and come again.
Corner man is not going to come into the kitchen and snatch a camera down in front of another camera. That doesn't even sound realistic, guys. Like
he was suspect though.
I know, but guys, you guys listen. The man was not suspect. The man came in. He looked as if he might be interning with the coroner's office. He came into a crime scene and he looked up to see where the cameras were positioned to see if they were going to be able to see who did it. That man was not doing nothing. That man ain't in there doing nothing but doing his job.
He did creep to the back though.
But you
He's
guys,
a coroner.
if you really,
I'm not talking. I'm trying to talk about.
I'm talking about
wait
the
a
one
minute.
with the green jacket. That's the one he
I'm
talking
talking
about.
about Mark.
Listen,
I'm talking about Mark, whatever his name is.
Listen, you
see if I can
guys.
find-
I
Hold on.
believe that man was looking like this, and this is just my opinion. After that man saw Kenneka and the condition she was in, I believe that man was truly looking to see if there was any way that they were able to see how she got in that freezer. I don't believe that man had anything at all to do with Kenneka's death. I really believe that man was. I think he was even shocked when they saw her body.
Right.
Like
Okay.
something.
Let me ask you
It was
guys something. The evidence, the black watch, the ring, and the red band. Did you all peep at the top of it and see what it said? It said obtained from Evanston's funeral home.
Yep.
So that means that one of those people, either the coroner or the other guy, was from a funeral home, and they had to take that off of her. That wasn't because it would have said it wouldn't have said that. So they called a funeral home in there originally because that was not going to be a murder investigation.
Yeah, no, in the police report.
So you think they switched their watch out?
That's maybe
it's
what
obvious
he was doing.
because it's obvious they switched the watch out because on the watch on her is gray. This watch is black.
Right.
Or no? Yeah, but they say in the police report that they called for the funeral home to come pick her up.
But what funeral home? Not the one that did her body, because they have to take her to do the autopsy that morning. This says 9:10. This was that
No.
morning. So you mean originally before they decided to do an autopsy?
I believe what happened was originally.
You guys. I'm trying to tell you guys why it went like that. When her body is initially picked up, they take her to the coroner's office. Okay. Then from the coroner's office, they take her to the mortuary.
Right.
Okay. The mortuary comes and picks her up. Okay. So the way this evidence was transferred from one person to the other is correct. It was done correctly. Now, why the colors of the watch change, I don't know.
No, what I'm asking is why it said at 4:52 a.m. 9:10. So it said right away. So what you're saying is that the mortuary comes along with the coroner, picks her. The whoever, if the funeral home comes with the coroner and transports her body for the coroner. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Because that's what that evidence thing says.
Something real quick. I almost know what Rika was saying. I almost know what she's trying to say. But at the same time, with that guy with the green jacket, and I think Mama J, and in a way you was saying this too. When he had that bag and he put it in the bed. If you think about if you ever been a patient or something like that, or if you ever have been in the ambulance, they put all your belongings on the bed, tuck it in a blanket and all the rest of that. And a lot of people would say, oh, yeah, they put our organs up in there. Like they was going all over the place,
You
so
guys,
just want to say that real quick.
If you pay attention to that video, you can clearly tell that man is a student. That man is interning. He is interning.
I'm not arguing that. I'm saying, then why did the evidence say on there who was from Evanston's funeral home? So they just wrote that on there?
No, baby. We have to understand what happens is after the coroner comes to get you, for all we know, Teresa could have originally had them release the body to that funeral home, but then she decided to change her plans when she wanted to have a bigger funeral. Teresa has to give them permission to release the body to a specific funeral home.
Very good.
She has to get they have to get permission to release the body to a specific funeral home. Did you hear what she said? So let's break that down for one moment, people. Let's break that down for one moment because I think many of you confused, and I think that they're confused as well. If the body was going to be autopsied, the body has to go to the coroner first. it has to go to the medical examiner's office. Well, Kenneka's body never went to the coroner. Kenneka's body went to Resurrection Hospital. Do you understand what I'm saying? It said that in the medical report that you've seen. Kenneka's body never made it to the Cook County Medical Examiner's office and then to the funeral home. Kenneka's body went to Resurrection Hospital. Whoever body that went to the Cook County Medical Examiner's office, it wasn't Kenneka Jenkins, peoples, which is what I've been telling you for the longest time. And then TM comes around and say, oh, well, this is how my babe looked when I saw her at the funeral home. Well, peoples, Kenneka Jenkins was never at the funeral home. That's number one. That's number one. She ain't never made it to the funeral home. But TM said, oh, well, this is how my babe looked when I saw her at the funeral home. When did Kenneka Jenkins ever go to the funeral home? And then if she was at the funeral home, she was at what? Evanston Funeral Home? Guess whose funeral home? Is Evanston's funeral home, peoples. Oh my God, people. See, even they argue over the points that they're trying to make. They're making some good points, but they can't differentiate that of what they're trying to make, peoples. I've filmed funerals for over 20 years. So I understand the process. The process is if there's ever suspicion of death, then the person goes to the medical examiner's office. If there's no suspicion of death, then the person goes directly to the funeral home. Period. It ain't no reason to get an autopsy unless the death in question is suspicious. Let me say that again, peoples, because I think you guys missed it. If a person is going to the medical examiner's office, well, then there is a question of the death. Do you understand what I'm saying? But if there's no question of the death, then the person is going directly to the funeral home. So obviously there was a question in the death. And so it wasn't an accident as what they had stated, because if it was an accident, well, then there wouldn't be no question. You deem it as an accident, you go straight to the funeral home. But even though they ruled it as an accident, it was still something suspicious about the death, and that's why she was supposed to have went to go and get an autopsy done. But she didn't get an autopsy done at the Cook County Medical Examiner's office. Her body went to Resurrection Hospital. And from Resurrection Hospital, she went to Schiller's Park to be cremated. Because the person that was in that casket wasn't Kenneka Jenkins. At the funeral home, it wasn't Kenneka Jenkins, because you had many people who knew Kenneka, who was at that funeral home, that said that does not look like Kenneka. They said that. I didn't say it. I wasn't at the funeral. They saw it. They saw the body. They said that. They said that. And I don't care if you is from Chicago. Your ass didn't go to the funeral. So you wouldn't have never known whose body was in the casket unless you went to the funeral, unless you know Kenneka yourself, and unless you've seen the body yourself. Just because you live in Chicago don't mean shit. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? It don't mean shit. You wasn't at the funeral and you wasn't there. Point blank. So now, peoples, again, Kenneka's body never made it to the Cook County Medical Examiner's office, and I'm gonna prove that. I'm gonna prove that by what Lenora had said, because Lenora had said that they wasn't able to find the body, and that when they had called, they had no knowledge that they had the body. Lenore said that in the live. I'm gonna go find that video because she sure did say that. I remember. I remember. And I played it back on one of my lives. I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna look at my videos and stuff because I'm gonna find that video and then I'm gonna play it for you so you can understand. So that's how I know that the medical examiner never had Kenneka's body. Because Lenora had already confirmed that they didn't have Kenneka's body. Oh my God, people's boys. See, y'all so into just giving and saying so much stuff that you can't even understand what you're saying. If there is any doubt whatsoever of the person death and how they died, an autopsy must be performed. Must. It is imperative. It ain't no question behind it. It must be performed. But if there's no question in the death, well, then the body goes straight to the funeral home. Period. The person there, in the case of my mother passing, the medical professionals came out, they did their assessment and stuff. They deemed that she had died of natural causes because they didn't see any signs of foul play or anything. And so they called it in. They called it in. And when they came down, they gave a time of death. But she was already dead before they even came down. So they just gave a time of death as to when they came in, had administered, the medical help. And then they called that as the time of death. But my mother has already died well before they even came. And they didn't question the death. They ruled it as natural causes. And they took my mother straight from the house to the funeral home. That's it. That's what they did. If there was any suspicion of her death, well, then they would have had me and questioned me because I was the only one in the house, just me and my mom. That was the only ones in the house that was there at the time to when my mom had passed away on Christmas Day. But they didn't suspect any foul play. So that's why I was never brought down to the police station to be questioned. My mom had never went to no medical examiner's office to have an autopsy done. She was taken straight to the funeral home to be prepared for her services to commence at a later time. So if anybody should know, because I've been doing this for over 20 years, I know how the process works. Because I've been videotaping for 20 years, people. And so at the time of the death and before Sometimes before they even move the body, I'm already there videotaping the movement of the body and then going down to the funeral home and videotaping them bringing the body in and things. And then before the service, I'm already there at the funeral home after they done prepared everything and stuff, and then taking them out and then taking them to the church. I'm already there. I got thousands of funeral services. So I understand the process. If anybody understands, I understand the process. And I know because Lenore had even told you herself. And this is where the people get confused because they don't look, they don't listen, they don't understand. And that's what it is, people. So Kenneka's death couldn't have been ruled an accident because you even heard what TM had said herself, that they said it was a crime scene. So if it was a crime scene, well, why didn't you put up the crime tape? Why didn't you corner everything off? Why is you allowing everybody in to see the body? Why are you moving the body? Because even in the paperwork, it says, do not move the body. I've said that many times over when I did my live. It's in the paperwork. It's written in the paperwork. Do not move the body. What they do, they move the body and then they took pictures of the body, posing the body in different positions, taking pictures. But the medical examiner told them, do not move the body. And the medical examiner do not come with the coroner. Do you understand what I'm saying? And they don't come with the funeral director. They don't come together, peoples. The coroner was supposed to come out, check the body, and if it's suspicious, then they will take the body, and then they will take it directly down to the medical examiner's office for further investigation. That didn't happen in this case, peoples. Because Roland Weiss, the one who picked up Kenneka Jenkins' body, was not a coroner. He was not a coroner, peoples. He was a one who had owned a funeral home. Oh boy, peoples, it gets deep. It gets really deep from this point on. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because now a certain content creator family owns a funeral home who had possession of Kenneka's body, who used to talk about this Kenneka Jenkins case. And Kenneka's body was in their possession. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? And that content creator used to talk about this case until they pissed me off. And then I talked about her big time. And so do you understand, people? So see, this is where the people get confused because people don't read, they don't listen, and they'll never learn anything. So Kenneka's death was not ruled an accident in the beginning. It was ruled as a crime scene, meaning that the death was suspicious in nature and further investigation had to commence. But because Rosemont Public Safety Department is not a police department, they didn't do the traditional things of a crime scene, which is put up yellow tape, which is dust for fingerprints, which is analyzed for blood spatter and the likes of, no, it was none of that. It's that we're just going to take her. We're going to take her directly to the funeral home and be done with. But that didn't happen. That didn't happen, people. She was taken to Resurrection Hospital. That happened. You understand what I'm saying, people? All right, so let's listen in.
Wherever she went, once it said funeral home, Teresa gave them permission to come and retrieve the body.
Right.
Okay,
Well
I'm not
said.
talking. Are you talking about before the autopsy or after?
Right. Because look,
no, I'm not. I'm talking to. Are you talking about before the autopsy or after?
the funeral home comes get you sometimes before the autopsy, because just like my mom passed and we had an autopsy, but the funeral home comes get you before sometimes before the autopsy.
Okay, because that's not how it happened with my dad.
No, they never do. That girl is lying. That girl is lying out of her teeth. The funeral home never comes get the body before an autopsy. No, they don't, people. No, they don't. The funeral home never comes get the body before an autopsy. That girl is lying out of her teeth. And I don't give a F what she's saying, peoples. I don't give a F what she's saying. Because she's lying out of her teeth. That ain't never happened. It never happens, peoples. The funeral home never comes get the body before the autopsy. It don't happen. What is the whole purpose? That's defeating the purpose. What are they going to do? They just going to store the body down at the funeral home, and then finally, they decide, oh, okay, well, she needs an autopsy, so let's go ahead and take her down there. Evidence has to be preserved, peoples. And evidence can't be preserved if they take the bodies straight to a funeral home. Time is of the essence, and evidence needs to be preserved. So evidence cannot be preserved if the body is taken straight to a funeral home. What sense does that make? I said, what sense does that make, peoples? What they're gonna just put the body in the freezer and just, okay, so woo, so we're just gonna wait till the coroner comes and get the body. We already got it in the freezer. When the coroner needs to be notified in the beginning, because the coroner has to pretty much determine the cause of death. They have to preserve the evidence, and so the coroner has to be called first. The coroner makes a decision whether or not, okay, well, right then and there, we need further investigation, or we're going to release the body to the funeral home to go ahead and, have that process done for a funeral. So this girl is lying out of her teeth, people. She's lying. And I can tell you she's lying out of her teeth. That shit did not happen, peoples. I said, no, it didn't. I said, no, it didn't. It didn't happen, peoples. It didn't happen in the manner to which she's stating. That's a lie. That's a bold-faced lie. I tell you that right there. Clear as daylight, I tell you that. That's a lie. So let's listen in, peoples.
But my dad did die in the hospital. They did the autopsy first, and then they released him to the funeral home. So
it depends on whose autopsy comes first, because in this case it was two autopsies done.
But what I'm saying is that the time and date stamp they gave that to her that same day. And the reason I'm only bringing it up is because when Lenore asked the police chief, was I supposed to get the watch and a ring and whatever? And he said, no, we always keep the evidence. She said, so why did they give it to me? And it says there that the funeral home took that off of her body, but that it says at 9:10 at 4:52 a.m. before her autopsy wasn't until 10. Do you see what I'm saying? So I was just confused about that. So they took it from her and gave it to whoever, but it says that right there on the thing. So I don't understand why.
No, baby, no, that time on there, what they're telling you is on 9/10/17 at 4:52, 04, whatever
a.m.
That's when they removed that off of her body. They removed it and then they took a photo of it.
Right. But it says, what does it say at the very top? It says obtained from Evanston Funeral Home.
Right.
Right. So
they're telling you that
took it off of her. You see what I'm saying?
They did the autopsy with her watch and stuff on.
No, that's my whole point. They didn't. Okay, this is my point. When they first discovered her body, they were not going to do all of that. Maybe they were going to find it was a death investigation. If you read Teresa's statement, she insisted that they go a little deeper. Someone, I don't know where Evanston is in relationship to where they live, because says here. Okay.
The law is in any state, when somebody dies, if they do not die in a hospital and a doctor can pronounce them dead, or they already know that that person is dying from a certain illness, no matter who's involved, an autopsy by law has to be done.
Okay, that's fine. But what I'm saying is that, I guess we're going in circles here, but let me just get my point across here. What I'm saying is that they found Kenneka dead. If they found her dead and they were going to take her to the coroner's office, before they did the autopsy, that is when they normally take things off of you. Jasmine just said the other day that she never received her fiance's items yet. That was on him. That the coroner usually takes things off of you.
But see, so let's just clear this up really quick. Because I think I understand where you're going. The only reason that I didn't get my fiance's stuff is because it was automatically labeled a murder.
Right.
Situation automatically labeled it accidental. So they, in their minds, we all know that they messed up on the case. They should have never released those items to Teresa or Lenore. Those items should have been taken off of Kenneka and placed in evidence.
Exactly. That's what I was trying to say.
Right, but they didn't, because they never ever labeled this death as a homicide. We still haven't got my fiance's stuff to this day, and we probably won't until the trial is over. At this point, once they came out and they allowed Teresa into that freezer, at that point it was very obvious that they never thought it was a crime scene.
And exactly, and so that's what I was trying to say. They were going to just send her possibly to the funeral home, and that's why they had the item. So I think that whoever that was, one of those people had to be the funeral home, because they took, I guess, one of the guys. I'm thinking that one of the guys.
No, I'm gonna tell you. I called the other day. I called Rosemont Coroner's office, and what they advised me is when the coroner comes out, there's two people that come out with them. there's what you call a coroner investigator, and then you have a ME. The ME is who comes out, that's who pronounces her dead. The investigator is who makes the decision if it is criminal or if it was accidental. So the two people that you guys are looking at, it's always an ME and an investigator. Guys, please, like the whole part with the guy in the green jacket, like that, we can sit and debate about that all day. My personal opinion is I don't think the man did anything criminal. I think that where they messed up was the police allowed them to give those items to Teresa and them. Those items should have been placed in an evidence bag that had a red stamp going across it, and it should be sitting in the police department in a box right now, because there could be some type of DNA or something on it. But the only difference is when it comes to the mortuary, when it comes to the funeral home being labeled on anything, because when Teresa came to
Okay, people.
the
So
scene, Teresa already had in her
I heard
mind
what
what
she
funeral
said.
home she wanted her daughter to go to. It just so happens that that's not.
Jasmine, I got now I got a question.
Okay, so let me go ahead and I heard what she said, peoples. So it's supposed to be a ME medical examiner and the coroner or the funeral director or whatever. You know, which that shit doesn't make no sense. It really doesn't make no sense. You don't see the in crime scenes that you see on the streets or anywhere and stuff. You don't see the coroner. I mean, you see the coroner, but you don't see the medical examiner. You don't see the funeral director come. The coroner is the medical examiner. The coroner is the one who makes the decision and makes the decision only. So this shit of what this girl is saying doesn't make no sense, because you don't have three people come out. The coroner is the one who makes the decision. And if it's a death investigation or if it's a murder or whatever, the coroner is the one who decides. And the coroner is the only one that can do the autopsy. Unless they ship the body to the funeral home, because the funeral home can do autopsies too, but their funeral home can only do a limited autopsy. But the coroner is the only one who can do the extended. So if a person dies, the medical personnel comes out, like the EMTs are whatever and stuff. Someone in that capacity. They come out, they can't resuscitate the person, then the coroner comes out. Coroner, if they deem it as a murder investigation or a suspicious death or anything, then that's when the coroner comes out. The coroner comes and checks the body, takes the temperature and do all of this stuff, and sends the body out for an autopsy if they deem that it was suspicious. The funeral director never comes out unless called. And if they're called, well, then it ain't no need for them to do an autopsy, because there's nothing suspicious. The coroner had deemed, okay, well, this was natural causes or whatever, or the medical professional. Because, see, we can get lost in terminology. We can get lost with medical examiner, coroner, funeral director, all like this and stuff. So we have to be very careful when we use the terminology to describe the people who's supposed to come out and check the body and deem the body to the degree to where it's okay, no autopsy needed to be performed, just go straight to the funeral home for processing. So this girl is all totally wrong, and she's totally bonkers. She's totally out of kilter because it didn't happen like that. Didn't happen like that. The coroner is the only one that makes the decision. Period. Was the coroner at the Crown Plaza? We did not see the coroner. Who is the official coroner for Rosemont? Because we didn't see the coroner. We never seen the coroner in this case, peoples. And see, everybody's saying, "Oh, well, this is just a mistake and stuff." Well, see, that's easy to just go and glance over and say, "Oh, yeah, well, it was just a mistake," and they just let Teresa now view the body and this, and that, and the other. Well, peoples, the mistake is huge. And it wasn't no mistake. It was purposely done, because who's going to jack up a situation such as this? Any little thing that they made a mistake on is huge, and it has major ramifications. But just to glance over, oh yeah, it was a mistake. That's why they made the mistake. They gave Teresa Martin the items off her person when they wasn't supposed to. Well, that's true, but it wasn't no mistake. And remember, the funeral director was down there. He went in, he retrieved something, and then he put it under her body. Remember, he was fumbling with some things before the police came in, and he put it under her body. Well, what did he retrieve? Because he retrieved something and he put it under the body before the police came in. When he put it on, when the police came in, he was like, "Oh shit, let me go ahead and put this." What was it that he retrieved that he did not want the police to see? See, these are the little things that you guys need to look at and you guys need to understand. So what was it, the watch? What was it, the piercings? Was it her wallet? Nobody has ever mentioned Kenneka's wallet. Did she have a wallet? Did she have a driver's license? Remember, they only mentioned that Kenneka had keys and cell phone. But how could you walk around without any identification whatsoever? How could she be driving without any identification? Nobody has ever mentioned that in this case. Did Kenneka have a wallet? Did Kenneka have ID? Did Kenneka have anything that says, hey, I can be legally driving on the highway? Nobody's mentioned that. You ain't never seen no ID of Kenneka Jenkins whatsoever. None of that was ever in property other than just a watch and some piercings. Where's the keys and cell phone? Why is that in evidence? I said, why is that not in evidence, peoples? See, again, here it is. Here's Edward Joseph coming out and bringing some juicies for you, because where you stupid people ain't even trying to understand anything. I don't understand anything. Ain't nobody questioning it the way that I'm questioning it. When did you ever hear anybody mention Kenneka Jenkins' driver's license? Or Chicago ID? Anything that proves that she has legal standings to drive a vehicle on the highway out there. None of that was in evidence. Why would Kenneka be driving a car and she has no license? Usually that would be the first thing that be posted in a crime scene or a death investigation or something. Where's Kenneka's ID? and it's never been administered in this case, peoples. All we hear is just the name floating around, Kenneka Jenkins. But we ain't never seen no government ID whatsoever, no birth certificate, no death certificate, no driver's license, no ID whatsoever, no school ID, no nothing. Why is that, peoples? Why is that? She had her clothes in her pockets flipped in and out, flipped inside out, peoples. Where's the ID? I said, where is the ID, peoples? Where's anything that shows that, hey, this is Kenneka Jenkins and not Kenneka Martin and not Antonia Evans and not Zaria Walls? Where's the evidence? Where's the ID? Nobody has ever mentioned that, peoples. Nobody. Nobody other than Edward Joseph. Out of 7+ years, nobody has ever mentioned that. Because ain't nobody up on that level of thinking. I tell you, peoples, I've been doing this for quite some time. I've been filming funerals for over 20 years. So these are the things that you look out for, peoples. So if that's the only thing that was in property that was ever gave back to Teresa Martin, well, then again, my question is, how did she drive the car with no ID? Bravery was worrying about, well, the tire it's a bald tire, or it's a small tire on there, and I'm not getting on the E-way with that type of tire on there. I'm not getting on the E-way with that type of tire. But again, nobody can identify who this girl is. For all we know, they just say that's Kenneka Jenkins, but do we really know if it's really Kenneka Jenkins or not? Because we don't have no ID. All we have is just a name that's floating around in the air of a girl named Kenneka Jenkins. We don't have no birth certificate. We don't have no government ID. We don't have nothing with a picture on it that says this girl is Kenneka Jenkins or this girl is Kenneka Martin. We have nothing other than TM saying that I had this girl out my pee. I had this girl out my pee. And that's all we can go by. I mean, we don't really know if her true name is Kenneka Jenkins. We don't know. But nobody ever mentioned the ID. She drives the car to Rosemont on the highway at night with some girls, but you never seen her ID. Who drives without ID? Well, nobody drives my car because my insurance won't cover them. Well, why would Kenneka be driving without ID? Why? How could you get to the movies without ID? How could you get to the movies without money? Because all we seen was just a couple of coins spewed all over the floor of the freezer. Did Kenneka have money? Did Kenneka have ID? Did Kenneka have anything? If she didn't have it in her breast, Did she have it in her back pocket? I mean, peoples, come on now. You know, you're just walking around with a cell phone and keys and you ain't carrying no ID and no money. Really? Really, peoples? Really? You're walking around an establishment with no ID or money. They never mention no money that she's supposed to have had. Only a few coins that was spewed on the floor of the freezer. Where was her money? You can't drive a car without money. Where was the ATM card? Where was the debit card? These girls is just walking around with just a cell phone and keys and no money in their pocket. Really, peoples? No money was mentioned at all. No debit card was mentioned at all. No ATM card was mentioned at all. No credit card was mentioned at all. How did this girl drive with no money? Boy, you guys killed me. Y'all hold on.
Now I got a question. Because now something else. Okay, my cousin died a couple of years ago. She died at home and she died of cancer. No foul play, right? Okay. At that point, they asked me what funeral home did I want them to call. And I told them, and they came and picked it up. My thing is this: if the timeline is right, if the guy was there, the one who was prepping the body, you know, with the one that was putting the cover and stuff on, you saying that's the funeral home, right? Then how did they know what funeral home to take her to, or who to call, what funeral home to call, if Teresa came in and viewed the body after that?
And the girl has a very valid point right there of what she just said. But I got to rewind that back a little bit because I didn't hear everything, because it's hard to hear. I got to listen from my phone because listening on the computer is too low, but listening on my phone, I can hear it clear. But again, peoples, but again, where was the ATM card? Where was the debit card? Where was the credit card? Where was the ID? Where was the money? Where was anything that Kenneka had that signifies that and unequivocally and undeniably say, okay, well, this is Kenneka Jenkins? How could you go down to anywhere without money, a credit card, a debit card, ATM card, or something? You got to have some means of transport, you know, money in order to drive people's, not just the cell phone and keys. How many people goes to the movies and goes to the all of these different places like they said that she was supposed to go and stuff, and she don't have nothing. She don't have nothing, peoples. So how is she supposed to get around with no money, with no credit card, with no debit card, with no ID whatsoever? How did they know that girl name was Kenneka Jenkins? See, peoples, man, look at here, peoples, man. You guys are killing me because ain't nobody even mentioned that other than Edward Joseph after 7+ years. Nobody has ever mentioned that. I'm the very first one out of all of these YouTubers and Facebookers and even these people. They're breaking it down, but they never mention no driver's license. Why? Because they're so tied up, tangled up, and wrapped up in their narrative that they're missing the most important point. Where is the ID? How did the coroner ID this girl? How did the coroner know that it was Kenneka Jenkins or Kenneka Martin or Kenneka whoever? If you ain't got no ID, how did they put this girl in the system and know to run her just by a name? See, people say it doesn't make no sense. You can't run people into a database without actually knowing some information. Where is her social security number? Where's the social security card? See, out of all of this death investigation, out of all of this whole case and stuff, you absolutely have no information whatsoever on a Kenneka Jenkins. For all we know, her name could be something else other than Kenneka Jenkins. What was the money that Monifa had Kenneka's? Because she had a lot of money, right? She had cash. So did Kenneka carry cash and Monifa stole the cash from Kenneka? But even still, if that be the case, or if that not be the case, well, it still doesn't negate the fact that Kenneka didn't have no ID. And that has never been mentioned in the case files that Kenneka Jenkins had an ID. Usually in property people's, when they're taking something off of a person's property, and they had her in the freezer, and they were taking the watch, and they were taking her belly rings and stuff, why didn't they take the ID to identify that, hey, this is Kenneka Jenkins? People don't go to parties and events without ID, peoples. You cannot be on Chicago highways and other highways driving at night without ID. Kenneka doesn't strike me as a person without ID. And Kenneka's ID identification has never been shown in any of this case. So for all we know, again, we don't even know if this girl name is Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. We don't even know, peoples, that this girl name is Kenneka. For all we know, it can be somebody else. We don't know. We have no clue, peoples. Except we have no clue, peoples, who this girl is. To be honest with you, we have no clue whatsoever. We don't even know who Teresa Martin Insurance Company is, because we could have contacted the insurance company. That's public record right there. You know, the date of birth, the time of birth, the time of death and stuff. All of that should have been in the paper. You know, you go back and you check the deaths of that day. You don't see Kenneka Jenkins. You have no insurance policies, no insurance name, no nothing. We don't know if it's Kenneka Jenkins. We don't know if it's Kenneka Martin. We don't know if it's Kenneka. We just hear the people say Kenneka. But again, peoples, if they're up in there and the girl is dead and they're taking all of this stuff off her person, then again, where is the ID, peoples? Where is the driver's license? Where is the ID that clearly states who she is? And why didn't they find that first and foremost? And why wasn't it in property if they did find it? Why was the only thing taken off of her person was just a watch and 2 little piercings? Why didn't Teresa Martin ever even say, well, did you get her driver's license? Did you get did you get her did you get her card for the car insurance card out of the car? Did you get anything? Peoples, this whole shit is bullshit from start to finish, peoples. This is bullshit from start to finish. And I don't give a fuck what you say, because I'm asking you the question and you didn't even answer it. You can't answer it. Because nobody drives on no highway at night or in the daytime or anywhere without a driver's license, without some type of form of ID to identify who you are. That is the biggest factor to me right now. Where is the ID, TM? That's the question I'm going to raise, and I'm going to do a live about that. TM, where is Kenneka's ID? Where is Kenneka's birth certificate? Where is Kenneka death certificate, TM? Who is this girl that you call Kenneka? Y'all should be asking the question. I'm going to make a live and I'm going to ask the question, and I'm going to keep posting that over and over and over again. TM, where is Kenneka's ID? The girl was 19 years old, peoples. The girl was 19 years old. Nobody can drive legally on the highway without ID. Nobody can legally drive on the highway without ID. Nobody can legally drive on the highway without ID. So where was the ID? Where was the ATM card? Where was the credit card? Where was the debit card? Where was the money? Where was anything? Y'all say that Bree had the keys to the car. Y'all say that they had Kenneka's cell phone. But is that all Kenneka just had? Was just the keys and cell phone? With no ID, no money, no debit card, no ATM card, no credit card, no nothing, no means of any type of monetary value to put gas in the car or anything like that, peoples? No record whatsoever. So what? Kenneka didn't use a credit card. So what? She paid for gas all by cash. You're 19 and you don't have a you don't have a checking account or savings account or any type of account. There's nothing that you can find in Kenneka's name that she had any type of account with any type of institution like Wells Fargo, Chase, Bank of America, anything, peoples. That doesn't sit well with me, peoples. Kenneka was supposed to be registered. So where is anything with Kenneka's name on it, with her address on it? Where is her school ID? Where is Kenneka's picture in the yearbook? She went to high school, right? She was supposed to graduate from high school, right? Where is her diploma? Where is the pictures in the yearbook in her junior high and high school days? Where is the pictures, peoples? All we see is just all of these little couple of pictures of her being young, a couple of pictures of her being old, and that's all that we know of a girl named Kenneka Jenkins. It's like she's a mystery to the people. Where is anything that signify that this is Kenneka Jenkins or it is Kenneka Martin? She's a ghost. She's a figmentation of everyone's imagination. Peoples, you cannot find nothing on this girl that represents her name was Kenneka Jenkins. Other than the people saying, yeah, this is Kenneka Jenkins. Where's the senior ball pictures? Where's the junior prom pictures? Where's the pictures, peoples? And you know, all of the things that they do in senior high school and stuff. Where is the senior dance pictures and where's the cruises and things like that? Where's all of the events that did she go to the baseball games, the basketball games, the football games? What was she a part of the cheerleading squad? Did she go? And I know at high schools and stuff, they have all of these things to where the people take all of these different pictures and put it in the yearbook. Where's the yearbook pictures and stuff? From junior high to high school. She was supposed to be in high school for 4 years, right? Where is any picture in any yearbook that she has been found in, peoples? Where is any other pictures other than just the mere little videos that she does and stuff? Where's anything with her name on it that says Kenneka Jenkins? Where's the library card? Where's the registration? Voters registration. Where's any letters that was sent to her? Any things that she has a bill to pay? Anything that shows her name is Kenneka Jenkins. Now, people, she's a ghost. We don't even know if her real name is Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. She is a ghost. I said we don't know who this girl is, peoples. So until you can prove to me that this girl is Kenneka Jenkins, peoples, well, what is it that you want me to say? See, just showing the image of somebody on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and all of these places doesn't make the person who you guys proclaim they is. We don't have nothing whatsoever. We don't have nothing whatsoever that shows or signifies her name is Kenneka Jenkins. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. We don't even know. We don't even know if her real name is Kenneka. We don't know, peoples. We don't know. The only thing that you can go by that signifies that her name is Kenneka is what they're putting in all of these different paperwork. But again, we have absolutely nothing to show that this girl is Kenneka. Now, you guys may think that that's far-fetched, but I mean, shit. You can look up some of these death investigations and things of these kids and missing and things. You can find a school photo. You have school records and things. You know, you can find photos. You can find some type of mail or some type of something about them. But when it comes to this girl, she is a ghost. Hello. Cooking with D, come on in, ma'am. Come on in. I need you to come to the panel, and I need you to come talk to me. Come talk to me, because right now I am asking the people. Kenneka Jenkins was supposed to have been in a hotel, deceased in a freezer. But my question has been, where is her driver's license? They took off the body a watch. They took off the body. It was supposed to be a watch, but they took off a black watch instead of a gray watch. They took off some piercings. They said that Bravery had her keys and Irene had her phone. Where is her driver's license? Where is her debit card? Where is her ATM card? Where's her money? Where's anything that shows or signifies that she had some means of putting gas in the vehicle? We don't have nothing. Can you shed some light upon this, ma'am? Can you shed some light upon this? Well, okay, and that's exactly what I'm saying, ma'am. That's exactly what I'm saying. For all we know, we don't even know if her name is Kenneka Jenkins. Because who is going to drive a vehicle on the highway without a driver's license, but without a ATM or debit card or having money? Who's going to do that? Have you ever seen Kenneka Jenkins' driver's license? Have you ever seen anything with Kenneka Jenkins as a form of ID? Well, thank you. I'm glad that you mentioned that, because Edward Joseph is the very first one who ever said this. I'm glad that you mentioned that. Even Casey Cloy Over Sanchez Medina never even mentioned this, but Edward Joseph did. Because I'm sitting here and I'm going over this case with these people. These people were talking and stuff, and I'm like, wait a minute. They took her watch, they took her piercings, but that's all that they took and put in evidence. But they never even mentioned her driver's license. They never mentioned her ATM card, her debit card, any money. I know that it was a little bit of change that was spewed all over the floor, a couple of coins and things, but that was it. But how could you go and drive a car and you don't have no license? How could you go? You don't have no ATM card, no debit card. How could you go and you ain't even got no money? And why wasn't that a part of the case files? Why is it that when it comes down to Kenneka, we cannot find nothing that substantiates who she really is? No, nothing. No, nothing. Peoples. Nothing at all. And I'm glad that you said that, Cooking with Deep, because see, that is exactly my point. So when the people when the people stated that, yeah, that was Kenneka walking in the halls of that establishment or walking inside the establishment. Well, how do you know that it was Kenneka and she doesn't have no identification on her whatsoever? How did the police, how did the establishment know that that was Kenneka Jenkins if she don't have no type of identification? The only thing that they can go by is what the people said. And the people can be lying. The people can say that she was Bill Murray. They don't know who she is. They only go by what was told to them. And we're only going by what is told to us, but we don't have no type of identification whatsoever. Where is Kenneka's school pictures? Where out of 4 years of being in high school, where is her yearbook pictures? Where is her senior ball pictures? Where is her junior prom pictures? Where is just pictures of her being with all of the friends at the school? We don't see absolutely nothing. Do you see what I'm saying? And you and Casey and 54 Keys, Zillionaire, Boss Man or Hair Lost Man, John Queer Q, Casey Cloy, Overa Sanchez, Medina, Cousin Lazine, T. Slay has never even mentioned this, other than Edward Joseph. None of you ever even mention it. And so for all we know, we don't even know if that's really Kenneka Jenkins or not. We have no clue because we have nothing. And see, people, you know, it really makes me feel so damn wonderful because now I finally got something that nobody in this whole community has ever even mentioned. And Edward Joseph was the first and only one that ever mentioned it. Edward Joseph. And we went through 7 years of all of this wrangling and tangling and dangling. And there's nothing. And Kenneka Jenkins doesn't even show up. No ancestry pics in the ancestry. No pictures whatsoever. So we don't even know if her name is really Kenneka Jenkins. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? We don't even know who this girl is. So there you have it, peoples. That's my point. So let's get back to what these people were saying. But I had to go ahead and I had to labor on that because again, we don't know who this girl is. Let's listen in, peoples. Let's go.
That's my point.
Listen, no.
Because he's already there prepping the body. So how did they came in later?
Once she got to the county coroner's office where they did the autopsy, once she got there, then they make a phone call.
No, we understand that, but that's not what the evidence thing says. So that's something else they messed up on. That's
well, you
guys
say that the white guy was. Y'all said the white guy with the yellow coat.
Okay.
The white guy with the green coat came from the county coroner's office.
I'm talking about that little piece of brown paper with the watch and her belly ring and the thing. All of this was given to them before the girl even got to the place to have the autopsy.
Because
the
they
date
had
and time and
already
date.
determined it was an accidental death.
But I understand that, Mama Jordy. But when you're saying that she gave the funeral home after she got to the morgue, all this happened before that. That's what we're trying to say. They already had Evanston. I don't know if that's who eventually had her. I don't know even know where Evanston is. Is it near her west side, or is it near Rosemont? So I'm thinking that whoever they work with, maybe that's who the city of Rosemont, that's their go-to funeral home or mortuary. Because
what we're saying, but you guys, listen. Just because that time is on there, that doesn't mean that's when they gave it to that funeral home. All they're saying that all that time means is that's when that evidence was documented. Then they're letting you know that once it's documented, that's who it's going to be. That's who it's going to be turned over to.
No, it says obtained from. Obtained from means that the funeral home had it and they gave it back to the police, who gave it to Teresa. You see what I'm saying?
That part we probably not ever gonna understand.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is that that's something else that they handled incorrectly. Because why would the police have to obtain something from a funeral home before the mama even viewed the body? Because she was at the hotel. Maybe they asked her, but before the mama viewed the body and before the girl goes for an autopsy.
And see, people's people just literally just here. Let me turn this down. People just literally blow past and just want to just discount and dismiss. Oh yeah, well that's just a mistake that they made. People's well if they were making mistakes like that, if they were making mistakes like that, well then that's major. I said if they were making mistakes like that, that's major. You just can't blow past that. Now, Cooking with D, let me ask you a question, ma'am. Let me ask you a question. And I want to pick your brain about something. Now, you know about funerals. You know the process and procedures. Now, my question is simply this. My question is simply this. When they were supposed to take the so-called Kenneka's body from the establishment, when they were supposed to take Kenneka's body from the establishment, where did they take her first? According to your records, where did they take her first? Did they take her to get an autopsy, or did they take her to a funeral home first and then take her to the Cook County Medical Examiner's office to get an autopsy? According to your records. Because according to these people, she went to the funeral home first, and then she went to go and get an autopsy. And they're saying that the medical examiner's office was supposed to have came with the coroner, and then the funeral director is supposed to have been there. So all of them was supposed to have been there at the same time. But that's not that's not so, and that cannot be. Because if the only reason a coroner is involved is if there is a suspicion of death. That's the only reason a coroner would be involved. Is there a suspicion of death? Now, if there's not a suspicion of death, well, then the medical personnel, such as the people who drives the ambulance or whatever, any medical professional can come, and then they call in the death, and then they just rule it natural causes or whatever. But the medical examiner be called to call as to what the time of death would be. You say, if my memory serves me correctly, they took her to the morgue. She stayed for a long time because they claimed they were investigating. Okay, so the morgue is what? The morgue is what? So what you're saying is that they took her directly to the Cook County Medical Examiner's office, according to your records. Is that the morgue? Because remember, TM said, this is how my babe looked when I saw her at the funeral home. And so you're saying that if they had her for a long time, well, then how in the hell could TM say, this is how my babe looked when I saw her at the funeral home and she's looking fresh? Because if you're in the morgue and you're in the morgue for quite considerable amount of time, that means that you haven't been embalmed, because the morgue don't embalm you. The morgue just only freezes you. And the longer you are in a freezer without being embalmed, you don't preserve your color. You don't preserve your facial features or anything like that. You're decomposing. So you're not going to look as fresh as you was sitting in a freezer. So I'm lost. I'm lost. So how could she be in a morgue and she be in a morgue for a long time and then come to a funeral home and then have Teresa Martin say, well, this is how my babe looked when I saw her at the funeral home? You say Teresa got the body back like 3 weeks later. Three weeks later, Kenneka wouldn't have been looking like she was looking when Teresa Martin had said, this is how my babe looked when I saw her at the funeral home. Kenneka would have been looking totally different. Totally different. Ain't no way that you're going to be in no more than 3 weeks without being embalmed and you looking like how this girl was looking. Let me share my screen, peoples. Let me share my screen. It ain't no way. It ain't no way, peoples. So now somebody's lying. Nah, it ain't no way. Even if you're on ice, it ain't no way that you're going to be looking that fresh like that. There's no way, man. I'm sorry. I disagree. There's no way whatsoever. So let me go back to the picture. There ain't no way you're going to be in a morgue for 3 weeks and you looking as fresh as this girl was looking on this gurney and saying, this is how my babe looked when I got her from the funeral home. Let's look at this picture. Now, she got the body back in 3 weeks. She took it to the funeral home. Look how fresh that body looks. You cannot tell me that somebody is going to be on ice for 3 weeks and then she's looking as fresh like that. All right, so let me see what you say. So you say, but she didn't look like her normal self. And that's because they took her out so late. Her skin was really dark. And I'm saying that she wouldn't look like that after no 3 weeks of being on ice either. It ain't no way that she's going to be looking like that without being involved. And she's been in there for 3 weeks before even Teresa Martin got her body. Now we can go back and we can look at Abraham Lincoln, and we can go and research that, because he had died and they put him on ice, but he wasn't preserved just so wonderfully like this girl is in those 3 weeks. You said, has anyone in the chat ever going to the funeral home of maybe a family member or a close friend where the family couldn't take out due to insurance reasons, so they had to wait like 2 weeks? Yeah, I've seen that, and the person looked so bad too because the person wasn't involved. The person wasn't preserved to the degree. You said 2 weeks, but the girl wasn't given but in like 3 weeks. Jenna to you has said, you can't take a decomposed body and turn it into how she looked in the freezer. And then Mariah Lavender had said yes. And then Gina to you had said the pics were taken out of order. And then Cooking with D had said, I'm texting, talking my message, so try to make out what I'm saying, guys. And then Carly Henry said that the body looks too fresh. And then Gina to you had said the pics were given out of order. And then Trish Hollywood has said, I don't think she was frozen. And that's exactly my point, peoples.
That should have been after the autopsy as well.
That is exactly my point. You know, somebody's lying, because they said that Kenneka was autopsied the very next day. So if Kenneka was autopsied, fresh source, the very next day, then shit. It still, it ain't no way, Mel. Cooking with D said, Mariah Lavender, from your experience, how did the family member or friend look after being on ice for 2 weeks? Boy, this would be a good time for you guys to come up to the to the panel and talk, instead of typing and texting in the freezer, because you guys can cover more by talking than texting, because we're already at the 5:30 hour, and I'm just not even got halfway through this video. Because it's taking you guys time to text and things, to when you could have just said what you said, the other person could have responded. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let you guys text and things. I'm gonna go back and play this live, and you guys can go ahead and converse in the chat and things. But I'm gonna keep this thing going. Then Trish Hollywood said, I never heard of them keeping a deceased person on ice for 2 weeks. I never heard that either. You know, but from and Trish Hollywood had said most funerals are in a week. And so again too, you know, it was stated that she had an autopsy right after. Well, if she had an autopsy right after, well, then there should have been pictures of the autopsy. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if she was autopsy, that means she was already cut open and everything, and pictures was taken, and report was made, and all like this and stuff. Well, where's the autopsy pictures? And if her body didn't get back for 3 weeks, as First Source says, well, then how in the hell could she be looking like that at a funeral home in 3 weeks, and she was supposed to have been autopsy? Oh hell, peoples, come on now. That's some bullshit. It is some bullshit. And then Teresa was supposed to have Kenneka's body was supposed to have been at Evanston Funeral Home, and the funeral home was supposed to have been had already take you know, they was already knowing what funeral home to take her to right after the autopsy or before the autopsy. Really? All right, people. So let me go back in. Y'all can converse in the chat, but I'm gonna get back to this live.
So that's something else that they messed up on. That could have been evidence on there, and you got the funeral, whoever handling the evidence before they even do any dust or do anything on it. They didn't gave it back to the mama. So that's something else that they messed up on.
Now that part is a fact. We know for a fact that they didn't check evidence off of any of the things that they gave. Often not any one of those 3 items anyway. They immediately gave it to
Jasmine.
We know for a fact. That's definitely a fact. That's one of the things
They were nowhere near thorough.
Hey, Jasmine. 2 things. Did you ever check your email to see if you got it from me yet?
Oh, let me see.
Okay.
And what about Alicia too? Did Alicia still hit you up?
And
just a minute ago,
no, I'm not getting your email.
Just a minute ago, when Jasmine was
you don't see through a child's eyes?
No.
Just a minute ago, when Jasmine was flipping through those papers, now they just released a newspaper article the other day saying that Teresa Martin would not hand over Kenneka's cell phone. But a minute ago, I sat here and thoroughly read a piece of paper where it clearly said they had custody of the day of her death of Kenneka's iPhone, Kenneka Jenkins iPhone.
That they gave
And
it
they gave it to her voluntarily.
Because that's what the original article said, that they had custody of her cell phone and 3 other people. It said that. So I don't know why they're trying to. It seems like they tried to tarnish her image in the later articles that were put out.
Right.
I don't even think they're trying to tarnish her images. I think it's another way, like I said, of them throwing the public off, because social media took this thing and ran out of control with it. And people do not understand. All it takes is for one person to know something and somebody's involved and they get a hold of that information, and now all of a sudden that person just disappears.
Yep. And then a lot of stuff won't even be able to, you can't, like, you have to be careful when it comes down to evidence anyways, because like if you know, like a lot of this stuff they've been talking about on YouTube wouldn't be able to be used if it was true and factual. They couldn't use it in court anyways because too many people have seen it, like in front of a judge, in front of jurors. Just like, for instance, if
they ever find anybody, they're gonna have a hell of a hard time in the Chicago area finding some jurors that hadn't heard of, study up on the case. That's all I gotta say.
Is Rico still here? Does anybody know? Rico.
He probably done
Yeah, he's still his icon is. But what my question I wanted to ask, well, when y'all were mentioning the security guard, it's like, do y'all think that the security guard was involved in a gang?
Can I get my theory or my scenario, please?
Okay.
Because I've been waiting and I've been trying not to interrupt.
Go ahead.
Let me tell you what I've seen before. Okay, I don't know if y'all seen that live that Monica did. She was tripping with some other girls and they was talking about fighting. And then I looked around some more and I'm seeing that they always fighting and they videotaping it, right? So then I'm thinking they just sit there and watch them fight. What if they had a place to go and fight? And then I thought, I seen another video, and I heard that girl say again, Monifa say, but you ran to the security guard. You kept on running to the security guard. And I thought, is that the same security guard that y'all linking up with? And then y'all got a room and then lock and nobody can get out.
Is he involved in a gang? The question is he involved in a gang?
Yeah, no, he's not involved in a gang. But if you guys look at the video of the shooting at the hallway entrance, the back end hallway entrance where Kenneka walked through, there was a group of girls that came through the door. There was an altercation that happened that night at the very end of the hallway.
I saw that.
Is that why they're taking the carpet out from over in that area?
Oh, I doubt it.
It might be blood on it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they're taking the carpet up. I'd have to look into that. But there was
I peeked at something and I'm just saying I seen that. I just want to give a shout out. I don't know nobody out here, so I don't want to really do nothing wrong or disrespectful. So I'm gonna keep it to myself. Is that a cool?
Yeah. It sounds like it's best.
But you
hey, Jasmine, you don't see an email that said Irene's glasses?
I think the feds is.
I got that from Kate. I'm just saying.
Getting nothing from you.
He gonna say it anyway. Yeah. I sent you the picture of.
I heard y'all ask, was the security guard in the gang? To tell you the truth, you don't have to. It's a possibility. That's a far-fetched idea. But 9 days, it's about the money, man. They could have paid that man to cover and help them cover that shit up. It's about money, man. In this world, money talks. Money cover up a lot of things because it's the root of evil. Remember what you said earlier. The owner know Trump, they best friends. The mayor, they all connected. Rosemont is crooked and corrupt. They all know each other. Crown Plaza Hotel is the hotel that generate a lot of money because you got an O'Hare Airport, Rosemont Theater, Rosemont Mall, and a River Oaks Casino.
Did you guys see even on that credit card where they transferred $1,000 off that card into an account? You never know. They could have paid. You don't have to be involved in nothing.
That's good.
Money talks.
That's good, Mom.
So see, peoples, this is what I'm saying. So, Fresh Source, you didn't see everything. You didn't see all of the videos. You didn't see all of the pictures. You didn't see everything. And this is my point. And this is my point that I've been trying to make with you forever and a day. This of what I'm showing has been out there for over 7 years. These people have been talking about this. This is a 7-year video. This was in the beginning. And I kept trying to tell you that you, Casey, and all of them, y'all don't have all of the facts. You don't have all of the evidence and you don't have all of the proof. Because if you did any type of research, then you would have known who this person is or what these people have been talking about forever and a day. So that just goes to prove to me that you guys did not know everything. And I've been telling you that. I'll tell you offline who these people is. But you know who one of the people is P. Rico. But I'll tell you who the other person is and stuff offline. But that just goes to show you, if you never saw this video and you never heard these people, because this live has been 7 years ago, then that tells me that you guys only had your certain little group of people who you stayed with and talked about it and thought that you knew everything about the case, and you didn't. And that's my point. Because if you knew everything about the case, then you would have even talked about the driver's license. You would have talked about the ATM card. You would have talked about the debit card. You would have talked about if Kenneka had any money. You would have talked about the school pictures of Kenneka being in the school pictures at her high school. You would have talked about her senior ball or her junior prom or anything. You just made the admission yourself that you're just finding this out. You never thought about it. And that's exactly my point. That's exactly my point. So don't sit here and tell me what I don't know when I'm telling you what you don't know. I never said that you had a narrative. I'm saying that you and Casey and all of them never covered this. You never mentioned it. You're finding out for the first time after 7 years today. And that was my point then, and that is my point now. That's all. Just admit that you didn't say it. Just admit that you didn't know it. And that's my point. So when you guys came off as being all wise and all knowing, and that you guys had all of the proof to the truth, you didn't. You absolutely didn't. Well, again, that's not my point. Whether you felt that the mother knew or whether the mother didn't, my point is you didn't have the information and you didn't bring it out. That's all that I'm saying. It ain't no debate. It ain't no argument. It's just that you didn't know, and that's what I'm saying. And who's to say that Teresa is right and truthful about stating that this is really Kenneka? For all we know, we don't even know who this girl really is, because we don't have no government, nothing other than just a word of what TM had said. That's it. That's it. That's all. We don't have no government issue of anything. I know I was going to get you on the panel. Come on.
I knew you would.
Come on.
I mean, I just said that he know how to get me up there.
Yep.
But hold on a second, sir.
Okay.
I never once said that I knew everything about Kenneka's case. I never had a narrative in her case. I never thought about her driver's license or anything like that, because we had her mama identifying her. So to me, that was, it's just something that I didn't think about it. But if I had to think about it, I would have deemed it irrelevant because we already had her mom identifying her.
Okay, so let me stop right there. So who's to say that that's really her mom? And then two, TM has lied all through this thing. So how could we even take for face value that of what she's saying? It's true, actual, factual, and true.
Okay, well, you see, I don't know. I mean, that sounds like it's going into some more conspiracy theory stuff.
No. I mean, you got to understand, man. I don't mean to cut you off. You got to understand. You have your thoughts, you have your views, you have your comments or no narrative of whatever of what you think, and then there's other people who think differently,
right?
And so what I mean, either you're going to address it or you're not. I mean, because everybody don't believe that Teresa Martin is Kenneka's mother.
Okay, well, I don't know who and why would these people give her all that money for a child that don't belong to her. To me, some things is just simple. It's very simple, basic, common sense. Like who would do that? You think these people would pay a strange woman all that money for a child that didn't belong to her. Do you think they never verified Kenneka's identity? Even though Teresa identified her, don't you think these people, these professional people, didn't make Teresa identify Kenneka to the point to where, this is my biological child. She had to do all that. So when
Well, I
people say,
mean,
how do you know that she's not her mom or she might not be her mom, like that's nonsensical to me. Some
well, it
things
may be not.
yeah, and
It
I
may
know that and I understand what you're saying, but you're saying that everybody think differently. So this is my thought process, and the way that whoever is thinking that way is nonsensical to me. Not saying that, they're wrong for thinking that way, but it's just that it don't make sense to me, right?
right,
Because
right. Well,
everybody
it does.
has a
It does.
right to think whatever they want. But from the way I see things is what I'm explaining to you.
Okay, and the way that I see it is that, and it's nonsensical. I mean, it's not nonsensical to me. It makes perfect sense to me because I mean, shit, with all of these crooked people in this world and all of this stuff that's going on, this human trafficking and organ harvesting type of stuff, it ain't
Yeah.
nonsensical to me because one, you have never shown me, she has never shown me a picture of Kenneka. I mean, a picture of her ever being pregnant with Kenneka, with
Well,
Ken Jr., or with Lenora. I've never
well,
seen
I
a pregnant
mean,
picture.
okay. And the way I think about that is my honest thoughts about that is, Kenneka was what, 19? How old was she? 17, 19 when this happened to her? Okay, you gotta go back in time and see how long social media been out, right? So if Kenneka is 19 and social media only been out like 20 something years, how possible is it that she actually put her children's, baby pictures on social media? I do not have my children's baby pictures on social media. I don't. I came on social media when my children was like 10 years old. So why would I just didn't do that. Now, granted, some people do that, but why would I just go searching into my photo albums and upload them to social media? But that's me. And I'm sure a lot of people didn't do that. I don't have, my children, the photographs that I have of my children on social media, they're in their teens. And I've been on social media for 20 years. You
But
understand
but
what I'm
but
saying?
but right, I get that, but that's you. That's you. That has nothing to do with Kanika. That has nothing
Okay.
to do with Teresa Martin. That
Right.
has
And that's what you're always going to say because you see, I can't speak for Teresa. I can only speak for me. I can't answer the question why she don't have photographs of her children, baby pictures of her children on social media. I can only tell you the reason why I don't have them on there.
no, I get that, but
And,
that
and, I,
wasn't the
and I'm sure a lot of women don't, if you go back in time, you know, who's going to just go, okay, I'm just getting on social media, let's say in 2012, my children born 10 years ago. So why would I just go back into my photo albums and just start uploading baby pictures of my children or of me pregnant and putting it on social media? It doesn't
because
mean
it,
that
it
these
will
kids are
prove
not
it will
mine.
prove to the people.
It
It will
don't mean
prove
that they're not mine. They're my children. You just don't see them when they were small. You don't
no,
see them
but
as
it will
babies on my photo.
prove to the people that this is her child.
So
And
you
she
mean
hasn't
to
proved.
tell me if you had to see my
You're still
children,
not giving me a chance to answer or even say anything.
well,
And
you
I'm
wanted
trying
me
to
to come
tell
up
you.
here, right? You wanted me to come up
Right,
on
right.
here,
But I,
right?
I, I wanted
And
to
you
try
got
to
me
answer
unmuted.
or say something at least, because I sat here and listened to you. So
But you
give me a
cut me
chance to
off
say
though.
something, is
Go
what I'm
ahead.
saying. So before you go and just go, what I'm trying to tell you is
Okay.
simply this. is that she had an opportunity to prove that these are her children. She didn't do that. And so because she didn't do that, you cannot fault the people for saying what they're saying.
What do you mean she had an opportunity to prove? To prove to who?
To everybody. That's why she's getting the flack that she's getting.
Not obligated. People is really weird in this world. If anybody really think that she owes them that, like, come on now, be for real.
Well, then what I'm saying is don't complain. Then what I'm saying is don't get mad and don't complain. Let me say something. Let me say something.
And see that's your son, because he got something like you, right?
Let me say something. Let me say something.
Go ahead,
so you're saying that you think that it's so far-fetched for the people to get on this woman because she's saying that this is her child, but nobody sees any proof of that. And so what I'm saying is she gets what she, let me say what I need to say. She gets what she gets because she hasn't proven to nobody.
She can get whatever they want to give her. You asked me for my opinion, right? So I'm just telling you how I feel about the situation. I cannot speak for Teresa Martin and why she didn't upload her baby pictures of her children on her social media websites. I can't explain why she didn't prove to y'all that she was pregnant, put pictures up there when she was pregnant 19, 20 years ago, just all of a sudden upload them. What would that have proved? It still wouldn't have proved that she was pregnant for Kenneka. It wouldn't have, we don't know who she would have been pregnant for.
Well, we don't know who Kenneka is because we haven't seen no no official records whatsoever. I got people right here, now.
I don't know how you're gonna find it. You might have to ask her mama to send you those copies of, if she was, apparently she was a licensed driver. So
obviously
evidently
she not, because she didn't have no driver's license when she was found in the freezer.
I don't know what she had.
Well, I tell you what she didn't have, because if she did had it, it would have been in the case files, right? It would have been in the property. It would have been in their possession at the time to when they were inverting her pockets inside out and things. They only just gave the mother a watch and some type of piercings or whatnot. They didn't show no money. They didn't show no driver's license. They didn't show no ATM or debit card or anything. So
according to the mom,
if they had it,
she was on her insurance.
It doesn't matter if she was on her insurance. What I'm saying is that if Kenneka had any type of identification, you can't be driving on a highway without any type of identification.
We know that, but I mean, young kids take chances on doing a lot of things. Look how she took a chance and went to that hotel and drank some alcohol when she knew she had took some topiramate and ended up dying.
You don't know that. You don't know if she took topiramate or not.
Listen, well,
you don't know that.
It was in her bloodstream. It was in her bloodstream.
Well, but I guess who's to say that the autopsy was factual, true, and correct?
You see, that's the thing there, because it's always a doubt, it's always a question.
No, because I'm listening to these people.
Okay, but who are we talking about?
Hold on for a moment. Let me say something. Let me say something. I'm listening to these people, and I have heard this over and over and over again. Oh, that's an oversight. Oh, they made a mistake. Oh, they this. Oh, they that. In the beginning, they had deemed this a crime scene. That's what Teresa Martin had said, right? So if it was a crime scene, we know that crime scenes requires what? Yellow tape. Requires the people to come out and do a good, wholesome, and thorough investigation. So that means you go and you...
In the beginning, it was classified as a death investigation.
No, that's not what Teresa Martin said.
That's what she said. That's what the police officer said when they got up.
But it's not what Teresa Martin said.
So it was classified as a death investigation.
It's not what Teresa Martin said.
The reason why they did it like that is because they wasn't sure of what happened to her.
They knew what happened to her. It was no question that they knew what happened to her, because that's why all of the edited footage and stuff. That's why they only gave narratives and not statements. That's why the lieutenant from the Chicago Police Department never called these people out to go and assist in this investigation, because that Negro got paid off.
Well, no. Well, hold up.
Rosemont.
You jumping into different jurisdictions. Chicago can't go do a death investigation in Rosemont. That's two different cities.
But he helped them. He helped them.
Who helped them?
The lieutenant from the Chicago Police Department helped them with the investigation.
She only made a phone call to these people to see what she could have possibly do. That's the only kind of help. They answered a question for her. They didn't actively help in this investigation because they had no jurisdiction over that.
Because they covered up this crime scene. They covered everything up. I'm sitting here listening to these people say that, oh, well, this is an oversight. Oh, this is an oversight. Oh, well, they made the mistake here and they made a mistake there.
And that's what I asked in the chat. What document were they reading so we could read it from here? Because I don't know what they're reading from, but it sounded interesting to me.
Well, I can go ahead and send you the link to this video. Then you can watch it yourself to see.
But you've been watching it. I came in late, and I'm only hearing what they're saying, and it's like, okay, it's sounding strange to me. So I wanted to take a look at it. I thought maybe you could pull it up because you got all the information.
No, I don't have their document. I got all of the case files and everything. I don't know exactly.
So what are they?
So that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that in the beginning they deemed it as a crime scene because that's what Teresa Martin had said. I don't care what the police had said. I'm going by what Teresa Martin had said and what they told Teresa Martin. Teresa Martin had said that this was a crime scene.
Yes.
Right. And so in a crime
scene that was classified as a death investigation when they found her. And when they told Teresa Martin that she couldn't touch her, right?
Right.
She's speaking about that moment. They told her that this was a crime scene. Her child's body was a crime scene because they didn't know what happened to her at that time. But they didn't come out, even though they said it, they thought it, they classified the investigation as a death investigation because that, if they said it like that, it was a broad definition. Which when they finished the investigation, it could have went either way: homicide, suicide, accidental death, whatever. So that's why they classified it as a death investigation first. And then they said it was accidental death. They told her that, yeah, she did say that her child's body was a crime scene. I remember it. I remember her saying that.
Right, but you cannot sit here and tell me that these people did not know what was going on. It was just convenient for all of these different cameras not to be in operation.
Well, I know that.
It's just convenient that this girl just happens to walk herself into a freezer and then be locked into a freezer.
I don't think I've ever spoken to anyone who actually believes that she walked into that freezer. Not on her own. I don't believe that. It doesn't matter what they say the findings were as far as how she died. Accidental. They say it was accidental. I do not believe that she accidentally walked into that freezer, fell asleep, and died. I don't believe that. Nobody I've ever spoken to believes that.
Well, a lot of people do. I mean, I don't know these people. A lot of people believe that she walked herself into the freezer. Your friend believes it.
Who?
Mr. Brazy Certified.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know.
Because he said it. He said it on his live the other night that she walked herself in the freezer. She was guided there. She walked herself in the freezer, and then France Cave and them boys went over there and locked the freezer, and locked her in there, and then he just left it at that. And I'm kind of like, well, shit, that doesn't make no sense. You ain't even explained what was happening while she was supposedly in the freezer. How did she get into position to where they supposedly had found her in? And then where is the cameras above the freezer? Because when I looked at the videos, and they showed the freezer to where she was supposed to have been locked in and stuff. Well, it ain't no way that you can lock the freezer. And then two, it was no camera above the freezer. In the video that I've seen, they shown you the whole complete area from where the freezer sits to the little other part that's sitting outside the freezer. It ain't no camera above the freezer. So TM lied in that sense to what she said. Yeah, well, I seen the camera above the freezer. Well, the freezer that they had taken the body out of, it ain't no camera. You can clearly see it in the video. It ain't no camera.
But I think
how in God's name did she walk herself into a freezer?
I believe she was talking about that camera that.
Well, that's what you believe, but then she ain't making it clear.
Why I say that? Well, yeah, she was clear, and you know, sometimes black people don't say exactly what they mean.
No, that doesn't work for me. You can't explain to me what she's thinking.
When she said, "This is what I believe," this is what I believe.
Well, okay, that's what you believe, but that's not what I believe.
She saw the camera in that kitchen above the freezer.
She didn't see no camera above no freezer.
Pointed at it, but the camera that she pointed at it was the angle where we see the coroner's, you know, that camera there that was looking towards the freezer.
It was no camera. It was
not
no
above
camera.
The freezer. Not above the freezer. Because you're right, there's no camera above the freezer.
Okay, but isn't that what you said, right? That's what you said. You said there was a camera above the freezer.
No, that's not what I said. I said
what did you just say? I can rewind this video back and
rewind
back
because I'm
said.
trying to explain to you how she believed that the camera was above the freezer.
But you cannot explain to me how she believed because you wasn't in her mind.
You're not letting me because you don't want to hear.
I'm listening, but I'm listening.
She's saying the camera above the freezer is not really above the freezer. It's outside of the freezer, looking towards the freezer.
That's not what she said.
I know it's not what she said, but she misspoke. Because that's the only camera.
You cannot tell me what she misspoke. You cannot tell me what she's thinking.
Catches the freezer.
You can't tell me what she's thinking. So stop telling me what she's thinking. You cannot tell me. That's your own opinion.
The freezer.
It is your own opinion, ma'am. You cannot tell me.
If you want to argue with me.
I'm not arguing with you, but I need you to stop telling me what she said when you don't know what she said.
Well, you asking her to provide you information post baby.
I'm not on that. I'm on the camera. I said that you cannot speak for her.
For y'all.
I said that you cannot speak for her.
If you go back and look at the footage, she points to the camera.
She points to the camera before they even walk into that area to where they were supposed to take her body out. That was something totally different.
And she said it in interviews and on her live when she make lives. She said it. She never stopped saying that there was a camera above the freezer. But there is not a camera directly above the freezer. The camera is in the kitchen part looking towards the freezer, which is above the freezer. It's high on the ceiling. That's what she meant.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Well,
the only camera that we see, the only camera that we see that's in the kitchen where they took out the body, it's the same same area camera, and that ain't above the freezer.
Well,
it ain't above the freezer.
No, it's not. It's high above the freezer on the wall.
Ain't above the freezer.
Listen, I'm not gonna get into these small arguments about.
Well, I'm telling you what you don't know because I've seen the whole area.
You're gonna continue to make her look like you want to make her look.
No. Okay, you show me. You show me a picture. I need you to show me a picture of a camera above the freezer.
But that's what
I need you to show me. I need you to show me a camera above the freezer. That's all I need you to do.
That camera that she's talking about does catch Kenneka walking towards the back, but it don't catch her going into the freezer.
But the camera that is showing the supposed Kenneka walking back towards the freezer is not above a freezer. It's what I'm trying to tell you. You show me a camera above the freezer, then I would say, hey, okay, first source, you're right. But you don't know what you're talking about, man.
No.
Ain't
We're
no
not gonna
camera
say, I
above
don't know
the
what I'm
freezer.
talking about.
I'm telling
I'm
you.
a logical thinker, and I'm not gonna just sit here and make the lady look bad when I know how black people speak.
Well, I tell you, man, you don't know what you're talking about.
We mess up in our language all the time.
I tell you, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about.
It's common for us to make those kind of mistakes. She points to the camera she's talking about.
You don't know what you are talking about. Well, if it's a camera above the freezer and you are supposed to have known all of this stuff, show me a camera above the freezer. Show me a camera above the freezer.
You know what she means.
No, I don't know what she means. You don't know what she means.
Talking about.
You don't know what she means.
She pointed to the camera she was talking about.
She pointed to the camera, and the camera that she pointed to, there was nowhere in where they supposed to had take the girl's body out of the freezer. I'm telling you. I'm telling you because I know. You don't know.
You're trying to make it hard, but it's not hard what I'm trying to explain to you.
No. You sitting up here trying to tell me that it's a camera above the freezer, and that camera is nowhere near the freezer.
I never said that there was a camera above the freezer.
You saying it?
I analyzed that kitchen footage.
First source, you don't know what you're talking about, man. You don't know what you're talking about, and you cannot speak for her. You cannot speak for her.
I know that.
Right, so stop trying to speak for her. You just told me that it was a camera above the freezer.
Why you don't want me to
said that she thought that it was a camera above the freezer, and I'm telling you, it is not a camera above the freezer. I'm telling you, it's not a camera above the freezer.
That she was their mom.
You're going over.
You don't want me to speak for her right now because you don't want me to explain to the people where the camera at and how she misspoke about the camera being above the freezer.
You cannot tell the people.
The camera is not above the freezer.
But that's what you said.
It is above the freezer according to her and the way she looked at it.
You cannot speak for her is what I'm trying to tell you.
I couldn't speak for her and then trying to explain to you why. She never put her pregnancy photographs up either. But
I'm not talking about the pregnancy photographs. I'm talking about the camera that's supposed to be above the freezer. You cannot speak for her. And that's all I'm saying. You can't speak for her. It is your opinion. I'm not trying to speak for her. I just told you what she said. She said that it was a camera above the freezer. I told you, and I said about her, it ain't no camera above no freezer. That's what I said.
There's not a camera above the freezer.
Exactly. Okay. So now,
you're right.
Right. So when she pointed at the camera, you got to understand that they wasn't even in the same part of the kitchen where they were supposed to have been taking this girl's body out.
What?
They wasn't in the same part of the kitchen.
What you mean?
When Teresa Martin had looked up directly to the camera and she pointed,
Right.
I know the video vividly, ma'am. I've seen it.
Okay.
She looked at the camera.
Uh-huh.
You can clearly see her face. She's very close to the camera, and she pointed. She wasn't in the same area or in the same kitchen, the same part
But
of the
from her
kitchen.
viewpoint, she's looking at this camera as being above the freezer.
But what I'm trying to tell you,
And
ma'am,
and
what I'm trying to
in
tell
reality,
ma'am, let me say something.
because
Let me
the
say something.
camera does
What I'm
catch the
trying to
freezer.
tell you is that where she had thought or where she had pointed, she wasn't in the same area or in the same kitchen in which they had taken the girl's
She
body
wasn't.
out.
Where she
It's what I'm
was.
trying to tell you.
Where she was.
No, she wasn't.
Where was she?
They
What
were
part of the
coming.
kitchen?
I'm gonna go find that video. I'm gonna go find that video. I'm gonna go find that part.
Okay.
I'm gonna find that video and I'm gonna find that part and I'm gonna show you that she was nowhere in that vicinity.
Okay. What was she in
Because
another kitchen?
she was actually in the area where they were dragging that what the people call a body in a plastic bag. They were in that particular part of the kitchen. Where the people had dragged some type of something in a plastic bag and then the blood had spilled on the floor. That's where they were. That's where they were coming into. That's a direct angle to while they were walking in. I know what I'm talking about.
Oh, that's what she was.
Right.
Okay. So that's not even the same kitchen, right?
It's not in the same kitchen. It's not in the same kitchen because if you look at the whole okay, here, let me show you the kitchen. Let me show you the kitchen that this girl was in. I really
know
don't.
the kitchen that she was in.
Huh?
You don't have to pull it up. I know where she was.
Well, you're not listening because she wasn't in the same kitchen. I'm telling you she wasn't.
I did.
So you want to sit here, you want to sit here and argue with me, and I can debunk you right now by showing you unequivocally and undeniably that she was not in the same kitchen as you proclaim.
That word debunk don't do nothing to my intelligence. It don't do nothing to my ego. It don't do nothing for me.
I'm not trying to mess with your ego. I'm not trying to mess with your ego or something. I'm just trying to prove you wrong. Now, does that mess with your ego?
And I could prove you wrong all day and all night long.
Okay, well, prove
but
me
I ain't
wrong
got
then.
that kind of time.
Prove me wrong.
That kind of time.
Prove me wrong.
I'm not on that type of time.
Prove me wrong, man.
I don't care what you put up on there. Like you say, it's up for your people to believe what you say. All right, you tell them to make their own choices.
Why isn't it that you just cannot even answer the question or do prove me wrong? Is what I'm saying. You're saying that the camera was above the freezer.
So confrontational. It's unbelievable.
No, what I am saying is you don't want me to debunk you because I told you I can show you the area of the kitchen. I can show you the whole area of the kitchen and where the camera is mounted, and that where they came in, it wasn't no camera above no freezer. Where they came in was the same area where they were bringing in that body or something on the cart
above the freezer. So what is your point? I know they don't have a camera above the freezer.
Okay, so what I'm trying to tell you is the area to where they had supposedly had transported someone's body in a plastic bag on that cart. You remember that, right? Remember the guy had wrote in that cart. And it was a big plastic bag that he had on the cart, and then something hit, and then some liquid spilled down on the floor, and then the people came behind it, and they didn't mop it up. They just kept walking on. You remember that area right there? Huh?
Mm-hmm. There's a sink in that kitchen, that part of the kitchen.
Okay, so in that area, in that area, Teresa Martin and the detectives and things was walking in the same area. And then
Right.
Teresa Martin walked straight forward and she looked up and she saw the camera and she pointed at that camera. It
Okay.
wasn't the same kitchen.
It wasn't the same kitchen?
It wasn't the same kitchen. Now,
Okay.
if you would let me oblige you for one moment, I will show you the kitchen that the supposed Kenneka Jenkins had been in. I can show you the full kitchen, and I can show you unequivocally and undeniably it wasn't the same kitchen. I know what I'm talking about. So do you want me to oblige you? Do you want me to show you the whole kitchen? Because
Well,
that's the only way I can prove to you that it wasn't the same kitchen.
But here's the thing. You're not proving anything that I already know.
You don't know. You don't know. It's what I'm telling you. You don't know. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't know.
Unless they found her in another kitchen that I don't know about, but where
well, I'm trying to tell you, but you don't want to listen.
I've seen countless images.
You've seen countless stuff, but you don't know what you're talking about. It's what I'm telling you.
Are we not watching the same footage?
No, we're not watching the same footage. It's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, well, pull it up, Edward.
Okay, thank you. Let me show this woman, peoples, exactly what I am saying. So then I can go ahead and prove to you all, once and for all, it wasn't the same kitchen, peoples. Now, let's go here. Let's go to the case. Let's go to the case files right here. Nope, that's not it. Let's go to. Let me see. I think it's here. Let me see. I think it's the images right here. Okay, so no, that's going to. Okay, yeah. Yeah, this is it right here, but this is not really what I want to show because that's part of the case files. I got another set of pictures. So let me go here. Kenneka's originals. This is it right here. Okay, let's take a walk through the kitchen, peoples. Take a walk through to the kitchen right here.
Oh, please do. Just let him do his thing, y'all. He using me tonight as a guinea pig.
No. Stop lying to the people because I just want to prove to you wrong. That's all. Just want to prove to you wrong. Okay.
Well, you knew you was going to get me up there with all of those semantics you were saying just now.
Well, because I wanted to prove my point. That's all. Don't get mad that I'm about to debunk you. I'm just going to prove you wrong.
I don't know what it is. He just felt like beating up on me tonight, but that's okay.
No, I'm not, ma'am. I love you, and I have the utmost respect for you. You know that. We had our differences in the past, and I'm not about to go there like that. I just want to debunk you and be done with it.
It's going to be a nice, friendly debunk, huh?
Yep. Okay. Now let's start. Let's start right here. This is right here. This is the stairwell to where they said that she's supposed to have walked up. Now we're going to walk it. So I'm just going backwards just a little bit so you guys can see.
This is the stairwell where they said that she.
Okay, so now this is where she was supposed to have walked in when she walked down the double doors. Okay, you see the double doors right there? See there's Shando Lane.
You believe she walked up those stairs?
No, I'm just going back so I can show you that this is the kitchen to where they were supposed to had take her body out. So I just want to show the people. Okay, here it is, the double doors that they said that she walked in. Because do you believe that she walked the halls of that establishment?
I absolutely do.
Okay, well then you believe their narrative that she walked all through here and all the stairs and everywhere, right?
No. Don't try to put that on me. That's not necessarily true.
Okay,
I believe what I see.
Wait.
I believe what I see. They gave us a belief path. This is what they believe. They're not even sure that she actually walked that path because that word believe.
Well, how do you know that she walked the halls of that establishment then?
They didn't say, I'm sure that she walked this path right here and walk up those steps. They gave us a believe path.
But if they gave you a belief path, they showed you a girl walking the halls of that establishment.
Hold on just a second. You got my dog screaming in here.
Well, the dog need to learn something.
Say that again.
The dog needs to learn something.
Hey, don't mess with my little baby, okay?
No, I
That's
mean,
just some lines you just don't cross. That's my best friend.
the baby is working for a reason, so the baby wants to
Because
hear
she
something,
hearing your
right?
mouth, all that noise. You
Right.
screaming.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So the dog needs to learn something. So sit the dog down, and I'll teach the dog
Tell
something.
her to shut up, huh? Listen and learn. I gotta go make
Okay,
me some
so
coffee. And I
now
get up and go to
let's
bed.
go
What I'm
right
about
here.
to
So
do.
now you clearly said that this is the belief path that she has taken, right? Well,
No,
if
no.
it's the okay,
That's
so
the belief path they say she took.
okay, so but you said that she walked the halls of that establishment, right?
I do, and I believe what I see. I didn't see her walk up them steps.
Okay,
And I
well
don't
then
believe in
how
her
it got
statement
how
she could have make it up them steps.
okay, so how did she get from that bottom area to the upstairs?
I don't know. But she didn't take the path that they say she took.
Okay, well then my question is again, how did she get
You know
from
what
the lower
you
level to
know
the
what
upper
path
level?
she took? I'm gonna tell you right now what path she took. Everywhere they had a camera that was inoperable. That's the path she took. She ain't walk up no steps.
That doesn't make no sense because it wasn't
It
no
makes a
it
whole lot
ain't
of
no
sense.
way that she can be superwoman and make it up to the upper level in that short period of time like that.
Well, you must
Not the
think that
time
hotel
given.
was John.
I mean, you look at the video footage. You look at
It's
the
not.
video footage. The video footage says that, and you look at the narrative of what they gave. They said that she made it from the lower level to the upper level in just about 5 minutes. Ain't no way that you're going to get to the lower level and upper level without taking the freight elevator or the
I don't
stairs.
I don't believe they believe path. That's
Well,
all I'm gonna say. I
well,
believe
I'm telling you that according to the video footage, it states that she made it from the lower level, from the area to where I said that she
yeah.
was at, because that's what they shown on the video footage, right? They shown that she had went in that direction,
Right.
and the only direction that leads is what I just showed you right here.
Yeah, I know towards the stairs and
Right.
all that. But at the
This is
same
there's
time,
the stairs on the outside of that.
yeah.
Okay, so if she walked down here, she had to be in this area. This is the area to where she would have been in. So now my question to you is, how did she get to the upper level from here within 5 minutes? It is
I don't know.
impossible unless you what? You take the stairs or you take the freight elevator, and that would take you directly right there to that area to where she was supposed to have walked into the freezer.
So you believe she took the stairs?
I don't believe that. I don't believe she walked the halls of the establishment. But I'm asking you because you're saying that you see the video footage, you go by what you see, and I'm telling you,
But
from
I
what
didn't
you
see her walk this path. The police say she walked this path.
well,
Nobody seen her walk this path.
you said that she was down here in the hallway, right? She was walking, right? You said that she was in the halls walking.
No,
So
you
if she was
asked
in the
me.
halls walking, where in the hell could she been at?
You asked me if I believe she walked the halls of the establishment. I said yes, I believe what I see, and I'm speaking about when she's over there in that area by them stairs and all that.
Here
By
is
the
the
bathroom
area
and things
right
like that.
here. I'm showing you.
I
Can
know
you
what
not
you're saying,
see? This
but
is
they
the
don't
area.
have.
There's the stairs right there. You see the
I
stairs?
know, I know what you're saying. We don't have to get loud and argue. Just listen to what I'm saying. What I'm telling you is, I don't believe their belief path. Is what I'm telling you, and the
Okay,
reason why I don't believe. Listen, please listen. The reason why I don't believe their belief path is because they don't give us no images of her passing that way. The only images we see is of her in the kitchen, actually in the kitchen, and walking over there by the by what I just said about him, that staircase in the fountain and all that. That's their belief path. They could have that's what they believe. That don't mean
so
I believe it.
So okay, so right here, where we supposedly had seen the girl, right here by the stairs, tripping at the end of the stairwell. Do you believe that she was down here? Because you
That's the
said
same
that
area.
you're going by the video footage. You're going by
I'm
what
only.
you see.
She was right. I don't. Where we see her at?
Well, you look at the video right
Right
here. I'm
here.
showing you the picture. Outside there, do you see the stairs?
Okay. Yeah, I see the stairs.
Okay, so now she on the video footage, she was walking down this hall. If she was walking down this hall, she had to come through these double doors, right? Because that's the only way that you're going to get in here.
I understand what you're saying, but for me, I don't see her do they. I don't remember. It's 7 and something years later. I never seen her walk through those double doors.
Okay, so how in the hell did she get upstairs if she didn't walk through here?
That's what I'm telling you. I don't know. I don't know. I can't. I don't see it. Isn't these? Don't they have cameras?
Thank you. I'm glad that you said that.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. I'm not debating. I'm trying to understand right now. Because don't they have cameras somewhere around there that they say were inoperable?
The cameras all over here was all operable because they had found this
why
figure.
the cameras didn't catch her walking through the double doors?
Because the camera, the camera doesn't. They don't have a camera that faces through the double doors right here. It is no camera that faces through the double doors right here.
Well,
the camera.
you know what
let me show you. Let me show you the camera.
Let me see her. The images that you just scrolled past by.
Let me show you the camera. Ma'am, can I speak now? Let me show you the camera. There is the camera right there. You see the camera right there?
Yes, but
the camera is not facing the double door.
Didn't they say it wasn't working even though the light was blinking? That's one of the cameras.
The camera is not facing the double door.
I know, but if she, okay, did she walk past you? Did she walk in a straight line towards the double door, or was she off to the side, cutting the corner to the double door where that yellow sign thing is, right by the door?
Listen, ma'am. It is only one way that you can get from down where she was supposed to be by these stairs.
Right.
It's only one way. This is the only way.
The only path.
The only path.
Okay. So we don't have images of her passing past that camera, right?
You don't have you the only image that you have is her supposedly walking in this direction of the double doors. Remember when she was outside of these double doors by the stairs.
But she hadn't made it in that area yet though.
Ma'am, this is the only area.
Yeah.
There's a camera that is above these double doors that is facing the stairwell right here.
Right.
So this is the only area that she could have came in. So you saw on camera that she was supposed to have been walking down this area. So it ain't no other way unless she turned her ass around and went around the whole entire establishment because these stairs lead up right to the visibility bar. Right. If you go down here and you make a left, then you'll be right there where the escalator is that takes you to the visibility bar.
Okay, well, thank you for proving my point. Now you understand why I don't believe she walked up them stairs.
Well, but where did she go? Because
I don't know. What I do know is they claim to have had a few of those cameras past this door right here that were inoperable. And because I don't see her walking back there, I don't believe she walked there.
If you let me explain, I will explain again. Now, do you believe that she walked down this hall?
Yeah, I do. I saw her.
So if she walked down this hall, then the only thing that you can say is that she walked through these double doors, right?
Yeah,
Because
that
if you don't believe, wait, hold on. If you don't believe she walked through these double doors, then what you're telling me is that she had to turn around and she either had to go up these stairs right here, or she went back the other way and went down by where the elevator is.
okay,
And
okay.
so
And
what
so
you're
let me
telling,
say this. Let me say this real quickly. Since I don't believe that she passed that way because I don't see her, am I wrong for assuming that she could have turned around?
no, no, you're
Listen,
not wrong.
this
No,
is
no,
the thing. This is the thing. Even in this area right here, we have time jumps, right? And on the other side, we have cameras that don't work. So, no, I don't believe everything these people told us.
no, 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 no. You
No, it's
mixing.
the truth.
What?
No, no,
Listen,
it's no point to
ma'am,
argue or
listen to what
debate.
I'm saying.
I know what you're saying.
No,
I
you're not
understand
know what I'm
clearly what
saying
you're
because
saying.
you no, you're not know what I'm saying. When you're talking about the cameras that doesn't work, it ain't in this area. Is what I'm trying to tell you. We can go back, we can get the documentation of all of the areas where the cameras wasn't working. It wasn't in this area.
It wasn't
It's
in
what
their
I'm trying
area.
to tell you. This is not the dock area right here. The dock
No.
area is on the upper level. This is the lower level.
Okay.
The cameras wasn't working in the area of the dock area. It ain't got nothing to do with down here.
Well, the camera show caught the police officers going into the kitchen from passing by the dock area. How come? You see, this I don't believe
Because
everything.
the dock area is upstairs. It's not on the lower level. I just told you that.
Yeah. And what I'm saying is, why it didn't catch her?
Because obviously they put a boo-boo the fool up on you.
No, they tried to. No, they didn't put a boo boo the fool up on me because I don't believe everything these people say. I can't say how that child actually died, but I don't believe half the things Rosemont said. And I don't believe half the narratives that most people put out that think I believe like that. What I'm saying is, I believe what I see.
And let me tell you something.
And I'll never be able to explain to you how she got back to that kitchen.
And that's
But since I
exactly
don't see her
exact.
walking that way, I
And
can't believe it.
that's exactly my point. That's exactly
They
my point.
said that. These people put that in their narrative. The police department did that.
And that's
That don't mean
exactly
that
my
they
point.
I'ma believe them.
That's exactly my
No.
point. It's so what you're seeing, what you're seeing is false, fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious. Because you said that you've seen her walking down this area, but you can't even explain to me whether she walked through these double doors. You can't explain to me if she walked into any of this area down Shandell Lane like they proclaim. You can't tell me nothing because all of this down here is the lower level. And so from down here, the quickest way to get to the upper level is right here from the stairs.
Right. And that's what they said.
That's what they said. But that's what I'm trying to tell you.
And that's what they said. So
that's what they said.
It's not necessary to try to make me look like if I don't know what I'm doing when I don't believe what they said.
Well, but you're not giving me a chance.
Explain it, and you can't explain.
Well,
you can put forth your best effort in trying to, but you'll never get it right.
What I'm trying to tell you is that what you're seeing. What I'm trying to tell you is what you're seeing is false, fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious.
So you mean to tell me that you telling me they put her in?
You can't tell me she walked up to the second level, to the first level. You don't know how she got there, but you know, but you keep telling me that you believe what you see, and I'm telling you the stupid shit that you're saying is fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious.
Well,
And if you believe this shit, then you are hilarious and
all
nefarious
I'm going to
because
tell
you're
you,
going by what
and I'm
you
gonna use your
see.
own words back to you, is you can't put nobody in where they never been.
Right. And you can't put nobody in where she never been because you're the one who said that you believe what you see. And when I'm telling you, you are hilarious and nefarious because of what you see is
You too,
fictitious.
you're hilarious and nefarious. And what you seen is
What you
fictitious.
see is fictitious, ma'am.
Boy, you must have really needed to get this off your chest, huh?
No, because you want to sit here, you want to
No,
overtalk me, you don't want to listen,
I'm not
you don't want me to explain. If you would just be quiet for
explain it.
one moment, I will
You
explain to
explain it,
you.
and I'm understanding, and I'm still telling you that I don't understand how she got back there, and I don't believe their narrative. That's what I'm telling you.
If you okay, I get that.
You just want to argue
Now
with me.
I get that. Now let me explain something to you.
Go ahead.
You said that you saw this girl walk down this hall, but you cannot verify if she walked through these double doors. Right? That's what you said, right?
Did she? It's been a long time. I don't remember. Did she?
You don't remember her stumbling down
I
the
don't
stairs
think
right
so.
here?
With her breasts out?
No. Remember, she walked down the halls right here.
I remember that.
She walked out. So she walked out from this area.
Yes.
Because the only way that she can get down to the stairs if she was already down here in this area.
Mm-hmm.
So she was in this area.
Right.
She walked out of the double doors because the only way that you can get down this hall is what?
Okay.
Through the double doors down here.
Okay, so you believe what they're saying then. You believe their belief path.
No.
Up to what point?
No. Listen.
Up to what point?
First, stop cutting me off and listen to what I'm saying. Stop cutting me off. She walked out from this area.
Okay.
And she walked down to the stairs. You saw that on video footage.
Right.
Then she went down there. She stumbled down the stairs. She went onto the side. Then she walked into the bathroom. And then she came back down this area. How in the hell did she get down here to the stairs if she never came out from this area? How?
Well, where's the elevator? Because before she get there, we see her coming off of an elevator, right? Where is the elevator located?
First, so
I
the
don't
elevator
like that. I'm not into that like that no more.
So okay, so
off the elevator, and then where she goes after we see her getting off that elevator.
She walked down the halls.
This one. So the elevator, when she got off the elevator, she ended up on this floor.
When she got off the elevator, she was on this floor. She was on the lower level.
So where is the elevator on this floor?
The elevator is way on the other side because this area is right here by the visibility bar. Let me show you.
Wait, hold on. On which side? Like
okay, if you would just be quiet for one moment, let me show you. Right here.
Right.
This is the visibility bar right there.
Right.
You see the visibility bar?
I see it.
Okay, you see the escalator right there? You see the visibility bar right there? There it is right there. Okay. So the elevator is way down on the other end of the establishment. She is far away from the elevator. These stairs and the escalator takes you down to where we had saw the person stumbling the stairs right here. This is the same stairs that she was supposed to have been stumbling.
And she's walking
right here. She walked over in this area where this door is right here. You see that? So it ain't no way to get out of here. You see that? Okay. So now, this is the stairs to where she stumbled down. Now, this is the pathway. She stumbled down the stairs. She walks over in the area to where I showed you. She comes from that area. She walks into the men's bathroom right here. She walks out of there, and then she walks down this path right here. And the only other place that you can get into is the double doors.
Right.
So in order for her to get to the stairs, first and foremost, she had to come out the double doors.
Right.
So she was already down here in this area.
Exactly.
Right. So what are you talking about? She was already in this area. She was already in this area. She was already in this area.
So okay, like I said, it's been a long time. So
and that's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Can I ask a question, please? Can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do we see an image of Kenneka passing on in this hall right here, what you got showing right now?
No, you didn't.
We don't, right? And so that door right there, that's where the stairs are? That's what you're telling me?
Look.
What are stairs? The stairs that they said, okay, that's two different doors, right?
No, it's the same door.
Okay, so the stairs, those steep stairs, is beyond those double doors right there.
Yeah. Okay, if you will let me explain, then I will explain.
Please,
again,
walk me through the whole path.
Again,
because I don't believe you did all that.
Okay, well, you ain't got to believe it. If you don't believe it, then you're making yourself look stupid, because this is where she came from. And you said she walked the halls of the establishment, and so you saying that you believe that there's her walking the halls of the establishment. Right. So then you're making yourself look foolish, because this is where she came from.
I know what you're saying, and I know what you're trying to say, right? So get it. All I'm telling you is that I don't believe their narrative.
I'm not asking you to believe their narrative. What I am trying to, ma'am, let me speak.
Well, you keep cutting me off.
No, you keep cutting me off. I'm trying to explain to you. Let me speak. Let me explain to you in great detail, then you'll get it. You said that she was down here. You believe that is her walking these halls.
Right.
The only way that she can get to the stairs that is before you is she had to be in this area.
Right.
And the only way that she can get down to the stairs down there is from this area.
Okay.
Okay. So now let me walk you through it. You don't see no video footage of her in this area, but the only way that she could have got to the stairs down there is through this area.
Right.
That's the only way. Okay. So on the video footage, it shows her walking down this hall. And it shows her walking in the trajectory of these stairs. It shows her walk down this hall, come down here to the end, grab onto the stairs, trip and do all of that stuff, walk over to the right, come back out, walk into the men's bathroom, and then she walks right back in this area. So
or does she? Do we? And this is my point. Does she actually pass that? I don't remember. I don't remember if she did. Did she?
For source, in order for her to be in this area, she had to be in this whole area right here.
And I get that
in this area, this whole general area right here.
Right. But then
in order for her to be down there by the stairs, she was down here in this area. So it doesn't matter.
Walk that way, right?
First source.
But then,
listen to what
I know.
I'm saying.
Listen, I need to get it out, so I need you to understand where I'm going, so you can explain it to me, right? So you telling me she had to pass that double door and walk down this hall in order to get to the steps,
right?
And you also said that we don't have images of her on this particular hall right here.
But you're the one who said that you believed that she walked the halls. You're the one who believed that she was down here by these stairs.
Yes, I do believe that she was by those stairs in that other hall that we just saw before we get to the double doors. But what I'm saying is, I don't believe because I don't see it. And and I know there was a camera in this
Wait,
area where
time
they
out, time out,
said it
time out.
was
Now,
inoperable.
listen to me. Don't be stupid.
I'm
I mean,
not
really.
stupid.
No. I need
I'm
you to
far
listen
from
to me.
stupid.
No,
I'm telling you.
listen.
Yeah, but
Now,
I'm not gonna let
I
you.
need you to be quiet. I
Okay,
don't
go
want
ahead.
to be disrespectful, but I need
Okay.
you to be quiet. Don't be stupid, because now you're making yourself look like a fool.
No, I'm not
No,
making myself.
listen to
I'm
what
not
I'm
making
saying.
myself look
Listen
like
to
a
what I'm
fool.
saying. Listen to
You
what I'm
trying to
saying.
make me look like a fool.
No. You need
It's
to
not
listen
hard
to
to
what
understand that I believe she walked that
You
hall.
need to
But
listen to what I'm saying. You need
I'm
to listen to
listening
what
to
I'm
you.
okay. Well, then
But
be
you're coming with
quiet.
the insult.
Be quiet. In order for this girl to get down to the stairs to where you said that she was tumbling off the stairs, this is the only way that she could have came from.
Okay.
So if you believe that she was down in the hall by the stairs, this is the only way you can get to the stairs.
Okay.
The only way.
All right.
Okay?
So we have
So no, wait, time out. This is the only way she can get to the stairs. You see here, right here, there's the double doors. You see right in front of you, there is the stairs. So now, if you believe that she was in this area and walked down this hall and walked to the stairs, the only way that she can get to these stairs is through these double doors. Okay?
Yes.
No
So
other way.
hold
It
on.
ain't
Let me
no
ask
other
you.
way. It's only one path straight from the
Yeah,
stairs right
I
through these
understand
double
what you're saying.
doors.
I understand what you're saying. So we have two set of stairs. We have a set
I'm
of
trying to get there if you just be quiet for one
no, 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 no,
moment.
no, 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 no. We can't do
I'm
that.
trying to tell you
We try,
something.
no, no, no. Listen, we're having a dialogue, okay? I'm
But
listening to
fresh
you
source,
explaining.
You
So
asked me.
allow me to get my thought out because otherwise it's not fair. We're not communicating.
No. I don't
No,
need you
we're
to
not
get your thought out right now because I'm trying to tell you something and I'm trying to teach you something. I'm trying to get you to the stairs. If you would let me finish, stop
okay, well, my mind
interjecting. I
already
will
went to
answer
the
your
stairs.
question. Stop
My mind is
interjecting
already
and I will answer your question.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Right here is taking you down to the double doors. Okay. Now, what an only way to get to the stairs where you're talking about, as you can see, they said that she came down Shandell Lane. There is a camera that is facing down Shandell Lane. You see the camera right there? There's the camera. You see Shandell Lane? There's Shandell Lane. Shandell Lane do not take you to the upper level. Okay? Now, when we come down this path, there you see the cord right there. There is a camera that is above here that they don't show you. There is the exit door right there. She did not go down Shandell Lane. The only other way that she could have went down, let me go back, was right here. This is the path that they said that she taken. So now, here you see the exit right there. In the camera, as you can see the cord, as you can see the same cord on the other camera, same cord that comes up, the camera is mounted up here above this area right up here, right past this red fire thing. Okay. So this is where they said that she walked. So now you see the camera, you see the black cord coming in up from the camera. Okay. She didn't go down Shandell Lane. This is where they said she went. So soon as you pass this part right here, here is where they said that she went. Right here. This is where the stairs is right there. Now, there is the stairs right there. Now, they said that she walked up from that area where I showed you, right up these steep stairs. And right from the steep stairs is bingo is where you get to the upper level kitchen. And then right there, as you can see the cord on the camera, there's the camera. And this is where they said that she walked from. Here is the kitchen right here where she was supposed to have walked from. So the only way to get to the kitchen is two ways. You come either from the stairs, you come from the elevator, or you come from the path of what TM had took in order to get into this area. And so there is no camera that is directly showing you, because TM did not come down the hall past the elevator right here. They went down the hall, which is to the right of this. You see that? Now, let's go into the kitchen. Now, let me go back. Now we're in the kitchen. Now you see, you see, here is the full area right here on the outside, adjacent to where you go into the kitchen. You see that? Look at these pictures right here. Okay, there's the stairs where she's supposed to walk up. This is the stairs to where she was supposed to walk up. The camera is right up there. This is the full area right here. You see that? Okay, now let me go forward. Now we're coming into the double door from the outside area. Now you see the ice maker. This is the kitchen that she's supposed to have walked in. Where is the goddamn camera that Teresa Martin was supposed to be taking? What was supposed to be pointing at? There is no goddamn camera. The only camera is right there. You see that? There's the camera. And where Teresa Martin had walked in, it ain't the same kitchen, because this is the only camera that shows all of the police, her walking into the kitchen. This is the only general camera in the area. Now let's look at the full kitchen. There you see R96. There you see back here, they're showing you the area of where she had walked in. Walked through the double doors right here, walked over here, past this counter, came down here, past this little beam right here, and then walked herself back into the freezer. Now, where is a goddamn camera above a freezer? There is none. Because here is the freezer to where they said that she walked into. Now, where in the hell do you see a camera above here?
Well, I know there's not a camera above there, but I know there's a camera where you just said there was one.
What? That's what I'm telling you.
I know that, so I don't know what the argument
is. That's
the
only camera. And now this is the other side of the kitchen. So where is it that Teresa Martinell walked down past these countertops right here?
No,
she never did.
No,
they
she
never did.
Okay, you want to go back to the camera for me, please?
There's the camera right there.
Where?
Right there.
Okay, so now the camera is facing the freezer, right?
The camera is facing this general area right here.
Okay, so it's able to catch. That camera is the camera that caught Kenneka going towards the freezer.
Right.
Okay. So it was leveled at an angle where it could have catch her. It didn't catch her opening the freezer door, but it caught her going towards that area, right?
Right.
So
the camera will only allow you to see just to this part right here, to the edge of this right here. That's it.
Yeah. And we have more reasons than one not to believe that she actually walked in the freezer.
Exactly.
I know I do.
Exactly.
Okay. But the camera that is present in that room catches that area.
No, it doesn't.
It does not catch her going in, but we just seen it. We just seen images of the freezer, right? So it does catch some portions of that area.
No. You still not, ma'am. Listen to me. You still not following me. There's the camera right there. There's the camera right there. The camera captured this whole general area. Right here alongside this countertop is where they had rode the girl out on the gurney. This is the area right
Yeah, that's
here.
the area right there.
Okay, right. So now in this angle, as you can see, this is where they wrote her out. They wrote her out from the freezer right here by this gurney. I mean, by this countertop right here. There's the countertop right there. It ain't no other way into this kitchen other than those double doors that I just shown you. It's no other way. It's only one way. This is the other side of the kitchen.
Right.
So it ain't no other camera. It ain't no other way into this kitchen. And Teresa Martin and the police never came no other way other through the double doors that I just shown you inside this kitchen. So where is the other goddamn camera other than the camera that I just shown you? This is the area right here. You see that? All of the appliances and stuff comes right here.
Yeah,
this is where you go to pull all of your food and stuff.
Side of the wall. Yeah, that's on the opposite side of the wall.
Ma'am, this is the whole kitchen right here.
I'm not disputing that.
There's the freezer that she was supposed to have walked into. Right there.
Yeah. So I'm not disputing that there's no camera on top of that freezer. I said that about 5 or 10 times. I'm not disputing that.
And you can clearly see it ain't no camera above the freezer because you can clearly see right here.
That's not an issue for me. It never was. All I said was, I believe she meant the camera that sits that can actually catch, like what you just showed me, that angle. And she called it. But you're not listening because I know there's not a camera on top of the freezer, and so do everybody else knows that. I'm telling you what I believe she meant when she said that, because that camera actually caught Kenneka walking towards the kitchen.
She's in the kitchen.
I know that. I know that.
But the camera that you're talking about is not this kitchen. The camera that Teresa Martin had pointed at and said, there's a camera right there. It's not this kitchen.
It's okay. It's not that kitchen, but it still doesn't negate the fact that I believe she meant, and I'm going to say that again. I believe she meant the camera that was stationed wherever it is, wherever you just showed it, that caught the angle of Kenneka.
No, she's not talking about the camera in this kitchen, Fresh Source.
You don't believe she's talking about that camera there?
No, she's not, because you can clearly see on video.
You believe she outright lied when she said there was a camera above the freezer?
Fresh Source, you're still not listening to me. When she was in a kitchen and they were walking in, she directly looked at a camera and she pointed at the camera.
She absolutely did.
Right. And I believe that's the camera that she's talking about. But that camera was in a different kitchen. It's not this kitchen. It's what I've been trying to tell you all night. It's two separate kitchens.
Well, I know there's two separate kitchens.
Right. And this is not the kitchen that she's referring to.
I actually believe that the kitchen is actually like there's some type of way where you can cut from this kitchen, you can get to the other kitchen.
Fresh Source, this kitchen is cut off. It's only one way in and one way out of this kitchen. It ain't no other way that you get into this kitchen.
You know, the only what was it? The Pharaoh scan? The Pharaoh scan of the kitchen showed better images of that kitchen. I believe the kitchen is
what's difference is the Pharaoh scan when the pictures is right here and the pictures is clearly showing you this whole kitchen. This is the kitchen. This is the kitchen.
Yeah, that is the kitchen that she was found in.
Right. But it's not the same kitchen that you're referring to, man. Here's all the pictures right here.
I know that. I know that there's another kitchen that we do see her walking through. When she walks through
that kitchen, that's what I'm telling you. When Teresa Martin was referring to a camera, it wasn't this kitchen. It wasn't the kitchen when she walked into the supposed freezer. Is what I'm trying to tell you.
So you believe that she was mistaken by saying that?
I'm telling you, I'm telling you what she said, because she said that she pointed at the camera.
Enough for me. That's fair enough for me.
She
what I have a problem with, it has nothing to do with Kenneka, with Teresa Martin. It's my beliefs. I do not believe she walked up those steep stairs to get to the kitchen.
I'm not saying that she walked up the steep stairs.
No,
That's what I'm
I
trying
never
to tell
said.
you.
I never said that. I'm telling you what I don't believe. Okay, everything is not an argument. We having a
I'm not
conversation.
arguing with you, Fresh Source. What I'm trying to get you to understand, ma'am, if you would listen for one moment, because that's the problem. Now you're being like customs. I'm trying to get you to understand. When you said that she walked into, when you said that she was walking the halls, and you said that was her walking down the stairs, I'm telling you the area that I shown you. That's the only way that she could have got to the stairs. She had to be in that area. Is what I'm trying to tell you, which is the lower level. So you can believe it or you don't believe it, but if you telling me that she's walking the halls, and you're telling me that she's not in that area, then that's stupid.
Hey, no, I'm not stupid, sweetheart. Let me explain to you what I'm saying, okay? I'm not gonna. Let's not do the insults, okay? Because I'm far from stupid.
But you're not listening to me.
What I'm telling you,
I tried, ma'am. I tried to explain. Wait, no. Wait a minute. No.
That cannot be.
No. To the no. I'm telling you no, because you've been cutting me off all night, and you've been over talking me, and I couldn't get a word out. No. What I'm going to say. What I said is, when you tell me that this girl walked down the hall by the stairs, and then she's walking back, I'm telling you the only way that she can get by the stairs is that general area to where I've shown you. You're telling me I don't believe she was down there. But that's stupid.
That's not what I'm telling you. You're the one who's not listening to me.
Okay, well, what are you saying?
I'm going to say it again. Okay, I just told you I believe what I see. I see Kenneka walking. I remember the footage where we see her stumbling through the halls, and she grabs onto that staircase, walks a little bit, turns around, goes to the bathroom and all that. But at some point, that footage cuts off, where we even see her with an image with her head up and her breast out. Okay, now from that point, I don't see Kenneka going towards those steep stairs, and that's why I don't believe she did it. I believe this is what I believe. Okay,
I think I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to tell you is, I don't believe she walked up the stairs. But no, that's not what I said. I don't believe she walked up the stairs.
Okay.
But what I am trying to tell you is the general area. In order to get down to the stairs to where she was stumbling, she had to walk back through the double doors. You're telling me, oh, well, I don't think she walked back through the double doors. I'm telling you she had to.
But we don't see it, though.
You don't have to see it. She was already in the area.
But hold on, listen. You're getting excited. Let me try to explain to you why I don't believe it. Okay? At that point, you got to go back to the footage, and you got to go back to those time skips.
Wait, tell her. First source, how did she get to the stairs by stumbling? Where did she come from? She came from the area to where I just showed you, right?
All right. Okay, so tell me why.
No. I need you to answer that question. No. How did she get to the stairs?
If she did.
She had to. It's only that's the only way.
All right. Let's say she did. Okay. Let's say she came from that area. Why they didn't show us?
Oh my God, Jesus.
No, seriously. Why didn't they show us? Why they didn't show that? Why did they give us a belief path?
Fresh source.
Because you see, the belief path don't make sense to me.
Fresh thoughts. How did she get to these stairs in the first place? How did she get to these stairs?
All I can tell you is that I see her in one area and I don't see her in the next area, which made me believe that these people were not being totally honest with the footage and the
Fresh thoughts.
timestamps and
Okay,
all that.
look right here. Look right here. How did she get to the stairs right there?
I don't know. I never seen her.
You saw her walking down the hall, right? And walk to the
I
stairs,
saw
right?
her walking. I did. I seen her walk in the hall. That
Okay,
hall.
so how in the hell did
that
she
shot.
get to the stairs? She
I don't know.
she just didn't magically appear out of nowhere.
I didn't see her. I can't tell you how she got there. Maybe somebody carried her. They turned the cameras off, and I don't know what they did, but I know they did something. They did something. We have. Hey, it is what it is. I know what you're trying. I know not what you're trying to say. I know exactly what you're saying, and I'm telling you the reason why I don't believe what they're saying, what they're telling us. I don't see her. They're showing her right here, but they're not showing her right here, and they want us to believe this belief path. I don't believe their belief path. I believe they're lying. I believe they manipulated the footage. I believe they cut some time out of
that
there.
shit doesn't make no sense whatsoever.
It makes a whole lot of sense.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It doesn't make
Yes,
no
it
sense
does.
because how in the fuck did she get right here? How did she get to the goddamn stairs? The only fucking way that she could have got to the stairs is she came from right here in this area.
And I understand what you're saying. So she could have been in the area. But why are they not showing us that she was in that area?
Fresh story. She could have only been in this area if she got to the stairs.
Okay, well, I answer the question. Why they didn't give us the footage of that particular part of the area?
Well, I don't know. Why did they just cut to her? Why did they just cut to her just walking down the halls?
Because they manipulated some stuff. That's all I'm getting at.
Okay, but what I'm telling you is the only way that she could have got down to the stairs is she was in this area.
Okay.
She was in this area right here. This is the only way that you're going to get to the stairs.
She walked down that hall. For some reason, they didn't show us that footage, but they want us to believe that she walked down them steep stairs or walk up them steep stairs.
I'm not talking about the steep stairs, Fresh Source. What I am originally talking about is in order for her to get down to those stairs, she had to be in this area.
Okay, well, show me her.
Oh, God damn it. I'm done. I'm done. You know,
show me her.
You are so fucking stupid if you don't believe that this girl was in this area. No, you are. You're stupid. That's stupid.
But you're not okay.
No. I'm done. You're stupid. You're stupid. You are fucking stupid because that shit that you're saying doesn't make no sense.
You do the same thing. If you don't believe something, you're headstrong about it.
No, you so fucking stupid. You're fucking stupid.
No, you could call me whatever.
Yes. You are fucking stupid.
I'm not gonna call you fucking stupid.
Okay, well, you don't have to. I'm telling you, you're fucking stupid because you keep going back on. Oh, well, I don't believe she walked up the goddamn stairs. I'm not talking about the fucking stairs.
Well,
I'm talking about the general area to where she was in. You said that you believe the things that they're showing on the video footage. I'm saying that's so fucking stupid because in order for her to get to that area, she had to be in the area to where I showed you. And you don't get it.
You done said it 50 times, and I keep telling you, I understand exactly what you're saying. And I keep telling you why.
But you keep reverting back to the stairs. I'm telling you. Originally, forget the fucking stairs. The fucking stairs ain't got shit to do with what I'm saying. What I'm telling you is that she was already in the goddamn lower level. She was already in that area in order to walk out of the double doors and to the stairs.
Okay.
Now, they showed her walking back towards the double doors. Now, from that point, I don't know what the fuck that they did. But that's why I asked you the question. The question was, when they showed her coming back to the double doors, How in the fuck did she get to the second level or the first level, because she was on the lower level, in 5 minutes? How did that happen? Because that's what the time skip said.
Okay, well, I can't tell you how that happened.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, so what is the argument about, and why you so
the point is, it couldn't be Kenneka walking.
So you did all that because you wanted to say that it couldn't be Kenneka. You
well,
wanted
God damn it, you can't explain to me how the fuck did she get to the second level? How the fuck did she get to the second level, Fresh Source?
You see, you really didn't say nothing when I told you. I'm telling you what you tell me and what you tell everybody else. You can't put nobody in where they never been. So you went through all of those theatrical things.
You cannot explain to me. You the one who said
in the footage.
You the one who said that Kenneka. You the one who said that Kenneka was walking down the hall. That's what you said.
Brilliant.
You the one who said that Kenneka was walking down the halls, right?
Yeah, because I saw.
And then everything skipped. And then my question was to you is, how in the fuck did she get to the second level in 5 minutes? You can't explain that.
Well, you can't explain it either.
I know I can't explain it, but what I can't say is that.
All right.
But what I can't say is that shit doesn't make.
But the reason why we can't explain it is because they did some manipulation. So I don't even know why we're going back and forth like that.
So then my question is, Fresh Source. My question is, if you would listen, the thing skipped, but the time skipped only 5 minutes. So how in the fuck did she get from where she was on that lower level right there to walking into the kitchen on the upper level in 5 minutes? How the fuck did that happen?
Your guess is as good as mine, Edward.
Okay, well then that's what I'm saying. So if that was Kenneka walking into a kitchen on the main level, she couldn't have gotten there any other way other than taking a freight elevator. Well, the only way that she could have took the freight elevator is that somebody was there that took her up there. And so then my question would be, why would somebody put her on a freight elevator to take her up to the main level just to walk into a freezer? Help me to make that make sense. That shit doesn't make no sense, does it?
Well, no, it don't make no sense. Not just to walk into a freezer.
Okay, so then that's my point. So then how could that be Kenneka? Because you can't get her out from the lower level, and you can't get her to the upper level in 5 minutes.
You see, this is why I really had stopped talking about Kenneka Jenkins' case, because, I feel like it's very offensive that, some seasoned adults can take their time online and try to say that this is not Kenneka Jenkins, when all the legal aspects of this case tell us
save me with all of that bullshit. I don't give a fuck. Save me with all of that bullshit. I don't give a fuck. Teresa Martin never showed the picture of her being pregnant. I don't even fucking know if the girl's name is Kenneka Jenkins. We ain't never seen no official documents whatsoever.
No pictures of your children's mother's pregnant.
You seen a picture of you seen a picture of my baby. You seen a picture of me holding my baby while my baby was young. You seen pictures, you seen videos of me transporting my kids around and stuff.
I know that you say that's your son, so I believe you. But I wasn't, I didn't hold a light or anything like that.
You seen me, you seen pictures of me at the hospital holding my grandbaby. So what the fuck are you saying?
I never seen no pictures of you holding at no hospital holding.
Because you don't watch my lives.
I believe you when you
So
say that.
all of the shit that you're saying doesn't mean shit to me because you don't watch my live.
Look, I take offense. I would be offended if somebody say my children is not my children, as much as I suffer to give birth to them.
But you know, some who gives a
Just 'cause
fuck?
we don't have
Who gives
pictures
a fuck?
online
Who gives
of
a
me
fuck?
pregnant
Who
and things
gives
like
a
that,
fuck? Who
don't
gives a
mean
fuck?
that's
Right.
not my children.
You goddamn straight. Right. And I said it. And I'll say it again. And I'll say it
What you
again. And
said?
I'll say it again.
You said who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
Evidently not you.
Oh,
I'm just
exactly.
telling
And I'll say it
you
again.
how I feel. No, this went. I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel this. I was baited to come on this line because you had some other things on your mind. And no. We're gonna go there. Since you dogged me tonight, you really did. And I try to maintain my composure. I tried not to do that with you because I'm not like that.
Fresh source. See.
No.
What I'm gonna tell you is, ma'am. What I'm gonna tell you is, ma'am, I haven't changed. I haven't changed. I say what I say. You didn't answer my question. You still didn't answer my question. No, you didn't, because you still didn't answer my question. My question is, how in the fuck did Kenneka get from the lower level to the upper level in 5 minutes? If that was her.
I can't answer that. If you can't answer it, I can't answer it.
Okay,
we were not there.
So then what does that only lead me to believe? That only leads me to believe that somebody had to be right there to guide her on the elevator, to take her up to the first level, and to guide her to walk right into the freezer. That's the only other explanation that you have, ma'am. Because you don't have no other explanation. If the goddamn girl walked the halls and she walked back, in 5 minutes, she's up on the upper level and she's walking into a kitchen. How in the fuck did that happen? The only way that you can conclude that happens is that somebody walked her ass on the elevator, took her up to the main level, and then walked her right there, and then allowed her to walk right into the goddamn kitchen into a freezer. That's what you're telling me.
No, I didn't say that. That's what you think.
Well, then explain to me how did that happen? Because the time said that it was only 5 minutes from when she was on the lower level to the upper level. So if that's not Kenneka walking her ass into a goddamn freezer, well, how in the fuck did she get from the lower level to the upper level in 5 minutes?
No, but you saying that's not Kenneka, right? That's what you're saying.
You're telling me you can't explain how in the fuck did she get from the lower level to the upper level kitchen in 5 minutes?
I'm telling you, I don't know. And
okay,
I'm not
so then how could it be Kenneka, and when the time skipped, it was just only 5 minutes? It's all in the case files. It's all written in the trajectory of when they said that she was walking and things.
It is your belief that that's not Kenneka.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out how all of this could have happened when the case file said it took only 5 minutes for her to get to the lower level to the upper level. Help me to explain that.
You just gave the explanation for it. It sounds pretty good to me. But at the same time, you saying this is not Kenneka.
No, fresh source. What I'm saying is, never mind what I said. How, according to what you're seeing, and according to what they said, make that make sense. How in the fuck did Kenneka get from the lower level to the upper level in 5 minutes? Because you said that you go by what you see. You said go by the case files. I'm going by what you see, and I'm going by the case files. And so the case file said that in 5 minutes, she went from the lower level to the upper level. So answer the question. How in the fuck did she get from the lower level, from where I have shown you, to the upper level within 5 minutes?
I don't know. I can't explain that to you because I wasn't there. Many things could have happened.
Oh, okay. So then you know something you don't know. That's good. You don't know. So don't fucking tell me that was Kenneka walking her ass up into the kitchen, Because again, you say that you go by the video footage, you say you go by the case files, and I'm telling you that is so fucking stupid. Because you can't explain it, and you saying that that's Kenneka, and you saying go by the case files and go by what you see, that's fucking
the
stupid.
thing about it is, I'm not gonna. I can't deny what I do see.
You're goddamn stupid, and I'm cutting off this live, people. I gotta go. I gotta take my son home. Right. You got that. First, I don't want to hear no more. That's so goddamn stupid. You can't explain it, so it's so goddamn stupid.
You can't explain it either. The only thing
I don't need to explain it, because what I'm telling you, what I'm telling you is that if you're going by what you see and you go by what they say, and you can't make no heads or tails of it, that's so fucking stupid.
And I'm not. No, you're fucking stupid. Everything you just said was fucking stupid.
No, everything that you thinking is fucking stupid. And that makes you stupid because you're thinking it. You don't have no goddamn explanation for it.
You taking it there, and I don't think it's fair, because I didn't come up on your panel for you to beat up on me.
I don't give two rats asses whether you think it's fair or not.
I know you don't.
Let's discuss this. Let's discuss this when I get home. I'll be back in an hour. Come back in an hour. I gotta go, peoples. All right, peoples. I'm going to go ahead and share this live. I'll be back in an hour.
I just had that question because somebody was asking earlier, how was the security guard affiliated with them? And so, I was like thinking of how could he have been like possibly affiliated.
He was sitting in front of Irene.
That's a good question.
Irene glasses.
That's a good question.
What if
he was sitting in front of Irene? He the one that patted Irene on her head.
The security guard?
No, it was not.
No, it was. Jasmine,
look carefully. Look carefully at the glasses.
Rico, I'm gonna need you to stop listening to the people on social media. Stop it. If you want to get that in here.
I'm going off. So
the man was black.
He not. He making his own videos. This nigga got 3-4 videos a day.
You better quit picking on Rico.
And furthermore, the one
Jasmine,
security guard.
If you gonna call me a nigga, don't forget the Rican. Call me a nigga Rican if you gonna use the N word.
Yes, I hear somebody trying to ask a question.
We can get into that on another topic, but I feel you. But we can get into that on another topic. That's a good discussion.
What's the
it looked like
Jasmine,
point blank period. It looked like the person who's in the front of Irene had a gun. If y'all pay attention to it.
No.
What's
possible?
Wait a minute.
That's possible.
Hold on, you guys. Okay, everybody, one at a time. Somebody has a question. Go ahead.
Jasmine, how about if the security guard came into play, because that's supposed to have been Kenneka's first customer?
That's what I think.
Yep.
That's really what I think. All this extra, all that other stuff is extra. I didn't see no gun. I don't see no man that looked like he was Mexican or white, because guess what? This is my theory on it. Whoever touched the top of Irene's head, all of our hands look the same color at the bottom of your hand. So you can't tell what color this person was that touched Irene's head. I feel like them girls was at that hotel. They thought the man came to her with some type of proposition. And they came to Kenneka like, girl, all you got to do is go over here and do this. And that would be a simple way for her to get to the kitchen, because that's his duck off spot. He's security. He know where it's low key.
Exactly. And then it went wrong. It went wrong, and he killed her. And
Not getting off.
That would be a better reason of why he helped cover it up.
Right, and why the hotel is trying to cover it up.
Cover it up also. But I was saying what I'm saying is that I think that they I think that was the plan all along. When they say set up, I think more of an initiation. And I think that Kenneka was like, I can't do that, if he cute, or whatever. And then when she got there, it wasn't how they said it. They probably said, well, you gotta initiate yourself in.
I believe that too.
You gotta sleep with these gang members. And then that's your first customer right there. And she was like, wait a minute, hold on. I ain't doing all that. And let me tell you something. I'm going to say this because there's enough women on the panel. And and I'm not really talking about you particular guys, okay? But one thing that I've learned that as a woman, once a man sets his sight on you, you can barely even get away from him. And you got men out here because women have been killed,
Women do it
etc.
too.
Okay. I'm not. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying nothing about you guys. What I'm saying is that
Women,
even if there's women out here that's been killed or disfigured or hit or called out
Right.
of her name when she
Right.
rejects a man. So
Right.
when
Men
they got there,
can't take
right,
rejection.
when they got there and she was like, I ain't messing with them like that or whatever, they was like, oh, we gonna take it.
you got to watch
You
how you
know,
carry yourself in the company you keep. That's
You
just it.
you guys, I'm hearing everything you guys are saying. This is Mama J, but I'm gonna take this back a few steps. I truly, in my heart of heart, believes I'm old enough to know. We're talking about Chicago, Illinois. You had gang members from opposite sides of the track that was in that room. I'm more amped to believe that this is something that goes back to some retaliation crap. I'm sorry. I don't believe if that security guard had anything to do with it, he was paid to help them try to get rid of that body. If
That's what
anything,
I said.
hard is what happened to Kenneka. What happened to Kenneka happened with the people that were in that room, and I believe it was set up prior to. That's why that room was rented 2 days prior to that party. It was rented on the 6th. Is when they initially tried to hold the room. The other thing is, Rico, I don't know if you know or paid attention. You was talking about Monifa with her sleeve. There's also a clip, and when Kenneka's in that hallway, when she goes down that hallway and disappears and never comes back, and then that group of people comes down that stairs, they all continue to go straight. Shamaya turns to her left, and she goes in the bathroom. But before she walks in there, she takes her hand, she pulls her sleeve over her hand, she pushes the door open, and when she comes back out, the sleeve is still over her hand. She looks over her shoulder, and then she pulls the sleeve back up over her hand and commences to walk off.
I saw that.
I'm saying,
Like
I
they
saw
was
that.
trying to keep from putting evidence,
they were,
placing evidence.
but I believe what Shamaya was doing, she was making sure that Kenneka was on the track that they wanted her on. You see what I'm saying? See, okay, she's not here because they all kept going the other way. And I'm just going to tell you guys, at 57 years old, if I'm somewhere with my best friend or any of my friends, if somebody comes up missing and there's 25 or 30 of us, we splitting up in 2s and 3s. We
Better
not looking
believe
for
it.
nobody.
Ain't nobody going home.
But you know
Yeah,
what?
and
Yeah, because that's what I was thinking too. But we also we've been sitting here talking about these these age babies these days or whatever, and they not down for each other like we were down for each other back in our day. And another thing is too about that too is because when they let her go off like that, that's breaking girl code anyway. We already know that. And we can't expect for these girls, like we already say, this is a different age and everything, to have each other's back the way we would have it back. Because let me tell you something. My best friend was missing. I bet I would have been running through those halls, calling her name, knocking on everybody's door. I would have been pulling fire alarms where nobody's sleeping up in there until I found my friend.
And the question is, where did she get that seizure medicine from? Because they don't pop seizure medicine. Seizure medicine is not like, a thing that they do for recreation.
They do cocktails though. They put a lot of different pills to make a cocktail.
But not seizure medicine.
Not seizure medicine. And
they
there
was
was only the things were she only had one thing. She only had three things in her blood. She had alcohol, she had caffeine, and that goes by report because she had some type of caffeinated drink, and she had
That
to
Red Bull.
paramate. Yeah, she had to paramate. To
And the
paramate
whole
is not.
medicine that she had in her system, if you read up on it, I'm a certified substance abuse counselor. Listen,
okay.
if they had given her an outright date rape drug, when they did the autopsy, it would have automatically. A date rape drug means criminal activity. She's been given a date rape drug. That's
They
too obvious.
professional.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
But they probably do it all the time, but you can give them too much. But I'm telling you, they knew how much they were giving her, and then they would give her another one if that didn't work.
And then the entire time, just think about this. The entire Kenneka did not keep. Kenneka only had a drink one time the entire time. Like I've seen her in any of those video clips, and then it was a small drink with that Red Bull, like it was one of them hotel bathroom cups, cup with that Red Bull. So she wasn't like when she was standing up. She didn't have a cup in her hand. She didn't have
an idea. How about we go back to the video now that we know this information? Let's go see now.
Well, according to the people in the room, she was guzzling down gallons of Hennessy. That's what they said.
But according to each one of them video clips that we seen, she wasn't.
I know she wasn't. I know they.
And then her mama said.
The thing is,
they said
that particular drug is one of the things that it dissolves best in is alcohol. So they could have easily opened it. It comes in capsules. Somebody could easily crushed it up and put it in there.
Right.
If it's in one of those energy drinks or something, if they got put it in there, that stuff tastes nasty anyway. You're not gonna taste it, you know. So
right.
I think she will. I definitely think her drink was spiked.
And you guys,
yeah, because you know what? That's why the dress came in, because they wanted her to put her thought boxing hat on, because now they was about to do their thing and they was about to make this money.
And they wanted her not to be in her right mind.
Like she got to be out of her, you got to kind of get her drunk. You got to kind of get her high. I think that's where the drugs came in at, because to get her to go ahead and do.
I'm just gonna ask you, Mama J, do you mind me just for just like 3 minutes on something real quick? I just want to say.
Oh yeah.
Young girls, even if you're listening, I mean, we ain't been cursing. We trying to be respectful as possible. But look, my daughter, she's 18. She went to her first homecoming last night, and when she left, I gave her the speech like a man's supposed to do. And she went by herself. She didn't go with her dude. I just want to let that be known. My daughter ain't like that, but I told her about, make sure that you're with somebody. Make sure that you're not leaving with nobody. Just the bottom line stuff, that you better know. And then I says, and don't accept no drink from nobody, right?
Yeah.
She gonna say, why? I won a homecoming. I said, they put drugs in them drinks. You know what I mean? It bothered me. Like, do you not know? I could have acted a fool, but it's just the fact. You cannot trust anybody in situations like that. So I'm gonna go back on mute. Sorry, just had to say that.
Right.
No,
but
that's
the thing is that he's right. But the thing about Kenneka is she couldn't handle alcohol. So it wasn't. I don't think that like she didn't go with the intentions of drinking. Drinking wasn't her thing. Mm-hmm. Right. Drinking wasn't her thing.
So guys, here's the thing, because this is my opinion. This is my opinion, basically. This Jasmine, what happens is what we're doing right now is we're basing everything off. We're going way back, like we don't have evidence sitting in front of us.
Oh yeah.
So it's very obvious that she, regardless to what we all say and what she didn't drink, she had 2 times the limit in her system. 2 times the limit in her system. So that, regardless to what we're going off of what we have seen her people say, yeah, her mama might have said she can't really drink, but listen, when I was 17, 18, 19 years old, my mom would be like, well, my daughter don't drink like that, and I was at the party drinking like a fish.
Me too.
So let me say this too about
hold on, nurse. Okay. Just a second. We all gotta take our turns here. At the end of the day, though, if we base it off of the evidence, it was clear when you read the evidence report that just about everybody they interviewed stated that we popped ecstasy pills and there were a lot of pills going around the party. So like somebody just said earlier, it's what they consider, the white kids call it, but now, the black kids are probably doing it now. They call them cocktail parties. That she could have been at that party and somebody could have dropped one of them pills in her drink, knowing the effect. It's not hard to look up a medicine and say, okay, if she takes this, if she's already drinking, this is going to intensify how much she's already drank. Mm-hmm. That's obvious. Like Black said, I don't think that she popped no seizure medicine just to enjoy. Obviously, somebody might have dropped it in her system or something, like dropped it in her cup, whether she knew it or not, or tried to drug her or whatever the case may be. I just don't think it was recreational. If that was the case, then she wanted to pop a pill to have fun. When one of the girls who had the report that was in the car with her, she said they stopped and bought one ecstasy pill. So if Kenneka intended to go to the party and be high and she take a pill, she would have bought a pill before she got to the party.
Can I ask you a question?
That's what we're all
Jazz,
saying.
can I ask you a question? Look, okay, while you're talking about that pill, think about this. Well, I mean, just as a scenario, and I'm not trying to go way far out. Can they use the drink and make them date rape? I mean, I'm trying to say it so fast. Can you make them date rape drinks for whoever, and they have like the seizure medicine in case they do go into seizures? They try to give them that to calm down their seizures?
No.
How long does the seizure medicine take to effect? Take effect?
Because that
You're not
particular
supposed to drink
at all with it, and that particular drug is more of a preventative. So, like some people say, well, maybe she had a headache and they gave it. It's not for a headache; it's for prevention of seizures and migraines. So, if you have a headache already, it's not going to make your headache go away.
No.
It's to prevent them. And then the other thing about it, her blood alcohol level was high. But what you have to also remember with that drug is that it potentiates the alcohol. In other words, it interferes with the metabolism of alcohol, and so it makes the alcohol stay longer in your system.
Hold on, guys. I'm going to have to drop the mic on somebody because there's somebody else that wants to come in. So when I drop the mic on you, I'll put the chat back in purple. I'm sorry, I just saw it. I wasn't paying attention. I'm such a terrible host right now. I'll drop the chat. I'll drop the link in the chat so that somebody else can come back in, and I'll drop the mic on somebody else. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, listen, you guys. Like I said, those people in that room, if they pop pills and stuff like that, believe me, they know what pills do what.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody knew that what they were going to do to Kenneka in that room that night. Rather than give her an outright, what is recognized automatically as a date rape pill, because if they had given her what they recognize in your system as being a date rape pill, it would have looked too obvious. Now she has been given something where they had her under control. So somebody that knew had given her that pill, the effects would be the same as if they had given her a date rape pill. All they did was substituted one pill for another, but the effects were exactly the same. That's how she got that pill in her system. Somebody gave Kenneka that pill. Somebody gave her that pill knowing what the effects on her was going to be. And like somebody said earlier, normally when they prescribe that medicine to you, they start you off at 25 milligrams at the lowest dose they can go. So whoever had that pill, it's probably somebody that either has had them prescribed for themselves, or they know somebody that takes them and knows the effect that it has. And that's why they use that pill, because they knew they was going to come back and say, well, yeah, she had such and such in her system, but it's a legal drug. It's a prescribed drug.
Mm-hmm. So and that would take away the suspicion.
It would take away the suspicion. Now they can't point the finger at anybody. They can't say, you know what I'm saying?
That is good.
That's it. And that's sort of what you said. Just put me in the frame of thinking that they meant to kill her.
Yeah.
Yes. Hey, Jasmine.
Yes.
I tried it one more time. I had my daughter email it to you. It says Irene's glasses. My daughter say that I'm gonna have to go to rehab after this case is over because I'm too addicted to this case. But I sent it to you one more time.
Quick question.
Say Irene's glasses.
Give me just really quick. And for everybody that just came in the room, if there's anybody else that would like to join the hangout, I did put the link in the box. You're more than welcome to pop in. All that I ask is that we respect everybody's opinions and allow everybody to get their opinions. I'm thinking that this drug topic is a little hectic and hot, so they ain't really understanding that you can only talk when you have the feather in your hand.
Right. Oh, she just threw some
You
shade at us.
guys,
She threw some shade at us, panel.
I know, but you guys, you have to also, like Jasmine keeps saying, let's keep looking at the evidence that we have. Even in the police report, it says that somebody in there, after they went in and broke down that live video, they said that they could somebody clearly in that video said there's gonna be a murder. Was it a murder or homicide? It's somebody about to get murdered tonight.
Now, these kids talk way too much.
Or no, they said I'm about to murder her. So it's like, come on, you guys, who just randomly sits in a party and says something like that? And I don't think that Irene realized that certain things were going to be said, and she went into panic mode. That's why she kept saying, "This thing is we getting a bad connection. It's a bad connection."
Can I say I'm connecting the dots on something in my head and it's bothering me? Okay, maybe I'm gonna start watching people videos. I'm gonna get off YouTube because it's starting to just get me in my mind. Okay, so I did watch some straight drop stuff, but he had found the chick, the white chick that was in the hotel. When she was in the room. I'd never even seen it, but there was two white people in the hotel room, and it kind of got me off guard. And I'm thinking he showed the girl being over his shoulder, his or her shoulder. Okay, so then it got me to thinking, okay, did something happen?
I'm about to put you on punishment.
But you know what?
Sorry, I won't say his name again.
Hey, let me say this.
I just be telling you what I seen. I mean, I'm sorry.
I'm just gonna say right now. At first, Straight Drop started off on the straight and narrow, and then I think he started spending so much time on the case that he just, at this point, he's almost tempted to believe that the UFOs came in the room and took Kenneka.
Yeah, but I'm saying I do recognize some of the stuff that he's done. I'm just mentioning something, okay? I'm not saying
what white girls were in the room.
That coffee cup, just like the coffee cup. It showed the girl with the coffee cup in her hand. The white girl that was that kept on. She was in the elevator room. That's what I was saying. She was in the elevator room right there by the elevator. And when Tolliver came out that closet, all I'm saying is the way that I'm thinking about the cart and all the body on the cart, and then how you put the picture.
When did Tolliver come out the closet?
Oh Lord, have mercy. That's how I said it.
No, I'm saying, yeah, you said when he came out that closet. What closet did he come out?
Wait. I'm sorry. Let me just stop, man. I ain't gonna say nothing else because you got me making it look like I'm crazy.
But you know what? I think that, like after Mama just said that, I think that, like they meant to kill her. And, in my mind, I just thought that, what they did was they set the security guard up unknowingly. They set him up unknowingly to get her in the right place, down there with the security guard so that they could kill her.
Yeah, but my point that I was trying to make was they transported her. I'm starting to believe she died in that room. That's all I was trying to get out. My bad.
Okay. Look at me. I was trying to replay all the videos in my head. Like, when did Tolliver come out of a closet? So I was
by the elevator, and then the white girl walked past, and she kind of gave a little, and then he came out of that room. It didn't look like the elevator to me. If you can keep going in and out of that place, and he made it look like it at one time. He went to the other elevator, but then he swift slide, and I know that because I used to work. Man, I used to work for the Riviera.
I'm gonna tell you guys what I just thought about, just real quick. And you just made me think of this when you said something. I don't think Kenneka died in that freezer at all. I believe a lot of the dirt and stuff that we're seeing on her and her foot and that shoe being off, I believe Kenneka was dead. Her body was too heavy for anybody to carry. I don't know if y'all know about a dead body. A dead body ain't no joke.
Right. It ain't no sandbag neither.
I believe she was too heavy and they had to drag her. They put
her on that cart. They put her on that cart.
And they put her on a cart or something and took her the rest of the way.
Yeah, but they had her keys and her cell phone. So this in my head, I cannot help but feel like it was premeditated.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm saying that the hotel didn't want it to come to it being the party. It was because they have so much corruption in that hotel. Think about if them kids are up there doing it, if they're paying the valet and they're paying the front desk, that's home. Why not? I ain't gonna get caught. I'm good. I'm in good with y'all. And now I need to get this girl died in my room. I need to get her out of here. Or what do we need to do? So what do? We called the white chick. I don't mean to call her the white chick. We call her. She come through. But then in the kitchen, that cup, after seeing the little photo I seen that old boy did, I promise you, I believe it was her cup.
Okay.
I got
But
y'all
I believe the
thinking.
body was drugged because first of all, the tennis shoe that was still on her foot, that tennis shoe would not have dirt on it like that from her just laying in the bed.
Okay, Jasmine, you said when you was reading the stuff that they returned, they said was on her when you was reading that yellow piece of paper. On that yellow piece of paper, once again, you also stated again that they said they had one left shoe.
Correct.
So even at that time, they still didn't have that right shoe. So where did that right shoe come from all of a sudden?
No. Yeah, it said one right shoe, but when they said one right shoe, they're talking about what was on her body.
No, that's what I'm saying. They said one left shoe. When she read that piece of paper of what they said was on her, it says one left shoe.
What she
they
is on the evidence sheet of everything that was in the room with Kenneka, they only listed one shoe. They didn't list two.
Because Mama J, remember when she called the coroner and the police station to find out where the right shoe was on that live that time? And remember they said that's a good question for the police?
Correct.
Right. And we didn't have a left shoe. But then we started making a big deal about that left shoe all of a sudden. Now that they showed us these pictures, that it's in there with her. So why didn't they see the shoe when they was in there in the first place?
Right.
I don't think the case is closed. I think like Mama J was saying earlier, a lot of this stuff has just been put out for us to see and to not just to fool us, but to fool also the
It was the order.
Wait.
The order they put it out.
Yeah, but let me finish. Not just to fool us, but to also fool the suspects.
True.
That makes sense.
Being that we talking so much anyway, they said, see, we can't let them get it. You know what? And you know what I wanted to add to it too? Downstairs, when those elevators opened, where they said that she was in the basement, in that hallway when she first came out stumbling out, where we say that we see the red jogging suit, whatever. Being that that's a basement, how do we know that? Remember when the white girl walked past and she looked? How do we know that those are not like utility rooms or boiler rooms or
That's
something
what I'm
like that?
saying. That's what I'm saying. I used to work
Because
at the
that is the
Riviera.
basement.
I used to work at the Riviera. I had a room like that. My storage room. I was a supervisor for window washers. I had a storage room in the hallways. That's why you couldn't tell me that there ain't no cameras in them hallways. And when you work there, you know in and out of every way that you can get away from a camera. Because I used to know how I can go smoke a cigarette. I know how I used to go to sleep. I used to know how to do all that stuff.
And let me tell you this, they sort of had to play it that way. I feel like in a sense investigating this case for real, they had to play it that way, even down to the security guard. Excuse me, because if not, then then a lot of people would have came up dead. A lot of witnesses and a lot of people would have come up dead. So they have to, and they know they would come up dead.
Now listen to this part.
Hey, Alicia's still in your chat, Jazz.
Remember when Oliver did that live? I'm nowhere around you. Now I don't think Oliver might not have had anything directly as far as touching Kenneka or being a part of Kenneka, whatever happened to her. But I believe they used Tolliver was the decoy for them. And when Tolliver was saying, I'm nowhere around you, he wasn't talking about him.
Is the dude with the red hat his twin brother? That's what I was told, that he has a twin brother.
That's the one that got killed.
And when he said, "You got
I
to,
thought it was his
it's gonna
friend that
take
got
you it's gonna take you 2 boats to get where I am," he wasn't talking about himself.
Mm-hmm.
thought it was his friend that got killed.
Yeah,
Oh, well, he
because
was cleaning together.
come to find out, he was only like 45 minutes down the street. So I'm feeling you.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? They had all this planned out. Oliver was a decoy. And everybody, what did everybody do? Everybody immediately ran to Tolliver. He on the run. Tolliver had he's the one that did it. Da, 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 da. Everybody else is getting away because everybody is focused on we're going.
That's good.
You see what I'm
People even went, somebody even drove to the place to show everybody he was just 45 minutes down the street.
Right. They showed did. But you know what? One of the biggest things is, I guess, starting to really get this in perspective is to know motive. And I think we pretty much got motive down because it's starting to make a little sense now. Because at first we was like, well, why would these, we had too many questions when we would come up with an answer. But at least it seemed like this motive is a lot better than what we've been thinking about. Because that's
Yeah, because
you got to think about something else too. They're not also just trying to protect the hotel and its reputation and the fact that they got somebody else, what's that celebrity that's supposed to be doing something with it. You got to remember, they also protecting their prostitution ring and everything else. They're gonna lose money if they bring heat to that hotel.
and not just that, Teresa Martin. I mean, like, cause when this first happened, when they were saying that this could be a gang rivalry due to Kenneka's brother, the first thing I started worrying about was Teresa Martin. So not just protecting, the hotel. It's like, even, and I think, come to look, just looking at everybody like, why ain't Teresa coming out? Teresa knows something. And, what about Monifa? It's like, it's a lot of stuff that can't be said even to Monifa and to Monifa. Like if Teresa does have any clues, she can't say anything to Monifa. She has to just play it. She has to just keep playing it like nobody knows, for her, not just for her whole family safety.
The only problem I got with that is, her boyfriend just got out of jail for murder, right?
Okay.
Okay, so I'm saying, when your boyfriend is security, when he's your bodyguard, you scared of threats. He's a killer. He gonna have no problem with popping off his gun.
But she got daughters and she has other family members as well. And if they want to think about it now, if these guys don't want to go to jail, and they know it, because this why a lot of crimes go unsolved, because of the simple fact that when they for one thing, you got to have some type of witnesses or some type of witnesses in court. And so if all they got to do is come back and kill off the majority of their witnesses. Irene family don't want her to, because that's why that guy, I think, never produced that, never did that video with Irene, and I think that's why Irene's family didn't want her to talk, and I think that's why didn't want her to talk or go to the protest. And they've been saying that they've been threatened, that they have been threatened and stuff like that. So they got to play dumb, and they got to keep moving in the same fashion that they moved in before, or they know they're gonna be dead.
You know what, these dudes to me is not real gangsters, because I agree with Jasmine on one part of it. We're not gonna keep going through all this back and forth and wondering and being nervous and looking over our shoulder if the witnesses are gonna tell. They just usually wipe them out.
You guys, in one of the police reports, the officer states they went to question somebody. In the midst of questioning that individual, people came out of a building and yelled to the person they were talking to, "Don't snitch. Don't be no snitch."
Damn.
That, I mean, these are vice lords. These are vice lords. And then it's even to the point that even if they were put behind bars, it's like, still people have to worry about their lives because they got other affiliates on the street.
Dang, they is as big as the mob out there now.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
just what
this
it
is not
is.
like
I don't have.
this ain't like little B. This ain't like BD and GD. This Vice Lord been
This what
around
started
since the
gangsters.
beginning. Yeah,
Yeah,
since the
this was what
beginning. This the
started gangsters
real
right
deal.
here. They
This
real,
the
yeah.
yeah.
They
This
don't
the
be
real
playing. They
deal.
some
I don't
gangsters.
know. I don't know if you guys can see the screen, but if you look at the screen, there's a guy in a green jacket. Everything that's in that bag is extremely small. What you see that's white on the bag is a label. That is not a camera. What he has in that bag, 9 times out of 10, is the lip gloss, the jewelry, and small items, because everything you can
The shoe.
there's no shoe in that bag.
I'm just saying. I was thinking. I don't know.
Oh no!
Shucks.
If you look at the bag, I'll go back just a little bit. But if you go back, shoot, there's a bag on top of her, under that blanket. He laid a bag on top of her. You don't have to go back.
Oh yeah, that's a real thin bag too.
That's a thin bag. Yeah, ain't no camera in there. That's not a camera. But before we had all the evidence, it's easy for your eyes to play tricks on you. Oh, that's a camera in the bag, and they must have took the camera down. And that's not a camera. That bag is small and thin. They fixed the body to show to give respect to Teresa, and allowed her to come in to view her child. And if you see, he passed the bag to the police.
No, he's gonna get another bag. When they go over there to the guy that's standing over there by the table where the coffee cup is, he's gonna get another bag, and that do look like it's big enough for a shoe. Watch. Oh.
But when I was talking about him looking at the camera, I was talking about it's up in the air, and he comes and looks up there when he's in there by himself.
But I believe he's looking at the camera because he's really in his mind trying to figure out what happened to this young lady. What happened? There's got to be something where they can see what happened to this woman. I mean, you guys think about it.
That's another bag.
I don't care what title he has. That's a horrific way to find anybody. In a freezer, froze to death. He's probably looking around like, how did this even happen in a hotel like this?
Mm-hmm. And not just that, a lot of times investigators, when they're investigating, they are looking around to make sure that they don't miss anything. And
my only concern was at the beginning when he was by himself. I did see him look up, and then he looked towards the freezer, and I was just curious at the time, like, is he looking to see if there's another camera? That's just all I'm saying. Some people were saying that's it.
Well, we
and
already
Alicia's still in your chat.
We already know, and okay. We already know that there's another camera in there because we saw it on the picture a couple of hours ago. So it is another camera, but I mean, to me, it just looks like he came in, he realized where the body was, and he looked around like, is there cameras in here? It looks like he's looking for a camera right now.
Yep.
Because again, like I said, there's an ME and an investigator that comes with the coroner's office. The investigator is who labels the scene as a homicide or accidental, and that's from the coroner. So if you call Rosemont Coroner's office right now and you ask to speak to the investigator, there's going to be an investigator that gets on the phone. Now that bag looks like the shoe.
you know what? We're not so sure that the FBI is not already on this case.
Correct.
Yeah, you guys, I mean, like right now, we really don't know what the police has said to Teresa Martin. We don't know what they're saying. We don't know. We don't even know what that hotel is being informed to do and not to do right now. Because apparently what we do know is there are 5 people that they're looking at and it says for murder investigation. Murder. So
Yep. And didn't you say? And Jasmine, didn't you say that you saw an article where the case has been reopened?
It said, no, Mom said that. What I saw, it said that, don't quote me, but basically Rosemont Police Department closed the case. New evidence has arrived, and new evidence has arrived, basically stating that Kenneka Jenkins has been raped.
You know what that is? Remember, we were waiting on another some more results to come from someone.
Toxicology.
I don't remember who. I know that we were still waiting on one set of results that was gonna either come from, you know, toxicology or the coroner or DNA.
Well, you know what? It could possibly be that her attorneys had an independent autopsy done. And it could be because remember, the attorney already said that the pictures that were released the other day gave more questions than they had more questions than they did.
Mm-hmm.
So we really don't know what, you know what I'm saying, you guys? And then she has an attorney. Okay, hold on. Talk
Wait a minute. If you guys can see what she just said, he is so excited to talk to you guys right now.
No, I'm in just she's on point. I'm like, she makes sense. Like, I'm so glad that I found your page. Let me interrupt for a minute and say that, because I mean, nowhere else can you go on a page and you guys keep it to the facts. So you can't, because like that other stuff twist your head up so bad, because in a few seconds they will have you all out in left field and then they stay there. You know, nobody brings them back. Nobody brings them home.
No,
and then
bring them back.
But you know why too? Because this what irritates me more about anything is why everybody got to wait till they start smoking weed to get on live. And then I say,
it's funny because I made a comment. I said, this is what I said, you guys, about 2 weeks ago. No. Yeah, about 2 weeks ago. Right, shortly after the toxicology report came out, and I said, has anybody stopped to think that if Kenneka was in that room when Irene went live and she was alert and awake, don't you think her toxicology would have came back with marijuana in her system? And somebody responded to me and said, "Oh, well, Kenneka doesn't smoke weed." I said, "Well, how do you know that?" Well, because it's been all over the place, and her mother and them says she don't smoke weed.
Contact.
But no, she smokes weed.
Contact, though. If she didn't smoke weed, she still was in the air of it.
And there was not a near bit of THC in her system.
Right.
What I would say, I find that even strange. That the fact that they was smoking weed, chronic, blunt, whatever you want.
They good.
100 in that room, because I know as a substance abuse counselor, my clients, I used to have to tell them, if your ass don't want to come in here and test dirty, don't have your behind in no room where they smoking weed, because regardless of whether you smoking or not, if you sitting in that room, it's gonna show up in your test.
Right.
And especially if you do a root test on their hair. If they had did a follicle on her hair, it probably would have showed.
That's good. That's good.
And if you
marijuana,
you could touch, and if you touch, like if you could touch marijuana and and it get in your system.
Right. So
now, I don't know about that part. I know about the cocaine and stuff like that, but I don't know about the trees.
That's true. That is true. I work with mental health.
With the marijuana now, because of the different stuff that they put on it, if you hold it in your hand, it now will get in your system.
That's bad news.
I just learned that.
That's bad news.
From a friend of mine, just tested dirty, and she said, come to find out, her daughter works with cannabis. She has her own cannabis shop where she makes all these different healing medicines. And my girlfriend was helping her daughter with it. She went to the doctor and she's called me. She was like, "Jay, do you know that they now can, if you hold it in your hand, they can now find out if it's in your system?"
Wow.
And I didn't even know that. But the point I'm making is, why is it? Well, then they wouldn't know it was in her system because they probably didn't do a hair follicle on her to see if it was in her system. But again, like I said, you guys, the question that we really need to be asking ourselves is, is what time did Kenneka, was she really taken out of that room dead? Because the last person they interviewed said at 3:15 in the morning, Kenneka was still in that room alive with 4 guys and 3 other girls at 3:15.
Mm-hmm.
And
I sent Jasmine that picture.
And when you add up all of the time on all of that video that they've given us, Kenneka's only in there for 7 minutes worth.
Right. She's not in there much at all, because some of the clips that people think are Kenneka are not Kenneka.
Right. And on the report it says out of all that video, there's only 7 minutes of video that is actually Kenneka. That's a whole lot of video, you guys, for her to only be in it for 7 minutes.
Mom, you know what? Mom, when you think about it, I think that they could have covered it up, but them kids went live.
Yep. Yep.
They didn't expect that live stuff, because remember back in the real days of killing, and back in the days like you was talking about back earlier, you know, think about it. It wasn't none of that social media, but see, they went live, and they just, you know, different people going live there, and that's why they couldn't cover it up, because now you're gonna investigate this mob ring, and it's not just the hotel, but now we got to look into the hotel and going through this, you know, and it just, let's try to get it to the freezer, make it look like it's just her, and then, you know, but come on, people ask questions. This
But
just
look,
didn't sound right.
I'm gonna be honest. They have never produced, like, when have you known somebody to get killed? And you know, these days people live stream and stuff all the time. But when have and get killed in public places all the time? But I have never seen them release video footage to the public. Before the case was investigated, before it was over, they had all of these files and files. And the question is, where did these videos come from in the first place?
Let me tell you guys something. Jasmine's fiance was murdered in March. It's damn near getting ready to be March again. We can't go on no website, nowhere, and pull up near conversation, near record, near nothing. And when he died, after they pronounced him dead, I specifically myself asked, when will we get a copy of his autopsy? They straight told us, you will never, ever get a copy of his autopsy, because this is a murder, it's a homicide, and that autopsy record belongs to the state of California, the county of San Bernardino. So you will never see the autopsy. We will tell you what the findings were if we need to, but you will not ever get, and that's why I'm saying this to me was all set up by Rosemont police for one specific reason. They wanted to see who was gonna tell on who.
Exactly. This wasn't that's why I was saying this is not no cover up. This was a setup.
This was a setup.
Hey, hello. I have a question. If anybody can hear me. Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. So I just had a quick analogy.
Yes.
About when they were in the room before Irene started the video, you could hear a little squealing, and then she puts the music on, and seconds after she says, "What the fuck?" And it sounds like the guy say strangle her, and she puts the music back on. So that part is a little shaky to me. I listened to it over and over. I know we're past that, but somebody in that room did something to this baby.
Yeah, they know that. They know that, and all of that stuff is real. It's just that they're not gonna let us. They're not playing us. They're playing the suspects.
Yeah. Because
and I've seen them do this plenty of times before, where they played the suspect. They played the suspect, and things fall, and everything falls right in place.
And I'm gonna tell you another thing. Like I told Jasmine and my sister earlier today, after Jasmine read all the reports to us last night. Everybody's report is too verbatim. When Jasmine was reading them to us, we thought she was reading the same exact report over and over because everybody they interviewed, their story was exactly the same. She was sitting on the bed. She had one cup. She was putting up a bottle of Hennessy. No, she didn't smoke. No, nobody's story wavered. That's too rehearsed. It's
Rehearsed.
too rehearsed.
And they know it. And the police department knows it. They knew it.
Exactly. They know it because everybody was like right on cue. Everybody they interviewed except that one individual who said, I don't care what you say. When I left that hotel at 3:15 that morning, the only people that were left at that hotel was Kenneka and 3 other females and 4 guys. Those were the only people that was still at that party. Nobody else said that. Nobody else said that in their interview. Everybody else's interview was exactly the same. I'm telling you guys, the police set this up. They wanted to see, and guess what? When they got everything they needed, they said, give it to them. We got what we needed now.
So do y'all think that it's trying to make us believe that it was all gang related and the hotel had nothing to do with it? I'm feeling like it went wrong. They did want to do something to Kenneka, those young guys, but when they thought she passed out or whatever, they killed her. I think one of them strangled her, and they didn't know what to do with that body. And being that Rosemont is into this organ thing, they said, okay, well, we'll help. Being that we have employees here, we have to cover this up. We don't want our name out there for murders. So that's when they took it upon themselves to intervene with whatever was going on.
Okay.
It's so suspicious.
The only reason I keep saying I can't go with the organ thing, and I'm gonna tell you guys why.
Right.
You're talking about $1 billion business, the Crown Royal.
Never say it again.
$1 billion bills, it's if not more, true, they might be in the trillions. If those people were gonna have anything to do with organs or Kenneka wouldn't have been found on that property, period. Let me tell you guys something. We have a story right here in Las Vegas, Nevada. In 2013, a young black guy, his car stopped on the freeway. The police picked him up and drove him to a gas station in Baker, California. That boy disappeared. They found him 72 days later in the desert, 1 mile from where they dropped him off with every organ in his body gone. If they was going to take Kenneka's organs, Kenneka wouldn't have been left in that hotel.
Exactly.
Well, they probably didn't have time to get out of there, being that the mom came and the friends started asking questions. So it wasn't like they had time on their side to do whatever else they were going to do.
If you go back and look at the video times, they had plenty time. They had plenty time. Even in between the time that Monifa and them called her mother and told Teresa she was missing. Teresa said herself, she didn't even go over there for about an hour to an hour and a half after they called her. It don't take but a few minutes to load a body on the back of a van and pull the hell up out the parking lot.
Yeah, that's true.
And then
they could.
The accused organ was a thymus? I can't pronounce it, but the accused organ was a thymus or whatever. So my thing is, I think they had been listening to all these people on YouTube, and they ran with that narrative. They ran with that narrative to make these people, these suspects, think that they were in the free and the clear for the next. It might be something else that they're trying to get them on.
Let me tell you guys this, and I know this because of Jasmine's fiance and what we went through. And you guys could go research it, fact check.
Okay.
When a person dies, once their heart stops, the only thing that they can use as far as donating or harvesting is their skin, stuff like that. They can't.
And their eyes.
And their eyes. They can't use no liver. They can't use no thymus. They can't use no spleen, no colon. They can't use none of that. Because once.
So we're going with the thing of it was the hotel has nothing to do with it, and those kids took her to her death.
Hold
Because
on,
it
Miss J.
wasn't
You
an
gotta
accident.
finish. You gotta finish, Miss
Wasn't an
J.
accident.
Jay, you won't finish. Go ahead and finish what you were saying.
When a person dies, we learned this after what we went through with Jasmine's fiance, because all of his organs were donated. In order for them to even be able to use his organs, they had to keep him alive on life support for 6 to 7 days after he had been pronounced dead. The body has to be at a certain temperature. They had to keep, I mean, it's a process. Once a person's heart stops, their organs are of no use to anyone. They cannot be used for anything. The only thing on the body that can be used once a person is died is their eyes and their skin. That's it. That's it. So if they were going to use her skin, they would have took her body up out of there. If they would, because that's all they would have been able to use. Her heart had stopped.
And that's why they were, like a lot of these YouTubers, they really made themselves look really foolish and, like ignorant, saying a lot of the things that they were saying online, and the police went right along with it.
Yeah. So why don't we have an arrest? What is the holdup if we
They're not there yet? They're not there yet. That we're still waiting for reports to come back. It's just like people were looking for results before the toxicology and the autopsy came back. The first one came back.
Excuse me. I think a lot of people right now are late in
Yeah,
the chat and on the panel because we've been talking about a lot of stuff broken. Jazz, you might. I mean, yeah, you might
I
have
was
Jay. You might have to
late.
take it back and
you
yeah.
guys.
See, hold on. You might have to take it back and show them what you got going. And Alicia, she has some information. She's still in your chat.
For those of you guys who just tuned in, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So for those of you guys who just tuned in, this is our third segment. So they've had me on a YouTube binge today. Okay.
Right.
Ever since we opened up the wanted posters, I was getting ready to log on right before I saw the wanted posters, and that just took us into a whole new topic of discussion. But for those of you guys who just tuned in, we're talking about the Kenneka Jenkins case. We have completely been able to go through the case files, so we're basically discussing everything that we have been able to identify throughout the reports that Rosemont Police has revealed to us. So again, for the person who just tapped into the Hangout, right now, from what we can see, they actually have 5 people that they are looking for in relation to the death that happened at the Rosemont Hotel.
Okay.
So for certain topics, and this isn't for you, this is just for everybody in the room. For certain topics, if there's certain things that you see that we're not touching on, or you feel that we're ignoring your comments in the comment box, 9 times out of 10, it's because we have already discussed that part of the case and we have moved past it, so we're not going to double back. So feel free to go over the last 2 channels and take a look at those. I did post the Hangout link in the chat, so if anybody would like to come on to join the conversation, I'll be on here for another maybe 20 minutes. 20 minutes at the max. So if you want to come have something to say, please feel free to join the Hangout. The link is in the box.
Now, okay, what I was going to say, back to this whole, now we're gonna alleviate the organ thing, you guys, because I'm serious. Them people was not trying to take. It's like, what do you guys think that they all of a sudden? Okay, there's a young black girl in there. We're gonna take her organs. I just, when people are doing that kind of stuff, they have a movement that they go through, a process. They're not sloppy with their stuff. Kenneka's body wouldn't have been left in that hotel. They would. There wouldn't have been nothing to even point back to them at that hotel. Okay, they would have never even let any of this footage out. Like I said, I believe that the Rosemont police, once they realized that there were people talking via social media, they felt like, if we're gonna catch somebody, this is the way we're gonna be able to do it quicker than if we just go out there on foot and do it. So we're gonna go ahead and let them hang out in these YouTube rooms and on this live, and we're gonna let them do they talking and they investigating. Because I'm gonna tell you what, I read where one officer came back and said out of his own mouth that, believe it or not, It was unbelievable to see the intelligence and how much effort people were putting in and the things that they were coming up with that was literally helping them. And an officer said that. There was an officer that said that.
Especially when the suspects is gang members that the people are not going to turn on.
Right.
And they know it.
And I think with Irene, I really believe that Irene, between all of us in this room, I believe Irene is the one that did and gave up the most information, because Irene ain't in Chicago no more. Irene is not in Chicago.
Did you say that because she was at the police department that day?
No, she went
straight to the police department.
She went, and I believe Irene is under police protection. I believe she's under
let me
police
just
protection.
hashtag fact check that for y'all. If you what I'll do today after I get some sleep, I'm gonna go through I'm gonna touch on the points that we all talked on today where I wasn't able to visually show you the fact check. But there's a police report that's in the records that advised that Irene has left Chicago and moved to another location. So Irene is no longer in Chicago. The two people that left is Irene left Chicago and the security guard has left the country.
Right.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Hold on.
He was the first one. The security guard was the first one.
Correct. In the
So now this makes me believe that it's a. Oh, go ahead.
In the interrogation, when they interrogated the security guard, the security guard advised the police that he was leaving the country September 22nd. They interviewed him on September 19th, and by the 22nd, he was on the plane leaving the country.
But they said that at the beginning. See, people haven't been listening because they actually said that at the beginning, like at the beginning of the whole ordeal.
Yeah. But you know what? If they tried to get that body away from that room and they rode it on that cart, whoever was pushing the cart or mopping up, like there's a little bit of everybody tampering with the evidence going on there, you know, and accomplice to murder.
So in order to have enough stuff to take to court to convict someone, then you need some things going. And so they're not going to mess up their things. They're not going to mess up they're not going to let YouTube mess up their things. This is like a lot of people like on YouTube was like, why ain't Teresa saying anything, or why this person ain't saying anything? Because they're not going to mess up their case to talk to YouTube.
Okay, so if the security left and Irene left, they're not considered suspects then, because they wouldn't let you leave the country if you're considered a suspect. So they're not considered suspects if they were allowed to leave under an investigation going on.
You have to also remember,
and this thing has to be bigger than this girl just dying. Kids die every day, but why is it that we're focusing on this particular one? Is because of something special with this that nobody can sleep at night. I can't sleep, I know that. I mean, what is the big issue with it that big people are leaving the place and this girl died? I mean, if it was just some gang thing, all right, arrest the people. Somebody higher is pulling strings around here.
It's advisable that everybody involved in the YouTube case investigation gets some sleep. It is advised. It is advised that everybody gets some sleep.
Exactly. And I'm gonna end it on this one note. I think this is a good takeaway going off of whoever that was that just said something about this is a higher up.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, so let me just say we spoke on this earlier, and let me tell you my opinion. This is Jasmine, your host. How you doing? My personal opinion is I don't think this had anything to do with going higher as far as when they killed her. I believe what happened was Rosemont did not realize that this death was going to hit social media and be so big.
Right.
When they went out, they thought they had another little black girl that ended up dead, and they were not going to invest the time in it to do a proper investigation.
Right.
Right.
They didn't sloppy. They didn't consider it a homicide. They considered it accidental. They called themselves, call it accidental, go ahead and do away with it. Let's go on to the next crime. However, so we had already snatched this situation up and started to put them under a microscope. Now it's too late. Now they got to clean it up. Now it's like, okay, wait a minute. The world sees that this was not accidental. The world sees that this was a homicide. Now what are we gonna do? We made it. We made it. To us, it didn't sound. It didn't. First of all, let me explain something to you. This is not. I hope I do not offend anybody when I say this, but the moment you hear a black girl that is 19 died in a freezer, that was suspect to a whole lot of black people.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we don't just go in freezers like that.
So that is not the way we commit crimes.
That is not something normal that happens. So it automatically raised our antennas, which made us start to look into the case. Anything else, if she would have been shot in the streets, we'd have been like, oh, wow, that's terrible. Dang, 19. Oh, well, wait a minute. A little black girl died in the freezer. That's like telling me a little black girl drowned in the middle of the ocean. Wait a minute.
Yeah. But in all honesty, the day after this happened, I listened to the videos that Irene posted. I called the Chicago Police Department. They act very unconcerned. I mean, it took me 3 hours to just get a detective on the line. And they said, okay, well, then, all right, that's it. And hung up. And it was like, all right.
It didn't take me
3
hours.
to.
Okay. Let me just say this real quick. Normally, I don't have personal business out in the streets, but sometimes you got to share things in order for people to understand certain things. There was some years ago when I was around Kenneka's age that I got caught up in some mess, something similar to this, on a murder charge. Okay, you guys need to understand. I know how the police operate very well. I know what they will and won't do. I know what they will say and won't say in order to catch who they want to catch. As far as Irene is concerned, I'm not saying Irene is being let go. I'm saying I believe Irene was their biggest source of information. Irene was given something in exchange for what she gave them.
Yeah.
We'll put police protection. We'll make sure the family is safe. If you give us this, we'll make sure you don't do this. We'll make sure you don't have to. The security guard could have told them, check it out, listen. Yes, I gave them a card. I didn't know what they were going to put on that card, but I gave them a card. I gave them this. Okay, sir, what are we going to do for you? You give us what
sounds right.
And then we'll go ahead and let you leave the country to make sure you don't come up dead. Okay, so we really don't know how the police is playing their cards with these people and what these people have told them or haven't told them.
And we don't know if they're connected with another murder, if this same crew is not under investigation for another murder.
Exactly. And let's look at it like this. They didn't walk away with 5 suspects. They got one of them restored.
Right, they ain't done talking.
Okay, somebody sat in the room and gave them information. We already seen in the case now what they did lineup. People was telling, people was talking, and we don't know who was in there talking. We don't know who identified who. Somebody told the police that they were all a part of the Vice Lords. That's the no-no.
Didn't somebody say earlier that the Vice Lords was the biggest gang in Chicago?
It is.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
is. But guess what? The reality is somebody pointed out these 5 individuals that they have won posters for.
Big names, real names.
You guys not here.
So the hotel covered it up. The hotel covered it up because they messing up their legitimate business, and that this death is messing up their illegal business. The police are covering it up because they like, look, we didn't have undercovers in the Vice Lord for about 2 years, and we were just about to crack this case. We were about to get the plug, Right. And this little black girl is messing up this whole for us to bring this whole gang in, or get the top
It's
guy
true.
at
It's
top.
like a mob. Bringing
Because
down
you
a
got to
mob.
You
keep
get
in
the
mind
top
how
guy,
many
and
deaths.
we can't So we gonna pay Teresa off, and we gonna promise her to get those little kids. That's
And they're
what
not
we
gonna
gonna
talk
do.
while we investigating.
Right, because you got to keep in mind that they've been talking about all these different deaths that's been happening in Chicago in the first place that's been gang related.
And then
Correct.
they're gonna get some information from one of them, and then they're like going back to check it and ask the next person about the story they just got from the other person. It's a lot of investigating, and if you think about it,
Like
think about like
Shaniqua.
movies and stuff and what you have to do. You have to maneuver
Just
around, and that's a big
right.
team.
Yeah, because
Just
you got
like
to think
Shaniqua.
about it. When usually in situations like this, they don't care nothing about those little corner boys. They don't want those little
Nope.
corner boys. They want the big guy up
Yeah, they
top.
want the big
So
dogs. Yep.
if they arrest these little kids right here that was at this party, they just getting the corner boys. They want the
Hello?
big dude
Hello?
up top.
I told you
If
they've
you
been under
guys,
investigation for
if
something
you
else
guys
before
got,
this even happened.
is,
Go ahead, Mama P. Mama J.
I was gonna say for real. I've been.
Wait a minute, you guys. She was over here like, hello, hello. Finally, she turned around and looked at me. She said,
"Hey, Mama T, Mama T."
Wait, you guys. Wait, hold on. She looked at me. She said,
Hello in here.
Hey, Mama T.
yes,
Mama T, when we get off the phone,
listen,
I want you to whoop Jasmine.
okay,
Because wait a minute, because I got 34 and 35-year-olds, and they think that just because they're that old, now they can tell me about the sneaky stuff they did when they was
right.
younger. And Jasmine been doing that all night. So I want you to show her that you
Oh,
still
don't
will whoop
worry,
her butt about something that happened 20 years ago.
don't worry, y'all. As soon as we get this Kenneka Jenkins case settled, solved, please believe me, we gonna have the new room where I'm gonna tell y'all about all the shit Jasmine done did over the years. Okay, don't be fooled. Don't be fooled at all. Don't let her fool you at all.
Jasmine, you gonna be sitting there eating breakfast in the morning, and she gonna be looking at you like, so you was sneaking out the house when you was 15, huh?
But this is what I was getting ready to tell you guys. I don't know. Did any of you guys hear the speech, not speech, or the talk that our number 45, the current president of the United States? No, it's not about Obama. This is something Trump said. Trump did a speech. This has been about maybe 4 or 5 months ago, when he told them that they have got to shut Chicago down because the vice lords are now larger than the mob. They got millions of dollars that they are trafficking through Chicago, Illinois. That's why he wants to have that sanction moved off of Chicago, because right now, if it was up to Donald Trump, Chicago would be under martial law. Martial law, because they want all those people off the streets. And I'm
something
guys,
They look like, but plus that's Obama.
Please let her
And
finish. Please let her
he
finish.
wanted to be able to tell Obama, yeah, I had to clean your city up.
But when you go back and look at all of those people's Facebook pages before they start shutting them down and deactivating them, all of them, they're on there with massive amount of weapons, drugs, thousands of dollars in their hand. Y'all don't think the police ain't trying to get them?
A prostitution ring.
That's good. That's
And then
good, Mama J.
let me tell you this too. This is something else that people haven't considered either. Because I'm like Mama J. I dig into everything political, and I surround everything into everything. But what a lot of people don't know is that the vice lords are connected to a lot of religious Islamic organizations or religions.
But not only religious, baby. Go back and do more investigating. The vice lords are very connected to the FBI and the CIA and the government. You got
for generations on generations.
Generations. They're just like the mob. They got people. Me and my sister watched a documentary where they had a police that worked for the police department, had been working for them for like 20-something years, and they finally came in and found out that he was the one that was trafficking the weapons and the dope. Who police boards and was getting paid. They was paying that man hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. He would bring them in like he was arresting them. He would work them right back out the system. They bring another one in, they work them out, and what they do is bring them in, and they get the information that's going to lead them to the big boy, and then they let the little boy go. This is all there. The reason this thing has gotten so big to the person that asked that question, because they're not only looking at solving Kenneka's case, they're looking at they have found out about other murders that have taken place that then people were involved in. They know they're involved in a drug ring. They know, and that's the kind of stuff that Teresa Martin was hoping they didn't get a hold of, because it is a known fact that Kenneka was involved in. He was a gang of.
Yep.
Kenneka, we cannot run from that. Kenneka was heavily gang affiliated. She was a gang member.
To be honest with you, it's hard not to be in certain neighborhoods in Chicago. It's hard not to be gang affiliated.
Oh, and listen,
I agree.
That song is in the river somewhere. I'm telling you that right now.
I said in certain neighborhoods.
I'm sure they'll find a lot of bodies in the river too, since you mentioned that.
I was saying that phone is in the ocean somewhere. She didn't threw that away.
But now I also read and picked on something else about Nika and Monica and them for another individual's page. It wasn't on theirs. But from what I picked up and was reading, they were also carriers. They transported. They were carriers.
Yep.
And from what I read is Kenneka was supposed to be doing a job, but she backed out of it. She decided that she didn't want to do it. And the individuals that she was involved with was pissed off because they felt like she knew too much information. She had too much information. You can't get involved with them kind of people and then start backing out. Because now that's like you become a threat. You become a threat to them.
And they target young girls. They target young girls because young girls don't be on the police radar.
Who is this?
The most that the police would think of those young girls is prostitution.
Yes.
Hey, a question. So, y'all think that's the that was the guy who was bringing her in? That was the other guy that got killed? And when she didn't do it, they killed her?
Thank you, because I could not hear what you had just said. I promise.
All I heard was shower water.
I wanted to say something, but I didn't want to cut nobody off. I'm like, Craig, Dave, muted.
Yeah, no.
So I was thinking, y'all think that that's the reason why dude got killed, because he was the one who was bringing Kenneka along, and she backed out, and they killed him and her.
Anything is possible. It could be that, or it could be for other things as well.
But I'm saying, you know that in situations like that, if you bring a person in and let's say they end up being a dirty cop or a snitch or something like that, you know they killed them and you too.
Well, that's possible too. Now, if you ask me,
but not, we do too many possibilities though.
If you ask me, do I think that? Yeah, if you ask me, do I think, like, if you're asking me, do I think dude was killed due to something of this case? Yes, but yes, I do. But for the specific reason, I would know. And if you ask me if other people would be killed due to this case, yes. If they had put too much information had gotten out on this case, there would be a lot of bodies right now.
All y'all going to hell with gasoline bars on, so you supposed to be
in my defense, all I was saying is there's a lot of possibilities. We really can't pinpoint everything, but we do know that there's, I don't want to use the word mob, but we know that there's a big fish out there that has a posse, a gang. I don't want to go too deep into all that because that ain't for me.
And I'm a little concerned about our buddy.
Yeah, but we gotta look and see how we can keep people united. And and with Rico, that's one person that we really, like she said, we need to look and make sure he's all right though.
Exactly.
Because he has really tried to get involved a lot, and I didn't realize he was doing so much until I had a chance to talk to him.
Well, I think we got 1, 2, 3, 4. We got five strong people on this panel. What we need to do is just embrace him and try to keep him uplifted and just try to lace his boots. We all have the experience, the knowledge. We just need to stick together, lace his boots a little bit. My personal opinion, because I've already expressed my opinion to him, is the freedom fighters. That's not his battle. That's not for him. But he has to wake up and realize that. When he wakes up and realizes that, then he'll be A-okay, and he can, stray off and do your own thing. You want to be the voice for the voiceless? No problem. But right now, I'm sorry, but the freedom fighters just got way too much going on at this current moment.
And Jediah need to come talk to you.
Yeah. So for anybody out there, y'all send Jedediah an email when he goes live and tell him I said Jasmine would like to talk to him on her show. We would love to put him on this panel and get some real. We want to hear what's really going on with the freedom fighters.
Hey, look, and Jazz the type, she can get him on the line right now if she wanted to.
Right.
I'm sure.
Degrees of separation.
I felt so bad because I dropped a call on P. Rico. I got a text message.
But
I said, you got quiet. I thought you said, he said, come back. I got a question for you. He said, for what? For them to all jump on me like they just did.
But look, Jedediah, Jasmine is the type that Jedediah knows not to. You're gonna have to trick him because Jedediah knows. He knows who to talk to and who not to.
No, we're not showing our tactics. But I'm gonna tell you, Jedediah, you need to come see us. I'm not. Jasmine need to talk to you, but me, I need to have a word with you about you jacking my lyrics. I still believe you jack my style. He's a swagger jacker. I just want to say that, and I'm gonna go back on mute.
Doing these lyrics.
We all had a great morning. We have had a great night that led into morning. We have had 3 shows back to back. I'm giving everybody in here homework. For those of you guys that are on the panel, if you have my email and you don't have the files that are zipped, because I would love to send them to you so that we could talk more in detail about what we see in the case. Send me an email and I will set up a shared drive so that we can all see the files at the same time. So we don't have to keep going through the website to dig through them. We can all view them at the same time. So send me an email and I'll start a shared drive sometime today. I will more than likely, if I get some rest now, I can get back online a little later on today. It's probably not going to be that late, but it'll be mid-time. It's Sunday, so it won't be on that long. But I enjoyed talking to everybody. Please make sure you guys add me so that you guys can come back in when I go live again. Everybody that's in the chat room, I'm sorry. This is our first panel discussion. So if you had comments, questions, or concerns, I apologize if we didn't get to what you guys were saying because we were so consumed in what we were talking about. But again, you guys just make sure that you stay in contact with me. Send your emails and your contact information so we can all link up because like I said, I have a nonprofit. So if we can get together and do something in the locations that you guys are in, let's just link up and start making some changes immediately.
Oh, you know what? Well, no. It's funny that you said that because I don't live far from you. And I love you and your mama, and I haven't had a chance to meet your auntie.
All right now. Well, yeah, but I'm serious because we're actually we're putting people in the right position in the board right now. It's really originated out of Pittsburgh because my dad played for the Pirates, Oakland A's, and the Texas Rangers. So we made it in honor of him. So we do have a couple of contracts where we're getting ready to do some business with some people. But if we can get people in different locations, we can really start making some moves. So you guys reach out to me. The people
I'm in the same location.
I'm adding mine right now.
Okay. You're in Vegas?
I'm in Atlanta.
Oh, okay. Okay, so yeah, so you guys just make sure that you lock in my email, send me your contact information. We'll link up online. Huh?
Jasmine, what is your email address?
Yeah, I'm not too far from you either, Jasmine, because when you said San Bernardino, I was like, oh, okay.
Oh, okay, yeah. My email address is JASMINEM as in Mary, Lee Lee 1982 at gmail.com.
Oh, I just figured out why you didn't get my emails. Oops.
You sent it to the wrong email address. Crazy.
Jazz.
I forgot the
Yes.
M in your name. You said middle initial M.
Yes.
I'm gonna
No,
send you an email
I
on
didn't have my
Hangouts.
glasses on. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. I'm gonna send you an email. I mean, a personal message on Hangouts.
Okay.
And I do graphics. I'm a graphic designer. If you need, email me.
Girl, I'm gonna send you my link so you can see the website I built. I build websites too, so we can definitely link that.
All right, I put mine in the group chat.
Okay,
thank you guys so much. Thank you for the thank you for the opportunity.
I love you and Mama. I love you.
Yeah. And as I end the show, I love everybody and make sure you take care. Bye.
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 Okay, peoples. Well, that's it. That's all that I have on tonight. I greatly appreciate you guys coming on in. That was the end of that live and things. And so I greatly appreciate you all for coming in and sharing your thoughts and sharing your views and stuff. Now, peoples, you come on in and you like, subscribe to the channel. Don't treat me like a second class citizen. You come on in and you guys like and subscribe to this channel. And then, you know, the Kenneka Jenkins case is going to be, you know, the anniversary is coming up. So I'm looking for all of my moderators to be on the panel. And for those 4 days, I need each and every one of you to come and talk on the panel. Now, if you don't come and talk on the panel, don't think about coming back to the channel, period. End of story. That's it. I don't want to hear no excuses and things. I just need you up here on the panel for one of those 4 days. Is that all right, peoples? I need everybody. I don't want to hear no excuses. If you can't do it, don't think about coming back to the channel, because you can't be a moderator in my channel and then not participate in the live. Bottom line. All right, people. So you guys come on in. Y'all come, like, subscribe to this channel. Don't treat me like a second class citizen. And if the Lord says the same, peoples, I will see you guys later on this week. So, peoples, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon tonight. Tune in again next time to an Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, Edward Joseph Kitchen, Edward Joseph Gospel Hour, Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2025 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, you guys come on in. Don't treat me like a second class citizen. Like and subscribe to this channel. If you don't like me, don't watch me. Is that all right, peoples? You guys be blessed and get your rest. And if the Lord says the same, I will see you soon. God bless you all. Thank you for watching.
Nobody does it better. Sometimes I wish